The innocence of youth.
Are you looking for a professional house painter in the surrounding area? Big or small, new or old, Albers Painting specializes in restoring the true beauty of your home or business. Albers Painting is your professional commercial painter in Lenox in southeastern South Dakota. They are locally owned and operated, focusing on providing quality painting and top-notch customer service. For your next project, contact Albers Painting for a free estimate for your home or business. Central Farmers Cooperative, Fremar LLC, is an agriculture-based company that provides products, services, and market access in the areas of agronomy, feed, grain, and petroleum. Whether it is their agronomy team helping with production, the grain team assisting in developing a marketing plan, or many other services the Central Farmers Co-op and Fremar offer, they look forward to servicing and personalizing their patrons' farming operations. With locations across southeast South Dakota, for your farming purposes, make it Central Farmers Co-op and Fremar. Advertising can be a struggle. Where to spend your money? Are you reaching the right audience? If you are looking for an effective method that reaches a large fan base at once, then here is your spot with Live Ticket TV. With over 65 schools in the state of South Dakota, we can help you find the right market. Plus, you can work with me, Heath, and a portion of all sales made go right back to the school. Get a hold of me today and let's get started in helping build your brand with Live Ticket TV.
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Agraria Insurance Company, protecting what's important in life. Contact your local Agraria Insurance Company agent.
This is what matters. This is beyond X's and O's. This is the difference mutual respect makes. This is what character looks like. This is what defines us in South Dakota. This is sportsmanship. School sports, it's not the outcome that matters most, but the way the games are played. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Whether it's dusk or dawn, the Farm Mutual Group of South Dakota has you covered. They are your local insurance company that has been around for 140 years. Since 1883, they have been putting their neighbors first and will continue to do so. They carry farm, crop, business, home, and auto insurance. Give Andrew or Ryan a call today at 605-583-4211 to see how they can help you with your insurance need and go the extra mile to save you money.
Hey farmers, don't have the time or the means to haul your corn to market? Contact Derek or Phil at New Gen Energy. They are receiving corn 6 days a week, and every Saturday from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. is Farmers Only Haul Day. Located in Marion, South Dakota, New Gen Energy also sells distillers and corn oil. Call 605-648-2100 for all your corn needs, and check out their website at newgenmarion.com. That's N-U-G-E-N Marion.com.
What if we said a bank isn't a place to lock up money? It's a place to set it free. What if the point of banking wasn't to bank at all, but to put your ideas to work? What if your bank asked, what if, a little more? Well, what if we told you we do? We're American Bank and Trust, where what if meets why not? If you're ready to change what you get out of banking, start a relationship with us. What if you made the move today?
No need to worry about the danger zone when you step into Topgum Dental. Dr. Hunstad and his staff have you safe in the landing zone. From young children to adults, Topgum Dental can help you with your major dentistry needs, routine cleanings, orthodontics, implants, and more. Find out how Topgum is helping keep that mouth in perfect condition at topgumdental.com. With now 3 locations in Parker, Key, and Sioux Falls, when it comes to flying safe with the dentist, make it Topgum Dental.
Calling all high school seniors. Not sure what your next step is? Consider Dakota Wesleyan University's Learn and Earn program located in Pierre. Current students in the Learn and Earn program are thriving. That's because the Learn and Earn program is different. Take classes on a flexible schedule at the Capital City campus and intern with a Pierre area business for a paid work experience. Scholarships are available. Visit dwu.edu/Learn and Earn today.
Weeman Land and Auction, just outside of Marion, is your home for buying and selling almost anything. Whether it is buying or selling your land, home, farm, business, farm equipment, or other personal property, they are here to make that process a little bit easier. There's no job too big or too small. Ready to purchase or ready to sell? Find it all at WeemanAuction.com. And be sure to check out regular auctions happening every week with Weeman Auction.
Whether it's dusk or dawn, the Farm Mutual Group of South Dakota has you covered. They are your local insurance company that has been around for 140 years. Since 1883, they have been putting their neighbors first and will continue to do so. They carry farm, crop, business, home, and auto insurance. Give Andrew or Ryan a call today at 605-583-4211 to see how they can help you with your insurance need and go the extra mile to save you money.
What if we said a bank isn't a place to lock up money. It's a place to set it free. What if the point of banking wasn't to bank at all, but to put your ideas to work? What if your bank asked, what if, a little more? Well, what if we told you we do? We're American Bank and Trust, where what if meets why not? If you're ready to change what you get out of banking, start a relationship with us. What if you made the move today?
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Agraria Insurance Company, protecting what's important in life. Contact your local Agraria Insurance Company agent.
Everyone at Total Stop are big sports fans. And they want to wish the very best to the participating teams and their loyal fans. Don't forget to stop at your local Total Stop for your gas and grocery needs. Plus, get Total Stop rewards by downloading the app. To get more information, go to TotalStopFoodStore.com.
We're your neighbors and friends. Banking is about relationships. It's about connecting with the people and the businesses that make a community. When you bank with Rivers Edge Bank, you reinvest in the community we share. Explore personal banking and services that meet your needs. Straightforward checking, interest-earning savings accounts, and loan products designed to keep your finances on track. Learn more at riversedge.bank. Member FDIC.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 57,000 participants here in South Dakota who take part in high school sports or activities.
Are you looking for a professional house painter in the surrounding area? Big or small, new or old, Albers Painting specializes in restoring the true beauty of your home or business. Albers Painting is your professional commercial painter in Lenox in southeastern South Dakota. They are locally owned and operated, focusing on providing quality painting and top-notch customer service. For your next project, contact Albers Painting for a free estimate for your home or business. Central Farmers Cooperative, Fremar LLC, is an agriculture-based company that provides products, services, and market access in the areas of agronomy, feed, grain, and petroleum. Whether it is their agronomy team helping with production, the grain team assisting in developing a marketing plan, or many other services the Central Farmers Co-op and Fremar offer, they look forward to servicing and personalizing their patrons' farming operations. With locations across southeast South Dakota for your farming purposes, make it Central Farmers Co-op and Fremar. Advertising can be a struggle. Where to spend your money? Are you reaching the right audience? If you are looking for an effective method that reaches a large fan base at once, then here is your spot with Live Ticket TV. With over 65 schools in the state of South Dakota, we can help you find the right market. Plus, you can work with me, Heath, and a portion of all sales made go right back to the school. Get a hold of me today and let's get started in helping build your brand with Live Ticket TV.
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Agraria Insurance Company, protecting what's important in life. Contact your local Agraria Insurance Company agent.
This is what matters. This is beyond X's and O's. This is the difference mutual respect makes. This is what character looks like. This is what defines us in South Dakota. This is sportsmanship. School sports, it's not the outcome that matters most, but the way the games are played. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Whether it's dusk or dawn, the Farm Mutual Group of South Dakota has you covered. They are your local insurance company that has been around for 140 years. Since 1883, they have been putting their neighbors first and will continue to do so. They carry farm, crop, business, home, and auto insurance. Give Andrew or Ryan a call today at 605-583-4211 to see how they can help you with your insurance need and go the extra mile to save you money.
Hey farmers, don't have the time or the means to haul your corn to market? Contact Derek or Phil at New Gent Energy. They are receiving corn 6 days a week, and every Saturday from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. is Farmers Only Haul Day. Located in Marion, South Dakota, New Gent Energy also sells distillers and corn oil. Call 605-648-2100 for all your corn needs, and check out their website at newgentmarion.com. That's NUGEN Marion.com.
What if we said a bank isn't a place to lock up money? It's a place to set it free. What if the point of banking wasn't to bank at all, but to put your ideas to work? What if your bank asked, what if, a little more? Well, what if we told you we do? We're American Bank and Trust, where what if meets why not? If you're ready to change what you get out of banking, start a relationship with us. What if you made the move today?
No need to worry about the danger zone when you step into Topgum Dental. Dr. Hunstad and his staff have you safe in the landing zone. From young children to adults, Topgum Dental can help you with your major dentistry needs, routine cleanings, orthodontics, implants, and more. Find out how Topgum is helping keep that mouth in perfect condition at topgumdental.com. With now 3 locations in Parker, Key, and Sioux Falls, when it comes to flying safe with the dentist, make it Topgum Dental.
Calling all high school seniors. Not sure what your next step is? Consider Dakota Wesleyan University's Learn and Earn program located in Pierre. Current students in the Learn and Earn program are thriving. That's because the Learn and Earn program is different. Take classes on a flexible schedule at the Capital City campus and intern with a Pierre area business for a paid work experience. Scholarships are available. Visit dwu.edu/Learn and Earn today.
Well, Good evening and welcome to Parker High School as we get you set for game number 2 of 4, if you will. A little bit of JV boys action here on Parker Pheasants Live and Vermillion Tanagers Live, all a part of the Live Ticket TV family. It's great to be with you here on this Friday evening as we also wrap up senior night for the Parker Pheasants and wrap up the regular season for the girls and boys, including the girls getting ready for postseason play coming up next week. I'm Heath Nimke along with our producer and one of the 2 color men for this evening, Cole Larsch. Ryan Weeman will be joining us here in just a moment. He took a phone call and disappeared, so we're not quite for sure what the phone call is all about, but he'll be joining us here shortly on the pregame show and get you set for a little bit of JV boys action before, of course, coming up after that, it will be some girls basketball hoops and then boys to wrap things up. And just as I say, Ryan is kind of taking a phone call. He sits down in the hot seat and we are ready to roll for coverage of tonight. Again, JV games coming up right now. Finish off the boys. Earlier, the girls got the victory for the Vermillion girls, I should say. 34-5 was the final there. Ryan, great to be with you here on this Friday evening. Is this a little bit different than what Shane usually has? Probably a little bit more of a, I don't want to say setup, but a little bit more of equipment up here.
That is. We added one more body up here with Cole. We appreciate that. Kind of feel like we're doing it professionally here.
Now, Ryan, this is also senior night. We're going to be talking more about that. Now, this season, of course, hasn't been spectacular, if you will, for neither the boys or the girls, but this is certainly a special moment for both, or I should say both teams and all the seniors, and also have some great auctioning going on out in the commons as well. What can you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, a little bit about that. If you look across over here, we have the banners on the wall. We've actually changed those over, and we got new banners from, they were donated by the South Dakota National Guard. And the nice part about those is they are all now, you can just put new vinyl dates on there. Our old ones were the old cloth ones. You had to go in and get them updated, and it cost quite a bit to do that. So we kind of got new modern ones. But since we have all those banners left to do, we didn't want to throw them away. Some people want them for their house or their garage. So they're down there bidding on them, and I saw a couple of them. They already had $250 a piece on them. So all that money kind of going to go back into Parker Athletics here and get reinvested. So kind of a neat night with that. We also had another kind of weird thing happening. The old scoreboard that was in this gym back in 1973 or 4 when they built it was in here, and then they actually got these newer boards in here several years ago, and it got moved over into the spare gym. And they took that down during the remodeling, and we're actually selling that at WeemanAuction.com next week on Wednesday. So if you want another piece of history with that scoreboard, go over there and check that out.
Well, exciting. Have you put any bids on any banners yet this evening?
I did put on one.
Okay.
I think I'll get outbid.
Now, do you have any special momentum to those banners?
Not at all.
Okay.
I actually was a Marion grad.
Oh, got to be careful when we say that. Got to be careful when we say that. We're underway here for basketball action when it comes to the JV game. Again, we just got done wrapping up the girls' action as Bryson Skogsberg shoots immediate 3. Of course, we're going to see him later on in varsity action as he gets the scoring underway. Ryan, what can you tell us about this JV Parker Pheasants basketball team?
Well, now here the ball's being led here by number 12, Landon Beck. He's just a sophomore. You're going to see a lot of his play as we go up into the varsity ranks as well. He gets a lot of meaningful minutes there. Really good ball handler. The guy that just shot the ball there was number 25. Was actually Carter Ross, a junior. He's been playing a lot here too. He knocked down that 3 to tie it up. My son is number 15, Landon Weeman. He's listed as a 6'3" freshman, so he gets a lot of playing time here and then also plays up on varsity, so you'll see him just a little bit there. Across from him, number 14, we got Harley Davis, also a junior, and he plays some very meaningful minutes here and then contributes in the varsity side as well. And then the other one that we have on the floor right now is number 22 at midcourt, Jevin Erickson, a sophomore, kind of plays that 1-2 position as well. So you're going to see a lot of these. For the most part, these guys here you're going to see a lot of them here through this JV contest, and a little bit of Davis, Weeman, and Beck during the varsity contest.
We look forward to it, of course. That's coming up later on this evening. Going off that for the Vermillion Tangers, Cade Roofers, Landon Cerny, Connor Rorick, Bryson Skogsberg, and Trillian Sorrell currently on the court for the Vermillion Tangers as we're 4:53 mark of this first quarter, 5-3, as Cerny did hit both free throws to take Vermillion's lead back. Otherwise, like I said, we saw girls action for the JV get wrapped up earlier, winning 34-5 for the Vermillion girls, and of course putting an end to both the seasons for JV action as we begin postseason. A nice jump shot there and a good make that time for the Parker Pheasants. As you said, Landon Beck coming up big once again. Beck, as you mentioned as well, really listed on the varsity, not even put for JV, but giving him some time this evening.
Yes, he's an aggressive player. He'll work it to the basket, likes to drive there, but will pull up and shoot a long-range 2 or 3 as well. So going to see a lot of this same crew here next year, as a lot of our seniors are going. I think we're going to be graduating 4 starters. So only returning 1 player there. So we'll talk about more about them. So this is what we're going to look like here for the near future for the Pheasants.
We're going to bring that up, especially during the varsity, as well as Cerny hits a 3. Vermillion has now hit 2 threes in this ball game. Bryson Skogsberg almost hit a second earlier, quickly now up 8-5, 3:47 first quarter. You talk about how much of this building, this has been a team for the Parker Pheasants, both boys and girls, that made that jump several years ago up to Class A, and then now have recently moved over into the Region 4. It's kind of been a tough transition process, if you will.
Yeah, definitely. We're the smallest school, or one of the smaller schools in that region there, and we're definitely seeing it. Weeman off the glass there for 2. But we're seeing it that, it's just tough. Right now, a big thing for Parker is we don't have the gym space to be able to keep playing. We're actually in the process of, we passed a bond issue here just a few months ago that was going to allow us to be able to put an additional gym on here so that we can be playing junior varsity and varsity games in a night here. So as you see, we can only play JV and varsity in this doubleheader and not getting the C games in. And that's going to be a big thing. Weeman off the glass there for 2. But that's going to be a big thing for us. Is this is the first year we've really been growing that C program and trying to get that growth at the bottom end there down by the root, because we're going to need to see some of these younger kids step up and play if we're going to compete with the likes of Vermillion and Beresford and the Dakota Valleys especially. Those teams out there are deep.
Yeah, and you talk about, of course, Parker comes from the Big East Conference, which has seen some of the best teams, including Sioux Valley, who's number 2 in Class A right now. But then a lot of the rest of the Region 4 is DAC 12 teams. And you talk to anybody around the state of South Dakota, when it comes to boys and girls basketball, they say the cream of the crop comes from the DAC 12. If you play a schedule like that and you're winning a lot of games, it means you're a pretty darn good team. Of course, we'll see that with the Vermillion girls coming up in varsity action. There is a reason why they're number 2. 3 off the wing, as shooting that one just off the mark was Jevin Erickson. Now Connor Rorick out to Cerny, who shoots another 3. This one is off the mark. It's punched back out. Cerny on the drive. The floater is good. Landon Cerny quickly has now 7 points in this first quarter, and it's back to a 1-point lead, 10-9.
Landon Cerny, just a sophomore too, listed at 5'10". He's certainly aggressive going to the hole. That was Davis. They call that foul on Bryson Skogsberg, right?
Yep.
Is he just an 8th grader?
He is just an 8th grader. An interesting side note on that, Jay Drake, now in his 15th year with the Vermillion boys, has never brought up an underclassman or an 8th grader, 7th grader until this year. This is his first time ever that he has made that commitment of bringing up an underclassman. So, and you're going to see it later on. He's pretty good at shooting the 3 and coming off the bench. They do call the correction on the foul. And Parker Pheasants shooting free throws with Harley Davis. The junior makes the first one.
So, yeah, and I know you guys, Vermillion has definitely had a tough schedule for several years. They've been, like you say, in a conference that seems to always have a team that's dang good enough to maybe not win state but be there every year. So you got a tough road to get through every year to get there.
Yeah, you talk about couple years ago, called the Invisibles, if you will, that the boys team that went undefeated all the way to the state tournament and lost in the very first round off of a buzzer beater from Del Rapids. Everyone said it's the worst possible matchup you can get. Vermillion fans still don't like to talk about it, but yeah, then you play the DAC 12, and even last year you looked at the talent that Vermillion had with their starting five and said they could probably get close, at least make a run the SODAC 16, but ran into, of course, Dakota Valley, and then everything, the wheels kind of fell apart in that game, and the rest is history, but just trying to get out of this region. And if you follow much in high school basketball, they're talking about changing it from a SODAC 16 to a SODAC 32. We play just one region game and then get reshuffled from there, which will be interesting if that does happen. Opens things up a little bit, maybe not as much for Parker.
Yeah.
Parker girls going to get the number 2 team in Class A first round of the region playoffs, and the Parker Pheasant boys going to get the number 1 team going for 46 straight games tonight.
Weeman there for 2 as well. So his mom stepped up here. She's actually the 7th and 8th grade boys coach here at Parker. And Dr. Donovan DeBoer is the assistant coach for us here, and he's actually gone at a superintendent's convention, and so she has to sit down here and help coach JV and varsity tonight with Coach Hurley. So she's excited here to see her son Landon, number 15, playing pretty strong, I'm sure.
I was going to say, we have to ask Dad as well, already 6 points here in the ball game. What do you think of that?
That's really good. We like to see him. We want him to play aggressive. Just being a freshman, I think sometimes he's trying to find his way in there to what he needs to contribute to this team. And at 6'3", I just tell him be aggressive in the paint.
Now, Dad, is that what you want him to play? Is basketball his sport, or is football his sport? What's the sport that he really would prefer if he had to pick one?
I think he likes the sport that he's in the season of. He's a football player, basketball player. He really likes golf.
Okay.
So I don't know if golf might be his favorite. I don't know for sure.
Okay. Of course, a little bit different. You can still play football in golf. Just makes things a little bit more difficult to do.
It's easier for us because we actually do golf in the spring.
Oh, okay. Parker does.
So you have to either, and you can. So you have to kind of. Now we have a little trouble because you got track in the spring. You have golf, and then we actually have started to try to get our baseball program going. So we're doing spring baseball. So a lot of these kids have to make a choice, and some of them are doing 2 and 3 sports in the spring.
Yep, and it can get very, very taxing very quickly, and then trying to make practices and everything along the way can be extremely tough.
Have to have a little flexibility and openness to us, but most of these kids aren't in practice. They're just off at another event.
Yep, that's right.
So
as Vermillion will have the last second shot as they control the drive, kick over the corner, 3-pointer. This one too strong, and it's going to wrap up the first quarter with the 3/4 heave. That won't quite get long enough, and in the end, Vermillion leads it 16-13 as we head to quarter number 2. That's on the way next here on Live Ticket TV. Weeman Land and Auction, just outside of Marion, is your home for buying and selling almost anything. Whether it's buying or selling your land, home, farm, business, farm equipment, or other personal property, they are here to make that process a little bit easier. There's no job too big or too small. Ready to purchase or ready to sell? Find it all at WeemanAuction.com. And be sure to check out regular auctions happening every week with Weeman Auction.
Whether it's dusk or dawn, the Farm Mutual Group of South Dakota has you covered. They are your local insurance company that has been around for 140 years. Since 1883, they have been putting their neighbors first and will continue to do so. They carry farm, crop, business, home, and auto insurance. Give Andrew or Ryan a call today at 605-583-4211 to see how they can help you with your insurance need and go the extra mile to save you money.
What if we said a bank is
16-13 as we enter quarter number 2 of JV Hoops. Now, Ryan, I got to ask you a question here. Do you guys always do 6 minutes?
I guess that's what we're doing to keep things moving today.
Okay.
Sometimes it's 8, sometimes it's 6.
Sometimes it's 7? Mm-hmm. Just kind of feel whatever we're feeling like, right?
That's exactly.
Nothing wrong with that, of course. We are, as you mentioned, on a little bit of a time schedule. So I feel like we're ahead. I believe this was supposed to start at 5:15. I guess I didn't quite look at what time we started, but it's 5:26 right now. Now, I know the girls supposed to start right around 6 15, 6:30 is what they're looking at.
I think so, yes.
So, yeah, as mentioned, if you keep everything on schedule, then you're doing pretty good. Drive, stolen away.
No, just makes it a little tougher when you're playing 4 games instead of, we're playing the same 4 games, but we're not sequencing out the C teams, and they're playing them at the same time.
That's right. Cerny hits another 3, his second 3 of the ball game. He now already has 10 points for the Vermillion Teenagers. Weeman drives in, can't make the shot, but gets the basketball back, goes up off the glass.
Davis for 2.
Oh, excuse me, Davis.
Yep.
He has 4 points in the ball game. Cerny hands it off to Rohrig. Spin at the block, jumper up. Can't quite hit the shot.
Weeman with the rebound.
5:08, second quarter.
Ross to push. Got Landon Beck at the top of the key over to Erickson.
Just trying to make something happen inside.
Oh. Might have been a travel.
Might have been a travel. But hey, it's JV, right?
Yeah.
And you can let things go a little bit more. Skogsberg shoots another 3. He hasn't hit since he made this first one. And Roovers caught up from behind.
Yes.
Old lady over there trying to get in the gym, wasn't quite paying attention, took a shot with the ball. Good crowd on hand as well already for some JV hoops. Good to see this right away.
Yeah. Weather a little bit better than it was earlier in the week. Oh, in and out.
Of course, yeah, you guys played on Tuesday as well. Had to move everything up and skip out on the JV games.
Yeah.
Skogsberg travels. And then, just get the varsity in as quickly as you possibly could. Which is a good deal. Did you guys get a lot of weather up in this area?
Yeah, we got that was raining all that day, and then it turned into snow that night. So it was probably the right move. And then the next morning we had a 2-hour late start. So definitely probably the right move there to try to get everybody home and safe.
So I know there was some teams that didn't necessarily do that. Sounds like everyone got home, but yeah, as you mentioned, had to battle a little bit tougher of conditions by the time we got out after moving up our game for just the boys. Certainly seeing snow by the time we left the gym.
Carter Ross for 2.
He has now 5 points in the basketball game. 3:52, second quarter. It's a 2-point lead as Rohrig drives in, just leaves it short off the iron.
Weeman gets the rebound, but kind of throws it away there. I don't know which that one was, probably on Erickson.
So Vermillion will continue with possession. Now, you were talking off air about some fans that you recognize sitting here in the bleachers for Vermillion. Tell us a little bit more about that, Ryan.
Well, I don't know about fans, but I got my it's hard to see them on our side here because your fans here are sitting here below us, so I can't quite see all them. But my wife, actually, Kirsten Weeman, was an Iverson. She is a graduate of Vermillion High School back in the mid-'90s and pretty good basketball player in her own right down there. So she was kind of excited about this match up here tonight. Maybe not so about the talent level that you guys are going to bring to the table here in the varsity, but she definitely wanted to see a good game here out of the JV ranks. And that was Landon, her son there, jumping in there getting the rebound. So she was kind of a rebounder herself, so she likes that when he gets in there and rips down them boards.
And you said something off air that you said get ready for a good JV boys game. It's going to be very competitive, and have seen that so far. Only a 4-point lead. A jumper that's off the mark there that time for Davis.
All year long we played really competitive here at the junior varsity level for the boys. And when we try to play the right sequence, it does. But, a lot of times when you're playing these JV games, you're also still trying to find some talent and some newfound things going on there. So sometimes you don't always put your best sequences in JV. You're trying to develop these kids and get them going. So, but I think here being one of the last home game tonight, I think they were just trying to see what we could do against a good club like Vermillion, because we know that they always are pretty perennial at basketball.
And, of course, it depends on how much you want to play at the JV level, too, with the quarter rule that does come into effect, that they can only play so many quarters in a night. So you have to make sure some guys don't play if they're going to play a lot on the varsity.
Yep. A couple years ago, they expanded that from 6 quarters to 7. So you can get 3 here in the JV and still get in for 4 quarters. A lot of our guys here will get in and, help out minutes, but they're definitely not going to see full quarters of action here. Pretty much going to play the varsity on our end of it there and just get some, in case somebody gets in foul trouble or something, you're going to have to bring a little help.
Skogsberg pump fakes, spins in, gets by the defender and off the glass. He now is the leading scorer for the Vermillion Tanagers. Has 11 points in the ball game, 25-17. This is also the biggest lead. Now, rare whistle that we hear called. That will be against the Vermillion Tanagers. Well, just the second team foul against Vermillion. It's the second one as well against Landon Cerny as he's picked up both. Or excuse me, the fourth team foul on the Vermillion Tanagers.
Oh, in and out of the hands of Landon Beck there.
Now, how many seniors do you guys have for girls and boys coming up as well?
For the senior night here?
Yeah.
I'll have to count them out. I believe there's 6 seniors for boys, and I can't remember. I think about the same for girls.
I'll say a very big senior class, as you mentioned, going to lose some great talent, but it's been exciting to see what the future does have coming up, as you mentioned, with this Parker Pheasants team, especially here in JV action already.
Biggest thing I say is, as we're going through here, as you guys can see, when we match up with a lot of teams that are in A, we don't have that gym space, so we're not developing those C games. We only have 2 coaches. We have a JV coach and a varsity coach. Most of the clubs we're playing have 3 coaches.
Yep.
Those are just little things that you don't think of, but when you're trying to develop players, just being able to have that interaction with that extra coach is a big thing.
You even talk about with like Vermillion, 3 coaches, and then technically a 4th when you talk about Papa James Drake there, a longtime winner with the Winter Warriors. You can look back, the only thing he doesn't have in his career is a state title. Otherwise, he's got every single other record, it seems like, in the book. So, yeah, you add that kind of history to your JV, to your C teams as well. It really builds things.
Yeah, having that person around the gym is never a bad thing.
Shot, this one's missed. Pop back out, and the Pheasants able to pick back up and reset.
And you know as well as I do, these games are won in the offseason, not during the season.
Yep. Charge taken underneath.
My.
And Vermillion, very, very good at that. That one is Franklin Orr, who is able to take the charge there for the Vermillion Tanagers. We'll see later on the varsity side as well, Ryan. A player who just set the single-season record for man makers, as Vermillion calls them, earlier this year. Not Bryson Skogsberg, but his older brother Carter, a senior who set that record earlier this season. So extremely exciting for what he's been able to do. Sean Doan has it with 4 seconds. Pull-up jumper for him.
Weeman with the rebound.
Kind of a quarterback heave there.
Yeah, maybe.
Showing it off a little bit. 25-17 as we head to the second half. That'll be coming up here in just a little bit on Parker Pheasants Live and Vermillion Tanagers Live, along with Live Ticket TV.
It isn't a place to lock up money. It's a place to set it free. What if the point of banking wasn't to bank at all, but to put your ideas to work? What if your bank asked, what if a little more? Well, what if we told you we do? We're American Bank and Trust, where what if meets why not? If you're ready to change what you get out of banking, start a relationship with us. What if you made the move today?
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Agraria Insurance Company, protecting what's important in life. Contact your local Agraria Insurance Company agent.
Everyone at Total Stop are big sports fans. And they want to wish the very best to the participating teams and their loyal fans. Don't forget to stop at your local Total Stop for your gas and grocery needs. Plus, get Total Stop rewards by downloading the app. To get more information, go to TotalStopFoodStore.com.
We're your neighbors and friends. Banking is about relationships. It's about connecting with the people and the businesses that make a community. When you bank with Rivers Edge Bank, you reinvest in the community we share. Explore personal banking and services that meet your needs. Straightforward checking, interest-earning savings accounts, and loan products designed to keep your finances on track. Learn more at riversedge.bank. Member FDIC.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 57,000 participants here in South Dakota who take part in high school sports or activities.
Are you looking for a professional house painter in the surrounding area? Big or small, new or old? Albers Painting specializes in restoring the true beauty of your home or business. Albers Painting is your professional commercial painter in Lenox in southeastern South Dakota. They are locally owned and operated, focusing on providing quality painting and top-notch customer service. For your next project, contact Albers Painting for a free estimate for your home or business. Central Farmers Cooperative, Fremar LLC, is an agriculture-based company that provides products, services, and market access in the areas of agronomy, feed, grain, and petroleum. Whether it is their agronomy team helping with production, the grain team assisting in developing a marketing plan, or many other services the Central Farmers Co-op and Fremar offer, they look forward to servicing and personalizing their patrons' farming operations. With locations across southeast South Dakota, for your farming purposes, make it Central Farmers Co-op and Fremar. Advertising can be a struggle. Where to spend your money? Are you reaching the right audience? If you are looking for an effective method that reaches a large fan base at once, then here is your spot with Live Ticket TV. With over 65 schools in the state of South Dakota, we can help you find the right market. Plus, you can work with me, Heath, and a portion of all sales made go right back to the school. Get a hold of me today and let's get started in helping build your brand with Live Ticket TV. Quickly and ready to go for the second half between the Vermillion Tanchers and the Parker Pheasants as we're in JV action here. Covering all games tonight here on Parker Pheasants Live and Vermillion Tanchers Live. Great to have you along with Cole Larsch, Ryan Weeman, Heath Nimke. Bryson Skogsberg puts up a quick three, misses. Roovers the rebound, right back to Skogsberg as he puts up another shot, misses. Fight for the rebound. Roovers comes back away with it for the Vermillion Tanchers as the Tanchers swap over. By the way, Ryan, you're going to have to help me out as well, who our cameramen are for this evening. Just kind of a plethora as Rorig hits a three, just a plethora of young gentlemen helping us out tonight.
You bet the main man we got up here is LT, Luke Travnicek. He's supported over here by Mr. Metzner. And Metzner doesn't do a whole lot other than smile. I think LT's doing most of the work.
And eating what, ice cream? I heard earlier they got nachos, ice cream. Someone had cotton candy earlier. You're drinking a Coke. I mean, you guys got it all down there at the concession stands, it seems like.
That's exactly. Luke, though, his older brother is going to be the ball guard for us here as in the varsity action. Ray Travnicek, he's a really good ball guard and can move it pretty well through there. He's going to be probably running the one position most of the night. We always tell Luke he's an 8th grader. He's coming up. He's going to have to lock his brother down next year and when we get going and playing varsity sports.
Ball goes out of bounds. It'll stay with the Parker Pheasants. 28-17, 4:56. Third quarter, again adding 6 minutes onto the clock for these JV games. Varsity action will be coming up. Don't forget, on our pregame show, we are going to join with the coach, Gary Culver, about some wrestling results of what he expects to see, and then we'll get you some more information on wrestling throughout the evening. Also catch up with Gary Culver later on tonight to get the full results from the Region 2A wrestling to see what players, or I should say what wrestlers have qualified. As Roovers inside gets there 2 points, he's got 4 for the ball game. And Vermillion now up to their biggest lead as they're bringing a little bit different of a defense. And the wide receiver cornerback, Trillian Sorrell, jumped the pass and deflected it out. Now getting a full timeout. give us a chance to give some love as well to our advertisers, as tonight's broadcast here on Parker Pheasants Live and Vermillion Tangers Live is brought to you by Rivers Edge Bank. We're more than bankers there at Rivers Edge Bank. They're your neighbors and also your friends. Banking is all about the relationships. It's about connecting with the people and the businesses that make it a community. When you bank with Rivers Edge Bank, you reinvest in the community they share. 30-17. Ryan, what do you got to do to get some offense going here in this third quarter?
I tell you what, there's times we get a lid on that basket and we can't get it off. I think we just got to go out there and run our offense again. As you can see there, really work it through on the big guys and try to get some stuff done. But, I think a lot of this game has changed. You got to hit some of that perimeter shots and those threes if you're going to keep going. The games that we've gotten maybe blown out the most in, those people, we can lock them down in the paint, not let them get to the basket, and they just cut you apart at the perimeter. And I'm sure you guys are able to have some shooters like that that'll be able to bring that for the Tanagers, and we as well do. But it certainly maybe doesn't come as fast and as furious as a lot of these teams that we're playing. We're having trouble trying to break 50 points sometimes in the varsity action, 50, 55, and a lot of these teams are scoring in the 60s and all the way up to 70 anymore that can really score in transition and push the offense.
You do give us a little bit of a spotlight. I did ask Jay Drake almost that exact same question because this has been a Vermillion team at times has struggled to score. We look back to last Friday when they played against Irene Wakanda, winning 45-44. And Jay Drake kind of gave his opinion about that coming into these final, week of basketball. Unless you're the Parker Pheasants on the boys' side, wrap things up tonight.
Yeah. That was Jevin Erickson taking it to the lane for two. He's a sophomore.
Yeah, a lot of freshmen and sophomore are part of the JV squad here for the Parker Pheasants. As you mentioned, certainly the future is bright. And then see all these guys come up and at least dress for the varsity squad.
Yeah. You were talking about wrestling, too, and talking to Coach Culver. We'll give a little update, too, what we got going on.
Please
we got
do.
an exciting time here for our wrestling. Last week we got word that we got invited to the State A Duels. So we've been known as a wrestling town for a while, so I think we're going to be able to bring some action there. We also have a couple we have a senior in Charlie Patton that's looking for maybe a possible state title, and we got also a 220 junior, Levi Weeman, that got second last year in 220 at State A, or it's in the State B's, excuse me. So really, we're excited about what's happening here with our State B wrestling.
Yeah, we'll certainly ask for that update as well. Big
Carter
three.
Ross.
Carter Ross hits that big three.
That's the second of the night, I believe.
That is correct. 8 points, in fact, for him of the ball game. And it gets the Parker Pheasants within 8, 30-22, 3:05 third quarter. As it's Sorrell who goes up and a little too strong off the glass and rebounded by the Parker Pheasants.
Quinn Drogue here bringing the ball up. He's a pretty good little ball handler for us as well. We're hoping to see a little height out of him. His older brother was actually a ball guard for West Central last year, was playing the two spot a lot. Really good basketball player. We're hoping to see some great things out of him.
Erickson hits back-to-back threes now for the Parker Pheasants. It's within 5, 30-25. Skogsburg trying to answer back with a three. Fight for the rebound underneath the hoop, and the Parker Pheasants eventually come away with it. Yeah, like you said, exciting time with gymnastics that just kind of got wrapped up across the state.
Oh,
and then wrestling, as you mentioned, coming up the end, at least, of region tournaments as Rorick drives in and off the glass, good for two. And then basketball, crazy to think, it's already the end of the season, and before we know it, everything is going to be over for the winter sports.
Yep. We got a little tough road here. We're going to have, one more game for the Pheasants, but it's going to be in the regions going through Dakota Valley, who's, 18-0 as of tonight, and they got a pretty tough contest, I believe, this evening. Just trying to think.
Madison,
okay.
Madison, the Twin Towers, as we like to call it. A couple different sizes in there, as Cole nicknamed them. And you know what? Not only was that a good Dakota Valley team, but then you have Randy Rosenquist Jr. part of that team, and his dad has a stroke just this past weekend. So if the boys weren't fired up enough to win back-to-back state titles, you have Senior, who's been around that squad since those guys were wee little lads. Of course, the historic career at USD. He has a stroke. They have even more to play for now. So,
yep.
We wish you the best. We wish you the best.
They're a solid basketball team. They're going to definitely, if there's definitely a target on somebody's back, they're the team to beat.
Yeah, everyone's certainly gunning for them. And and it's going to be tough for them to be, go undefeated. Not a whole lot of teams are able to do undefeated like they have, and of course they still have a chance to set the state Class A record for longest win streak as well. So very, very impressive what they've been able to do. Rorwig on the drive baseline jumper takes deflection.
I would challenge that they'd have a good shot of winning AA this year, too.
A lot of people will say they would like to see Sioux Falls Jefferson and Dakota Valley in a game just to see who would win. And there's been a couple different games from the state of Iowa that Dakota Valley has played the number 1 team and knocked off a couple different teams in the state of Iowa at the number 1 ranking. So, yeah, they'd be very, very interesting. Rorwig misses on the putback.
If the High School Athletics Association is listening, wouldn't that be a fun deal to put that somewhere like into the T-Denny up to in Sioux Falls and just play that?
Just give it a good 32-minute run.
I'd pay money to go see it.
Oh, I would too.
Raise some money for sports here in South Dakota or something. I don't know what you could do with it, but you'd think the kids would want it too.
Yep. Davis on the drive, kicks back out. As Vermillion back up by 7 with now under 60 seconds remaining in this third quarter. Straight away, this one off the mark. Yeah, that'd be really interesting to see who would win that game. Rorwig a quick 3. This one is off the mark. And we talk also about the Region 4 as Parker has just joined, but you think about now the last 3 seasons in this region, someone has gone undefeated. You have, of course, Dakota Valley doing it back-to-back. Vermillion did it, a couple of years ago. So it seems like whoever you get, if you fall down to that 8 spot in the region, you're going to be in big, big trouble.
That is. That foul was on Zach Kilborn. Got Weeman coming in for Kilborn now.
And Ruvers right now at the free throw line as he's able to hit the first. Cade does have 5 points here in the ball game. Second free throw, this one is good as well. 34-25 with under 45 seconds remaining here in the third quarter. As Ruvers comes out. A little bit of the second team JV, if you will, currently on the court for the Vermillion Tanagers. But yeah, I mentioned it earlier, good crowd. Haven't necessarily seen a lot of Vermillion as we're just in that one spot the table kind of blocks, but even for the Parker Pheasants and just continue to see more and more pile in. And certainly special, as we mentioned earlier, on senior night and the auction that is currently going on. Now, is that scoreboard up for bid right now on your website?
That is. You can go to WeemanBidToBuy.com or WeemanAuction.com and click through. It's going to be on our sale next week, Wednesday. I think I looked right before I got here. The bid was at $360, so it is starting to work its way up there a little bit. But if you need a neat man cave, something or other,
work?
It still works. They were using it a lot of times for the little kids wrestling because we'd use the gym over there. We don't have any seating in our little gym.
Sure.
And to give you a perspective, if you've never been in our little gym, it's about the size as the volleyball court. It's not. God. You can't get all the way in the in the corners, and there's no seating. So
Skillsburg, the half-court shot is off the mark. Vermillion leads it 34-25 as we head to the fourth quarter. We're back here in just a moment on Parker Pheasants Live and Vermillion Tanagers Live.
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Agraria Insurance Company, protecting what's important in life. Contact your local Agraria Insurance Company agent.
This is what matters. This is beyond X's and O's. This is the difference mutual respect makes. This is what character looks like. This is what defines us in South Dakota. This is sportsmanship. School sports, it's not the outcome that matters most, but the way the games are played. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
(34-25) as we're in JV action. We'll have our pregame show coming up of the girls' high school hoops here in just a moment. At the conclusion of this game, we'll hear from the coach, Gary Culver, and also hear from head coach John Brooks. Was able to catch up, though, with Coach Jay as well, the Parker Pheasants, and talk a little bit more about his basketball team off air. In fact, I think we caught up for about a good 25 minutes or so. Good to work business that way. Of course, get to work a little bit of business with you as well, Ryan, right?
Yeah.
Cole Larsh, our producer. Ryan Weeman sitting right next to me. I'm Heath Nimke. Shane Merrill is off for this evening. What's Shane doing?
I think he took a little trip out to the Black Hills to go snowmobiling.
Okay, that's what he never said what exactly he was doing.
Yeah, he maybe didn't want me to say that on air either.
Oh, oopsies.
Yeah, that's all right. He's goofing off.
Sean Doan with free throws as he misses the first one. Good for him. He will be joining us, though, coming up on Tuesday. The Parker Pheasant girls will be in the first round of the region playoffs in Vermillion inside the Birdcage. You guys call your gym anything special?
You know, I don't know if we do or not.
You should think of something.
Yeah, we should come up with something. The Birdcage, it says right over there on the wall.
It does say the Birdcage, doesn't it?
Yeah. And I don't know if yours has been that way, but our, as you can see, all the paintings and everything on the wall, that's been a long time deal here for actually the girls' coach, Mr. Fuller here, that is going to be Coach Fuller. Dave Fuller is the guy that paints all those.
Oh,
and
wow.
So if you see most of these mascots painted in gyms, I bet it's a good chance that Coach Fuller painted them. Does that in the summertime.
Do you know if he did it in West Central at all?
We'll ask him, but I bet you about $100 he did.
Okay. Because they've done themselves a nice gym there. Beautiful paintings on the wall there, even though we won't get into the controversy of what it's called. And you know exactly what I'm saying when I reference that. Rorwig with his foot on the line. The shot's off the mark anyways. A rebound. Doan goes up with the shot, and this one is good. Sean Doan, his first points of the ball game. Vermillion back up by 10, 37-27. As you mentioned, kind of just that lid got in the bucket and never really has come off for the Parker Pheasants in this second half.
Yeah. For you saying that there, though, with West Central, maybe not so much the girls, but for the boys, if you guys were Batman, West Central was the Joker, weren't they, for a lot of years? I mean, they just...
yeah, on the girls' side, even John Brooks, he had kind of records he always sets each and every year, goals, I should say, for his basketball teams. And one of them, of course, every year is to beat West Central. That happened for the first time in his coaching career, and he's been with Vermillion. I won't quite exactly date him, but quite some time. So for him to finally knock that one off the bucket was good to feel for him.
Yeah. Well, I know my brother-in-law's played football down in the 90s down in Vermillion, and they were pretty darn good. But I think after they graduated, my oldest, not my oldest, but my the youngest one would be Cullen Iverson. I think they won one in 1998. And in the fall of 98 against Hamlin. And then after that, I think West Central took the lead and just started winning a bunch of them after that.
I would say, yeah, kind of in the 90s, as you mentioned, early 90s, there was just Vermillion or West Central. You pick which one, and it was just back and forth each and every year. And
yeah.
And then football-wise, last year, finally broke over 2 decades of Vermillion never beating West Central, so that was good to see.
Yeah, the last time might have been 98 when they won that state championship there.
So, it's been West Central has quite had the number of Vermillion in several different sports, if you will.
Fun fact of that, I did not know my wife, of course, yet back at that time, but I was living at SDSU, and my roommate was actually Jason Stormo, who was a former alumni from Hamlin School up there, and we went to the game to watch them play against each other, and that was quite a deal because his brother was the quarterback, and now my wife's little brother was the quarterback for Vermillion. So
that's really cool. Different kind of connections.
Yeah.
Now what, you guys meet several years later in college?
No, met after we all graduated. So
okay.
She was at that time actually teaching and coaching girls basketball down in Canton, South Dakota.
Okay.
At that time. So it's been a few years ago, maybe about 18 or 20.
42-27, 3:33, fourth quarter. Whoops.
Through the hands of back.
Shouldn't have ate that popcorn, right?
Yeah.
Vermillion holding on to a slight edge over the Parker Pheasants. Trying to start the evening off, I guess, 2-0, if you will. Winning the JV girls game earlier in nice fashion. And then Of course, Vermillion, the favorites to win both varsity games later on this evening as well. No offense, Ryan.
Yep.
I'm going to be excited to see what Vermillion all does play against Parker in that varsity game to see if we see everything from the Vermillion girls or if Coach Brooks says a few different things for that Tuesday regional game.
And it depends on what girls team comes in here. Actually, for the Parker girls, they've actually been improving here as the years went on. So they got about a 6'1" junior that's in the middle that didn't play basketball, and Katie Belas that hadn't played basketball the last 2 years, and she's starting to come in her own, and she was getting a double-double a couple games with some blocks and some rebounds. So, and then on top of it, she can go score 6 to 12 points in a game. So she was close to a triple-double one night for a girl that hadn't played basketball in the last 2 years.
That's crazy.
So she definitely can rearrange shot selections and kind of get in your head a little bit, per se, with that long 6'1" frame.
Vermillion does have a little bit of size, but they've seen size earlier this season. Of course, we were talking off air with Hamlin and Wadsworth what some size can do against Vermillion. So.
Yep. I don't know how Hamlin can be good every year. They seem to have been a powerhouse for a lot of years.
And then we were talking back when we played Hamlin, they did not make one substitution all during that game.
Played five.
Entire game. 32 minutes, 5 girls. That's it.
And your girls played, I think it was maybe even tied going into half, but then then Hamlin kind of charged away with it.
Yeah, the law of averages, they couldn't hit a 3 in that first half. And the law of averages eventually is going to average out, and they started hitting the 3s. And Vermillion had, of course, their own troubles in that game. And yeah, all of a sudden it was just one block, and the whole entire house came crumbling down.
Well, for the Tanager women, then I would have to think that the good thing is it's tough to beat a team twice, especially when you're as good as these two teams are.
And no doubt about it, Coach Kleski and Coach Brooks both said they would like to see each other if it comes back up later on this season. But as we know, got out of this region as well. Vermillion's going to play Elk Point, Jefferson, or T area coming up. And, of course, that game is happening tonight as well. Only thing that's left to play there between those two teams is the 4-5 is who's going to play at home and who's going to be on the road. Inside, that one's Franklin Orr finishing off.
But if I'm right there, Hamlin's 1 and you're 2 in the girls.
That is correct.
So if they can keep winning out, they're not going to see each other until the last game of the championship.
And then, of course, when it comes to the state tournament, if you get that far, things could still be shuffled up a little bit. Vermillion could still fall down to number 3 seed points wise. So it could be a little interesting as well.
Yeah, currently they are 3.
That's okay.
Vermillion girls
That's
are.
They are 3. Wagner has slipped ahead. Okay.
Yeah, so the media polls have them at number 2. You're correct. Yeah, but in the end, all it matters is by seed points. Now, you have to remember, Cole, depending on which website you're currently looking at, have all seed points been calculated in? I believe Vermillion is missing 2 games at the moment, both worth 50 points. So that's going to help them. I don't think everything's been fully calculated in yet.
That maybe would, One thing about it, though, ranking doesn't win games, so you still got to go down the stretch and go play them.
That's right.
As the wise old man once said, that's why we play the game.
That's right. 49-27. Wow, you cursed this Pheasants team, this JV squad. You said sometimes shots just don't go in, and my oh my, and shots, you just can't buy a bucket now at this moment.
Yep.
As Vermillion's going to be able to finish this one off, as they just kind of, their C team out there at the moment, taking up some shots, give them a little bit of playing time, might as well.
You see enough games and it gets to be a familiar tune. If anybody's listening, and I love talking on this because I hope the kids pick this up and watch it, we got to work on ball handling, and we got to work on shot selection over the summer and just learn how we can get better looks at the basket.
A last-second putback there. Good for the Parker Pheasants. In the end, though, Vermillion is going to get the win 49-29 on the JV side. And that will wrap up our coverage of JV action here on Parker Pheasants Live and Vermillion Tanagers Live. Now, we are going to make a quick announcement here for the Parker fans. Vermillion's used to this, so they don't have to worry about it. For Parker fans, we're not going to go anywhere. Everything just continues on. You guys usually in the broadcast and switch to some other stream. Nothing changes here tonight. Because of our pregame show, everything we do have going on, we're going to keep it right here. So we're going to take a quick commercial break, and when we come back, it's time for the pregame show of the varsity girls action. That's on the way next here on Parker Pheasants Live and Vermillion Tanagers Live.
Whether it's dusk or dawn, the Farm Mutual Group of South Dakota has you covered. They are your local insurance company that has been around for 140 years. Since 1883, they have been putting their neighbors first and will continue to do so. They carry farm, crop, business, home, and auto insurance. Give Andrew or Ryan a call today at 605-583-4211 to see how they can help you with your insurance needs and go the extra mile to save you money.
Hey farmers, don't have the time or the means to haul your corn to market? Contact Derek or Phil at NewGen Energy. They are receiving corn 6 days a week, and every Saturday from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. is Farmers Only Haul Day. Located in Marion, South Dakota, NewGen Energy also sells distillers and corn oil. Call 605-648-2100 for all your corn needs, and check out their website at newgenmarion.com. That's NUGEN Marion.com.
What if we said a bank isn't a place to lock up money? It's a place to set it free. What if the point of banking wasn't to bank at all, but to put your ideas to work? What if your bank asked, what if, a little more? Well, what if we told you we do? We're American Bank and Trust, where what if meets why not? If you're ready to change what you get out of banking, start a relationship with us. What if you made the move today?
No need to worry about the danger zone when you step into Topgum Dental. Dr. Hunstad and his staff have you safe in the landing zone. From young children to adults, Topgum Dental can help you with your major dentistry needs, routine cleanings, orthodontics, implants, and more. Find out how Topgum is helping keep that mouth in perfect condition at topgumdental.com. With now 3 locations in Parker, T, and Sioux Falls, when it comes to flying safe with the dentist, make it Topgum Dental.
Calling all.
There certainly was questions around this season what it could be. 18-1, probably not a possibility. But if you could get, 15-4 going into the last game of the season, you would take that. If you were head coach John Brooks, be ranked inside the top 5 was even better. But the way this season has gone for the Vermillion girls, it has been one heck of a season. And now to wrap up the regular season tonight against the Parker Pheasants, the question now only is how much do we see of this Vermillion squad? Because in less than a week, in fact, coming up on Tuesday, these two teams will meet once again. But that time, it will be for all the marbles as it begins the region playoffs. But tonight, we enjoy senior night for the Parker Pheasants. We'll talk more about the senior nights and also what it means coming up for their postseason play as they try to build a little bit of momentum and, again, kind of get that scouting opportunity against the Vermillion Tanagers. We'll hear from head coach John Brooks. That is certainly on the way. But before we get too far into our pregame show, let's catch up with the coach, Gary Culver, as wrestling is certainly underway. I caught up with Gary earlier today to give us a preview of what we should see for wrestling. We'll talk more about what is currently happening. We'll also catch up with Gary Culver later on in the broadcast. But here's what Coach Culver had to say about his squad and what they were expecting today in Brandon Valley.
Fortunate, and we got exactly, I guess, what we wanted. As you and I have discussed, we have a young team this year, so we were really looking at 4 wrestlers, within our lineup. We're wrestling 11 of the 14 weight classes today. 126 is open for us. Reese Pittman he's been under the weather all week and, just hasn't been able to practice, so we helped him out. 285, of course, we've been open all through the year here with our heavyweight. And then at 195, our 8th grader, Jacob Emerson, he had to make a decision last week to either wrestle in the middle school state championships up in Pierre or, continue here with us. He could still practice. But once you're in that, it eliminates you from any high school competition. So he is out at the 195. But, going to our seated wrestlers at 138, we got what we wanted there in terms of Michael Rowe being the number 2 seed. We were a little concerned, is it going to be 2-3? Not that it's a huge deal, but again, he's going to be the 2 seed today. Alex Mentzner, number 1 seed, just a fabulous wrestler, and we're hoping that Michael has a chance in the championship. Reaching that, but he'll have some work to do, of course, before that. To wrestle Mentzner. So, we're right where we want to be with Michael at 145 and 152. Those were kind of the ones we were concerned about. Are we going to get 4 or 5 seed? And we got what we wanted there. Padraig Fulton is the 5 seed there, and he will wrestle much like he had last year. He has to wrestle a Yankton kid, Jolton Reimanitz Hahn. They have met twice this year. They have split. So it's just like a 4 or 5 seed would normally be. It's going to be a good matchup, and the first match is so critically important here in the region. If you can win that one, you haven't punched your ticket, but you certainly have enhanced your odds of going to the state tournament. So that's a big match for us there at 145. And then at 152, Caleb Emerson, same scenario there. He has defeated Chase Howe from Yankton. Caleb is the 4 seed here for us, and Howe a 5 seed. So again, a big matchup there for us there in that first round, and we're hoping that we can get both of those here today, and that certainly enhances the odds for both Padraig and Caleb to punch their ticket to the state tournament. And then at 182, we didn't know Raleigh French 1 or 2 seed. He did get the 1 seed, and coaches recognize Raleigh's ability and how he's wrestled this year. And of course, he was out for about a 3-week period there after he slashed his chin open and had 13 stitches. So set him back a little bit, but he's on track now, and I think wrestling very well. And he will have a bye, as will Michael Robe. And you and I have discussed off air about buys. How they get them. It's computer generated, but most importantly, you kind of like to wrestle that first round just to get the jitters or the anxiety out of your system there. But again, Raleigh will buy into the semis there, and then he'll either wrestle Elijah Chunky, familiar name there in the Brandon Valley lineup. Of course, his older brother has been a stalwart at the heavyweight position, or Tristan Butler from Lennox. So that's a 4-5 matchup there that he'll wrestle one of those guys. And then the rest of our wrestlers, they were just not seeded wrestlers, and, we knew that going in. We have a young squad, but, it's a great opportunity. Anything can happen in the region. You never know about injuries. There's upsets all the time. So it's a great experience for our young guys that, have been with us all year, and we hope that we can, maybe pull some upsets here. Connor Madsen at 220, of course, more of a veteran wrestler, but, he has a tough go. He was not seeded here, and it's a, kind of a stacked weight class, that 220. But, again, anything can happen, and it wrestles out to 5th and 6th as well. Reason being is that if you're a 5th place winner in the region, and for some reason, either injury, sickness, whatever might happen, let's say a 4th place wrestler from any region, you may have an opportunity to go to state. And when they implemented this the first year, a Dakota Valley wrestler that got 5th in our region ended up wrestling in the state tournament because somebody got injured during the week or had sickness or something to that effect. So you wrestle out to 5th, 6th here in this region, and so a lot of wrestling here action up at Brandon Valley today.
Once again, that was the Coach Culver giving us an update on what we should expect from his wrestling team. Now, looking back at what we've seen so far and the results that are coming in, Caleb Emerson, Raleigh French, Michael Robe, and Patrick Fulton are all on to what looks like the state tournament. Unofficial results, but taking a look at everything we've seen so far come in, it looks like those 4 wrestlers are on to the state tournament. We'll get a full update from the coach, Gary Culver, yet to come up here during the broadcast. Tonight's broadcast here on Vermillion Tanagers Live and Parker Pheasants Live is brought to you by Weeman Land and Auction. Whether you have land, farm equipment, personal property, or anything else of value, when the decision is made to sell, consider putting all of your resources and years of experience to work for you. Give them a call or send them an email or stop in and see their staff, and they will answer any questions you may have with Weeman Land and Auction. Tonight's broadcast on Parker Pheasants Live is also brought to you by New Gen Energy, Brandy's Custom Cakery, Total Stop, and Grunewald Construction. we're going to step aside. And when we come back, it's head coach John Brooks of the Vermillion girls. That is on the way next here on Live Ticket TV.
All high school seniors. Not sure what your next step is? Consider Dakota Wesleyan University's Learn and Earn program located in Pierre. Current students in the Learn and Earn program are thriving. That's because the Learn and Earn program is different. Take classes on a flexible schedule at the Capital City campus and intern with a Pierre area business for a paid work experience. Scholarships are available. Visit dwu.edu/Learn and Earn today.
Weeman Land and Auction, just outside of Marion, is your home for buying and selling almost anything. Whether it's buying or selling your land, home, farm, business, farm equipment, or other personal property, they are here to make that process a little bit easier. There's no job too big or too small. Ready to purchase or ready to sell? Find it all at WeemanAuction.com. And be sure to check out regular auctions happening every week with Weeman Auction. As we're getting closer, tip-off between the Vermillion Tanagers and the Parker Pheasants in the final game of the season for both teams on the girls' side at least. It's time to get to our coaches' conversation with head coach John Brooks. His girls coming in ranked number 2nd in the media polls, 18-1 overall, 6-0 inside Region 4, and of course the DAC 12 champions finishing 10-0. What have the girls been up to in the past week? Yes, it's been officially a week since we last saw the game against Irene Wakanda where the Vermillion girls dominated. So what has the week been looking like, and how do they prepare for Parker Pheasants team that they're going to see once again on Tuesday? Here he is on our pregame show. It's head coach John Brooks. Well, Coach Brooks says you get set for the final game of the season against the Parker Pheasants. First off, it's been a week. Did you go on vacation? What have you been up to this past week?
Yeah, it's been nice not having to cram 3 games into a week. Time to settle in and get some practice time in. We kind of had a fun night on Monday night where we got a little conditioning quickly after school, and actually went out to the Peach Ranch and had the girls hit some golf balls on the simulator and play some games out there. And then we came back to the 4th and 5th grade girls practice that night and had our girls kind of help them out for a little while. So just a nice thing for us to just kind of relax a little bit, and then obviously got 3 good practices in leading up to our last game here against Parker.
Oh my goodness, I got to ask the question, who's the best at hitting the golf club?
Caitlin Tracy. Caitlin Tracy's on the golf team, so we had a long drive competition, and Caitlin took it down. So she is our long drive champion.
I feel like that was a stupid question. I should have known the answer to that one, of course, with what her father and brother have done as well. Okay, otherwise, how else was practice been? Did it seem like a lot less, I don't want to say lax, but just maybe a little bit more getting back to the fundamentals and going through what the next couple of weeks are going to be like for postseason?
Yeah, you just kind of try to tighten some things up, and then we added a few things, a couple of little wrinkles and a few sets that we can use heading into region time that teams haven't seen. So gave us some good practice time to really kind of review exactly what we want to do, and like I said, put those new things in, and then focus on Parker. We're going to get them 2 games in a row here. We're going to get them the last game of the regular season tonight. We're going to get them at our place on Tuesday in the first round of region. So really kind of focusing in on them and exactly how we want to play them.
Yeah, we're going to talk more about this Parker matchup here in just a moment. Something else that I kind of thought was interesting to see was we know this season has had its ups and downs when it comes to injuries, some bumps and bruises along the way. How are the girls doing, especially Brooklyn Voss, after she went down in practice what appeared to be an ankle injury? Is she doing better?
Yeah, luckily for us, we're pretty dang healthy right now. That's a good thing. And Brooklyn went down a little bit, just tweaked that ankle again, but she's been back in practice and is full goal, ready to go tonight. So knock on wood that we can keep kids healthy here tonight and be full strength heading into regions next week.
All right, here we go. The Parker Pheasants. I got to ask you the famous football question because we see this in the NFL all the time. If you're going to see that team right away in the postseason, or maybe even things break your way, you don't. have the full team out there. You maybe don't try as hard. Are there things that you're going to do against Parker that are going to look different tonight than coming up next Tuesday with that chance that we know you're going to see them again quickly to start the region playoffs?
Yeah, we have a few different things that we'll do against them, and hopefully we can give them some different looks from this game to the next game. But it still comes down to winning the basketball game, and we'll do what we need to do tonight to win the game. And hopefully we can do that, accomplish that goal with the game plan that we have it set in for tonight. And we'll take some things that we like from tonight, and then we'll hopefully be able to add a few more things for Tuesday when we see them again in the first round of region.
Well, we also talk about this in the schedule for your team. It has been extremely easy compared to what this entire season has been like for the schedule. You got a dominating win against Irene Wakanda. Nothing against Parker, but we're looking to see another big victory for your team. Does that worry you at all as you get ready for the later portion of the region tournament and hopefully make it into the SODAC 16?
Well, I think this time of the year, if you have some time to practice and get some rest, I think that is important. And but you also, like I said, want to be playing competitive games. But our message to our girls: we're trying to play our best 32 minutes every time we step on the floor this time of the year. It doesn't matter who your opponent is, individually and as a team. We need everybody's best effort, and that is a big focus against Parker here tonight. And I know, like I said, we've kind of been off all week, so our girls are ready to get on the court and play again.
You talk about getting back onto the court. It's something that we continue to look at so far with this team all season long is their offensive presence. Who is going to be continuing to step up? How much was that stressed on this week in practice to start to build on that? And really, if you want to show your best basketball skills, now is the time to do so.
Yeah, and just gaining confidence. We saw a lot of kids score against Irene Wakanda. We're trying to carry that into practice. Did a lot of shooting during this week and trying to see kids see the ball going through the hoop. And we can defend like crazy every single game, but if we're not scoring the basketball, it doesn't help us a whole lot. So we got to be ready to score. We need all of our kids scoring it, being aggressive and looking for their shots. And when they get them, hopefully we, starting next week, we're going to be at home, and hopefully we knock them down on our home hoop.
There he is, head coach John Brooks on the pregame show talking about this matchup tonight and what the girls have been up to with their week off. Again, just building more and more consistency and grabbing a lot of momentum as we head to the end portion of this season. But before we get any further into officially tipping this one off, it is a very special tonight here at Parker High School as it is senior night. Let's turn it over to Ryan Weeman, who has more about these seniors for the Parker Pheasant girls basketball team.
Well, I think they're just announcing the cheerleading squad right away first. First one was Allison Nankiville. She's a senior here on the cheerleading. Then they had Jolene Milkey. And coming out here first for the basketball players was Caitlin Lively. Following her here to the center court is senior Janae Olson, accompanied by her parents.
Number 13, Hope Larson. Parents TJ and Amber Larson.
Izzy Means coming up here next as she's entering the center court.
And number 22, Taryn Fuller.
Parents are Jamie and Angie. And here coming to the center is Hope Larson. Parents Amber and TJ Larson.
We would like to thank all the seniors and their parents.
And the last one, Taryn Fuller. Coming up here, parents Dave Fuller and Nikki Whiting. Kind of a nice way to cap off the end of the season here with Parents' Night. Oh, the Olsons are making a statement here tonight with their Jackrabbits flag.
Making some comments out there, but as you mentioned, very special night as well for senior night. We're going to see this with the boys as well coming up and taking some pictures there, as you mentioned, with the South Dakota State flag. Is family from USD or to go to USD as well a little bit?
All of my in-laws go, yes, Coyotes.
Okay.
So my wife being from Vermillion, and her and her brothers all graduated from USD, and then along came myself here, SDSU Jackrabbit, graduate of 2002, and needless to say, I kind of been the black sheep in the family. But little fun fact here, I kind of didn't win the war, but I won a battle here. Our oldest nephew, Tyler Iverson, which would be my brother-in-law Mark Iverson's oldest, he attended to SDSU this fall here for engineering, so we're happy to have another jackrabbit in the family.
There we go. Well, we're going to keep it right here as we turn our mics over to the national anthem playing here at Parker High School. The tip is coming up moments away between Vermillion and Parker. On what is a very special night here at Parker High School. On senior night, it's time to get into some varsity hoops as Vermillion so far has cleaned out Parker 2-0 in JV action earlier here on Live Ticket TV. But now it's time to get to the games that actually go down on record. Two teams that are set to battle coming up on Tuesday in the first round of the Region Plus. The question is, how much do we see the firepower for tonight? Let's meet our starting five for both the Vermillion Tanagers and the Parker Pheasants. We will begin with the visitor tonight, the Vermillion Tanagers. And of course, if you follow along with Vermillion, it is the same starting five that we have seen a majority of the season. Tonight's starting five will be number 1, Casey Hansen, the 5'8" sophomore guard. Number 15, Leah Herbster, the 6'1" senior center. Number 21, Brooklyn Voss, the 5'11" junior guard. Number 22, Janaea Cleveland, the 5'8" junior guard. And finally, number 33, Brooke Jensen, the 6'1" sophomore guard. We will pay attention to Brooklyn Voss tonight, who did pick up an injury on practice during Tuesday to her ankle that she has aggravated a couple of times this season. The Vermillion Tanagers come in 18-1, overall 6-0 inside the region, and 10-0 DAC-12 champions. Coaches John Brooks, along with assistant coaches Doug Hansen, Carly Jensen, and also Kelly Knutson are the coaches for the Vermillion Tanagers. For the Parker Pheasants, their starting five will be number 12, Janae Olson, the 5'11" senior forward. Number 13, Hope Larson, the 5'7" senior guard. Number 21, Katie Bielas, the 6'1" senior center. Number 22, Tyron Fuller, the 5'7" senior guard. And finally, number 23, Parker Lessman, the 5'6" junior guard. Again, the Pheasants come in overall 2-16. 0-4 in Region 4 play. They don't play all teams in the region, and 2-5 in the Big East. Head coach is Jay Sanner, along with assistant coach Dave Fuller for the Parker Pheasants. And we are set and ready to roll here on this senior night for the Parker Pheasants. And again, what is officially wrapping up the season as well for Parker, both on the girls and boys side. Now, the boys did not need to end their season tonight, but just due to weather and everything that worked out, it actually played in favor for the Parker Pheasants to wrap up their season this evening on the boys side. side. We'll talk more about that coming up. But again, these two teams are set to battle. The other game that we're going to be paying attention for tonight is the Elk Point Jefferson T area game. Those two teams are also playing tonight. And all that determines that is who is going to be the 4 seed and who is going to be the 5 seed. More specifically, who's going to be playing at home and who will be on the road of the first round of the region. And no offense, Parker Pheasants fans, we are expecting Vermillion to win in the first round of the regions. And then the question will be, will you get T or Elk Point Jefferson? Meeting this center circle, the opening tap is won by Katie Belas, and the Parker Pheasants begin with the first possession. Cole Larsch is our producer. Ryan Weeman sitting right next to me. Heath Nimke filling in for Shane Merrill. A quick turnover. And Ryan, in this basketball game, you certainly need to get settled in right away if you're the Parker Pheasants.
That's exactly. Got to attack the hoop, try to get a couple early ones there to get the ball rolling. Both sides of our ball for boys and girls, we've had a hard time trying to get the lid off the basket. So get a few baskets here, playing an up-tempo team like the Tanagers. We're just going to want to be able to bring it to them the fastest we can and just try to give them the best push we can.
And what's so scary, you guys sit back in a zone and say, all right, come at us. And that just sets up nicely for the Vermillion Tanagers because they're going to swing it around as they find quickly Janaea Cleveland. She'll shoot the 3. This one's off the mark. Brooke Jensen battling inside for the rebound. She's got 2-3 different Pheasants around her. They eventually call the jump ball. It will keep possession arrow favoring the Vermillion Tanagers. Of course, the Tanagers in their traditional away uniforms, all in red, with the shoulders that are in white, numbers and letters that are in white, outlined by black. The Pheasants in their all white uniforms, numbers and letters that are in blue, outlined by red. Voss has it as she makes her move, kicks it over to Janaea Cleveland, underneath to Leah Herbster, back out Voss, straightaway 3, cashes it in. Brooklyn Voss gets the lid off the bucket for the Vermillion Tanagers. Of course, Brooklyn was busy this past weekend as well. For once, Vermillion girls didn't play on a weekend, but she found herself on the volleyball court, her other love. She has still yet to really commit, her parents said, to which sport she loves more. She just loves them both the same and will play as often as she possibly can. It's the Parker Pheasants have in the front court with Lessman. They get it to the top of the key now with Belas inside. Kick back out, foot on the line of far 2. This one's off the mark. Battle for the rebound. Ball goes out of bounds. It will stay with the Parker Pheasants.
Lessman here to inbound for the Pheasants.
3-0, 6:45, first quarter. As Coach Jay already shouting out instructions. Of course, very, very involved as well with the JV team. Pheasants will reset as they bring it back to the Pheasant logo, which is beautifully kind of in that different color wood, just like you see inside the perimeter darker wood, so you can indicate a lot easier where the three-point line begins and ends at. Another turnover. The Pheasants already have 2 in the ball game. Vermillion forces teams into an average of 28 turnovers a ball game. Jensen inside the lane. Jumper for her is off the heel of the iron. She wants to hit right away. Of course, she averages just over 14 points a ball. 6:06 first quarter. Voss's three-pointer is the only thing that separates us right now on the scoreboard, as it's over in the coffin corner, and then just fumbling it away there was Olsen. Quickly, the Tanagers press the other way with Jensen. Pull-up jumper for her off the heel, but this time falls through. And it's 2 points for Brooke Jensen. Vermillion quickly leads 5-0. And again, Vermillion does want to make quick work of the Pheasants tonight. They don't want to give the Pheasants any kind of doubt that they have a chance next Tuesday. Again, that's when the region playoffs begin. Jumper is off the mark, rebounded by Casey Hansen. And maybe you don't necessarily hear the crowd rocking yet, Ryan, but you're certainly going to hear the crowd in the other birdcage next Tuesday.
They get a little fired up down there in Vermillion, do they?
Especially when the basketball teams are good. That place gets rocking. It gets loud. And as Coach Jay also mentioned when I was talking to him earlier, that band, pep band, really gets going in that 15-minute warm-up period. It can certainly get rocking in your head. You notice the pregame conversations? There's a reason why we always have those pregame conversations.
Yes.
Can't necessarily hear each other with the pep band that is going. Foul is called against the Parker Pheasants as the first free throw is good for Brooke Jensen. She now has 3 points in the ball game. By the way, the foul was called there on Fuller, picking up her first personal and the first team foul. Second free throw, this one is good as well. So Brooke Jensen, after she missed her first shot, has answered back nicely. 4 points here in the ball game, 7-0, 5:08 first quarter. As the Pheasants try to find some space along the far sideline as we see it in front of the home fans that again have piled in here on senior night, and also some special banners up for auction inside, left wide open, and Casey Hansen comes back to play help defense, gets herself in trouble, and Olsen is headed to the free throw line.
Janae, a pretty good free throw shooter. I guess that she's probably one of the better ones we have here along with Lessman, so she's our top scorer along with Miss Lessman as well, so we see a lot of good things in our offense from those two players.
Olsen able to hit the first free throw, making now the score 7-1, 4:56 first quarter. Second free throw is up, and this one is off the mark again. Cole Larsh, our producer. Ryan Weeman right next to me. I'm Heath Nimke filling in for Shane Merrill, who will be with us coming up on Tuesday inside the other birdcage, if we will. I asked Ryan that earlier. Is this called anything? And all of a sudden we saw birdcage across the opposite side. Three-pointer good for Brooke Jensen. She now has the last 7 points for the Vermillion Tanagers. It's 10-1, 4:31 first quarter. And trying to make the drive along baseline, and a whistle is called. And my goodness, that's the only downside for the Vermillion Tanagers, is Casey Hansen is in foul trouble, as she now picks up her second personal. Both team fouls have been against Casey Hansen. As they get it in, trying to back her way in, Olsen has it knocked out of her hand, kick back out, quick three-pointer, catch and shoot, good. This one
Taryn
is
Fuller for three.
Gets it on the catch and shoot three. A nice look for her, not to waste any time there, Ryan.
Well, they're going to need to be aggressive on offense.
Herbster inside.
Vilas with the rebound.
Had a look, was not able to connect with it. 10-4, 4:02 first quarter. As the Parker Pheasants quickly press in the front court, this time with Lessman, who just came up with the rebound, as Ryan mentioned. Kick it now over to Larson. Larson, the left-handed dribble, picks it up. Parker Pheasants again want to try to find something inside right now. Vermillion playing a little bit of man-to-man defense. The drive, tries to split by the double team, shot off balance for Hope Larson and goes out of bounds. And Ron, we talked about this hockey change, and this is where we see Vermillion is able to beat up on a lot of teams. 4 different girls come in, as Vermillion will keep one starter out there on the court, which is Brooke Jensen, the leading scorer for the Tanagers with 7 points. But this 4 that just came on can score at ease as well. As a couple of them actually started this season. And of course, you have Ruvers, the 7th grader, who's just been dynamite all season long. Speaking of a former starter, three-pointer for Livy Regneris. This is off the mark, but it's an offensive rebound, trying to put it back up
by
there.
Vilas right there.
Just gets in there, and as you mentioned, knocked it away.
That's the difference that we were talking about, Vilas in there. She'll get a couple blocks. She's going to get rebounds. She might get a double-double just off of rebounds and blocks in a game.
The drive and the whistle called, and this will be against the Vermillion Tanagers. And this will be called against Chandler Cleveland, picking up her first personal and the third team foul. 10-4, 3 minutes remaining in the first quarter. Quickly inside and off the glass. Couldn't get the shot to fall there was Olsen. And then a jump ball call. Possession arrow will still favor, though, the Pheasants. 2:56 first quarter, so Pheasants will have a second opportunity after the jump ball was called. It will be Parker Lessman to inbound. Quickly gets it into the streaking Fuller. She can't get her shot to go. She's asking the officials for a foul. Not going to get anything called. We have to be careful. We saw on Tuesday someone else asked for a foul in the boys' game and got himself a technical along the way by doing that. And now they say Jensen steps out of bounds.
Got a technical for asking for the foul, huh?
We believe there might have been some other words that were said along the way.
Well, that does happen.
He looked over to the official, said foul, and then all of a sudden we saw a T come a few moments later, and we want to say he wasn't maybe directing at anything at the ref, but something just kind of came up along the way.
It wasn't all sign language.
Right. And now a timeout is called by Coach Sanner there for the Parker Pheasants. We'll keep it right here on Live Ticket TV, as tonight's broadcast is brought to you by Topgum Dental of Parker. They take great pride in their dental work. They place an emphasis in smile development and a high-quality tooth restorations. Dr. Hunstad is actively involved in continuing education and dentistry and has an emphasis in orthodontic education. and restorative dentistry as well. If you need work done to your mouth, take it to Topgum Dental in Parker. Tonight's broadcast is also brought to you by the Vermillion Boosters, who want to spotlight Heine Seed Company tonight. Heine Seed Farms is a farming family seed company, has been in the industry for over 30 years. Corn producers always look for alternatives and maximizing their return on investment. So when you're looking for the right seed, make sure you talk to the 3 guys at the Heine Seed Company, as they'll be more than glad to help you find the right seed for your next adventure. 10-4, 2:28, first quarter. After Coach Jay calls the timeout, the Pheasants still within this basketball game, only trailing by 6, but throw it inside the lane in just a simple turnover. Doty quickly gets it up to Brooke Jensen. Jensen stops, kicks back out to Claire Doty. Rainbow pass over to Roovers. Roovers along the wing, bounce pass to Cleveland. Cleveland back out to now Livy Regnaris. Claire Doty with 18 seconds on the shot clock. Vermillion working it around to all 5 girls. It's back with Roovers once again. Roovers drives in, kicks back out, step out three-pointer. Doty cashes it in. The senior hits a three-pointer off the bench, and it's almost turned right back over by the Pheasants. As Parker tries to trade threes the opposite way, able to do so with Fuller. She hits her second 3 of the ball game. She has 6 points, 13-7, 90 seconds remaining in this first quarter. So Livy Regnaris, who has it inside to Cleveland, bounce pass to Jensen. She'll put up the jumper. This one is off the mark. Fight for the rebound.
Olsen with the rebound.
Her 3rd rebound of the ball game for the Parker Pheasants. As we mentioned, leading scorer, and also a great rebounder. She drives and a foul is called. This will go against Claire Doty.
Gonna call an offensive foul here.
Charging foul on that.
Oh, do they? I apologize. So Olsen picks up the foul instead. Second team foul. 1:12. First quarter, 13-7. As Vermillion again has been using a majority of their second team as they've been into this late first quarter. Claire Doty has along the wing, back to the top as they get it with Roovers. Now with Livy Regnaris. Regnaris back to Chandler Cleveland. Around the perimeter, the Tanagers go once again. Voss entered in at the last dead ball. She's the only starter replacing Brooke Jensen. The 7th grader misses this shot, kick back out. Now, we didn't see Roovers play in the JV game. They held her back just to play some varsity action earlier. Doty, the fresh shot clock down to now 22 seconds. Under 35 seconds remaining in this first quarter. In the lane, Cleveland the jumper. She hits. Vermillion has now gotten 4 different scores, and they're up by 8, 15-7. Under 20 seconds remaining in the first quarter. The right-handed dribble put down by Parker Lessman as they kick it over to the wing. Trying to get it inside. The drive off the glass and good for 2. Parker Lessman gets her first 2 points. 15-9. 4 seconds. Roovers kicks to the corner. Regnaris the three-pointer. This one misses everything as it's too strong. And that's the end of quarter number 1 as Vermillion leads at 15-9. As we head to quarter number 2. That comes up in 60 seconds here on Parker Pheasants Live and Vermillion Tanagers Live.
Whether it's dusk or dawn, the Farm Mutual Group of South Dakota has you covered. They are your local insurance company that has been around for 140 years. Since 1883, they have been putting their neighbors first and will continue to do so. They carry farm, crop, business, home, and auto insurance. Give Andrew or Ryan a call today at 605-583-4211 to see how they can help you with your insurance needs and go the extra mile to save you money.
What if we said a bank isn't a place to lock up money? It's a place to set it free. What if the point of banking wasn't to bank at all, but to put your ideas to work? What if your bank asked, what if, a little more? Well, what if we told you we do? We're American Bank and Trust, where what if meets why not? If you're ready to change what you get out of banking, start a relationship with us. What if you made the move today?
(15-9) as we begin quarter number 2 here on Live Ticket TV. had this partnership with Parker Pheasants, part of the Live Ticket TV family we always talk about in 70-plus schools across the state of South Dakota. Parker joined us this past August, just like the Vermillion Tangers did. And we'll have to get into this interesting story coming up here in just a moment as we're back underway. Vermillion has a majority of their starters back out as Roovers, the non-starter currently out there, forces over a pass and it's turned over.
Takes it away there.
Ryan, I didn't know if you were going to join the broadcast this year or not. You kind of made it mention in August that you didn't know if you were going to or not.
Yeah, well, they had enough help for football and volleyball season, and then when Coach Sanner here took over the girls' squad, he would have been helping with this, and they needed a fill-in, and I said I'd come help one night, and I think I did most of them. So,
well, we appreciate having you on. Straight away 3, this one off the mark. Offensive rebound, Leah Herbster goes back up, but she's fouled, and we'll head to the free throw line. So you're saying you enjoy it then?
Oh, yeah, this is good. It's a good point of view and vantage point to be able to talk about it, and you really get to break down the girls and boys here and what we're doing here in Parker basketball. And I really like it because I think the kids get to go back and watch the videos.
Yes.
And that's a huge thing for them. I mean, a lot of times, that wasn't something we had 10 years ago. These kids, right after the game, they're at home watching, breaking it down, seeing that good shot, looking at, we had a couple nail biters this year that ended in overtime. I think they got watched as much after the live broadcast as they did before. So I think it's just a great tool for these young men and women to be able to go back and see what they're doing, and hopefully for the younger ones that are coming back next year, just being able to improve on some of their skill set.
Yeah, you talk about it. It's as much for the fan out there as it is for the players that just get to go back and enjoy this and not making it private. Some industries out there say make these video private. We don't want other people to see it, but there's so many other different ways coaches get filmed nowadays that it's all about the kids when they want to go back and watch this anytime. Then you add the commentating in, it makes it a little bit better as well.
Yeah, and as a broken record here, as you're seeing, we're starting the second period here. Parker has 9 and Vermillion has 17. Us as the Parker Pheasant squad, we need to continue to get better looks at the basket and continue to shoot because we're on pace now. If we score 9 in 4 periods, we're at 36 points. That's just not enough to beat squads like the Tanagers here that are really reeling for a state championship.
Quick 3 by Voss after a huge block by Jensen goes out of bounds. And you mentioned as well, 15-9, you said you were a little bit maybe surprised, but Vermillion historically this season, the first quarter has been the worst. A lot of times it's the second, third quarters where they're able to pull away from teams. So it will be interesting, as you mentioned. Even if Vermillion doesn't necessarily put up a whole bunch of points in the second or third quarter, they really rely on their defense. And there's a good look.
Vilas for 2.
As Katie gets her first points of the night. And even go back to that first quarter, out of the 9 points that Parker scored, 2 of them coming from beyond the three-point line. And Janaea Cleveland answers the scoring that her sister did the first quarter, her first points of the evening. Vermillion now 6 different scores, here in the ball game. And it's up to 22-11, 5:45, second quarter. And again, we're seeing right now a lot more of man defense, and Cole Larsh can attest to this, Ryan. Something we really haven't seen Vermillion come out yet is play the press, and that's I feel going to be saved for that game number 2.
Really no reason to have to press here in this game. I believe that if they play their game and continue to do their stuff, they're going to be able to just wear out the Pheasants, but
what do you think of that, Ryan, trying to save some things before you see this team again in the first round of the region playoffs?
Well, I suppose you got to be able to disguise a few things.
Of course, John Brooks, when it comes to postseason, always adds a few more wrinkles. As Voss drives in, is able to finish off her shot. She's fouled. And the old-fashioned three-point play is upcoming as Vermillion now has doubled up the Parker Pheasants, 22-11, 5:19, second quarter. And Voss will toe the line. A free throw is up and good for Voss. She now has 6 points in the ball game. By the way, the foul was called against Hope Larson, picking up her first personal and the 4th team foul. Both teams have 4 team fouls here in the ball game. 5:15, second quarter. The Parker Pheasants get it across the timeline with Olsen as they work it on that far side with now Larson. Only 2 points so far for Parker. Compare that to Vermillion of already 8, so 8-2 outscoring. And again, against number 2 in Class A, can't allow that to happen.
No, we went up to Volga and Sioux Valley there last week, and they have 2 good clubs up there too. And you can have a couple different trains of thought there. When we were playing varsity boys, they come out and we're just going to put a working on us, and they pressed us till they were beating us by 50. So it's a couple different coaching styles in the way there, but at the end of the day, that can work against teams that are a little bit lesser foes. But if you want to play against teams that match up to you, they'll end up breaking that press and make you pay sometimes.
Yeah, and that's always an interesting question you bring up too. When teams get up big, when is enough? And some coaches, they say, hey, this is a reason why we play varsity basketball. And sometimes you just got to go your full 32. And yeah, sometimes it doesn't always necessarily look respectable at the end of the night. And feelings do get hurt along the way in those games as a missed shot underneath the basket.
My feelings don't get hurt. I tell the boys to go out there and play till the last buzzer, and if they're going to take the lane, they're going to have to earn every bit that they got. I mean, that doesn't mean that you have to just give them everything.
Missed shot there and a putback, as you mentioned. Jenna gets her first points of the evening for the Parker Pheasants. If they're going to keep out their varsity, keep out with them and just compete tough, because it only makes you a tougher ball club. 3-pointer for Janaea Cleveland. Vermillion just can't be stopped. Cleveland hits her second 3-pointer of the ball game. The Cleveland sisters have combined for 8. And quickly the score, 26-13, 3:56. Here this second quarter, a foul that is called against Janaea, picking up now her first personal in the 5th team foul.
Fun fact for you there, the Cleveland girls' mother and my wife actually went to school at Northern State back in the 90s and played basketball together up there. So they got a long time history between those families.
If you say it loud enough, she might just hear it. Last time I looked, Miss Cleveland was just off to the right of us here in the broadcast booth. Quick 3-pointer from Jenna. This one's off the mark. Rebounded by Claire Doty. And of course, Janaea and Chandler have just been a part of this varsity team now for the past couple of years.
Yeah.
Jumper is good. That's what makes this another tough Vermillion team now, as well as this year they have 3 seniors. Last year only 1 senior, but still a lot of youth a part of this group too.
Sport's pretty important in the Cleveland girls family as well, with their grandpa Dave Gaspin, longtime amateur pitcher out of Canova, South Dakota. They were pretty competitive all them years.
And you got to watch the younger boys as well as baseball.
Yeah.
I mean, they excel in all sports, but baseball is certainly one that they're going to be paying attention to over the next few years as well.
They have a couple cousins that are up in Sioux Falls that can play pretty well too.
28-13, 15-point lead, 3:10. A kick out to the wing. Back to the top, they work it. Now to the opposite wing, the Pheasants trying to get it inside. Ball handled for a moment, but Caitlin loses it out of bounds, and they'll give it back to the Vermillion Tanagers as Coach Sanders starting to use a little bit more of his bench, kind of trying to find that right groove for his girls.
Yep. We're pretty familiar, too, with Brooke Jensen as well, with her mother being a Wakanda grad back down in the day, me being from Marion, and that was a long time standing kind of rivalry. We were pretty good back in the 90s in basketball, and they were really good at basketball. There wasn't many that could get by the Wakanda girls, but and I think it was 1995, we had a pretty good club out of Marion, and we actually beat Wakanda and went to state, and they were the number 1 team in the state that year, and we beat them by 1.
Wow.
In the Marion gym. It was a pretty big deal. So a lot of basketball history here, and that's old B basketball, and that was the days we were playing in little gyms, and they were loud and they were hot, and it was quite an experience.
Plenty of history, as you mentioned, between these teams and what their families have to offer. 28-13, 2:36 second quarter. As we see another team foul. 6 team fouls on the Parker Pheasants. The latest one called against Lessman, picking up her first, and now coming back into the ball game.
And Brooks' grandpa Flynn actually Parker grad.
Yep.
So they all grew up here in Parker, so kind of got a little ties that way too.
The things you learn along the way, right?
Knowledge that doesn't need to be known, but it's kind of fun to pass on. South Dakota bingo. We can tie everybody together.
There you go, right? Have that on the bingo card for tonight. Can cross it off. 2:05 remaining in this first half. It's 28-13. Parker has only scored 4 points now here in this second quarter. They have 3 seconds on the shot clock. Get it down to the block, and this one up good for Belos there. Katie now has 4 points in the ball game.
She can do well down there if you can get it into her being 6'1" like that. She doesn't do anything too fancy, can just get them into the basket.
Regneris thought about taking the shot straight away. Now goes with a wing three-pointer from Brooke Jensen. This one is off the mark. Fight for the rebound, and a jump ball is called. Possession arrow does favor the Vermillion Tangers as Voss is back on, and Jensen's off. She already has 9 points here in the first half. The Vermillion Tangers leading it 28-15. Have opened it up a little bit more into this second quarter. The drive and a shot and a jump ball. No, foul called instead.
Guess being a hometown person there, I thought she got a lot of ball there.
And they're going to call the foul now on Katie, picking up her first personal. And the 7th team foul, they do call it a shooting foul, so Leah Herbster will shoot too.
Coach Sander down there trying to plead his case.
And first free throw rattles around a little bit for Leah Herbster, but it falls through. She has now 3 points in the ball game. You get a little bit of a piece of your mind. You get a little bit of leeway there.
You bet.
Second free throw. This one is good for Leah Herbster. She has 4 points in the ball game. Again, congratulations to Leah on committing to play at the next level as well. She's going to go to the state of Iowa and play at Simpson College. The drive, Claire Doty was trying to take a charge inside, and now
Jenna Van Velzen on the foul, I believe number 4.
Yeah, looked like she was just trying to tie it back up, but they're going to say a 1-and-1 upcoming as Jenna picks up her first. An 8th team foul now on the Parker Pheasants. Another substitution as Olsen will come out. Caitlin will come back in.
Yep.
30-15, 123 second quarter. Leah Herbster spins it in her hand, throws up the free throw, gets it, nothing but nylon. She now has 5 points here in the ball game. And will shoot another on the 1-and-1. 31-15, 123. As we mentioned, 15 points for the Vermillion Tangers in that first quarter, already now 16. Second free throw, this one is good as well. The opposite side of that, 9 points for the Parker Pheasants in that first quarter, just 6 so far in this second quarter. They try to find a little bit of scoring here towards the end, and
Westman can do that all night. She likes to be aggressive and drive to the hole, and right there, if you leave off of her, she'll just take you right there.
Now has 4 points in the ball game. As Vermillion works it back to the top with Claire Doty over to Livy Regneris. Bounce pass to Leah Herbster, back to Livy. Livy picks up the dribble to Claire Doty. Cleveland, baseline, under a minute left to play. Cleveland drives in, had her shot partially deflected, back out to Voss. Her jumper is off the mark, and it will be trying to say by Voss. She just throws it up in the air, starts laughing. Leah Herbster has a giggle with it as well. Slips every once in a while. Trying to save it, make an acrobatic move. Whoops.
Yep. It is amazing what some of these high school athletes can do, though. I mean, get vertical and get horizontal at the same time and grab a ball that looks like it's way out of bounds.
Another quick jumper by Parker Lessman. She quickly has a 4-0 run for the Parker Pheasants, 32-19. Under 30 remaining in this half.
She's a nice piece of our puzzle for the Pheasants for next year. Controlling the ball. She's just a junior. She's going to be back, and we're going to be able to build around that. Have Belos back at 6'1", and in the center there. Plus, we got a lot of supporting staff that's coming back in here to play. We should be able to build on that.
Do lose 5 seniors, as you mentioned as well, earlier when it comes to senior night celebration there.
We have 2 wins this year. Last year we had 1, so we're just kind of working our way back into this thing a little bit here.
And as you mentioned, having that new gym as well is going to be a big key piece to building the youth program here at Parker.
Well, we got a lot of things going on in this main gym, so every morning at 6 o'clock there's a varsity club or the 7th and 8th graders in this gym that are practicing, because that's the only time we can get the gym space in order to get it done.
A quick three-pointer. This one is good for Parker Lessman. Wow, 7 in a row for her. And it brings it up to just a 10-point lead for the Vermillion Tangers. Not able to get up a last-second shot is Vermillion. And Parker Lessman by herself makes things a little interesting as we head to halftime. Vermillion again leads it by 10 at 32-22. Ryan, what'd you think of the first half there?
Well, I thought that they were kind of maybe having a hard time scoring there, but they were able to get Lessman, really put it on her shoulders and started playing. I definitely thought this could have been more than a 10-point spread going into half. So as far as Pheasants fans go, this is a win for us. We'll come out of there, and these girls have had a little bit of a tendency here late in the season to come back out and have a little excitement and flair to them. So we'll see once what they do. At least put a little pressure on the Tanagers.
I would definitely say the pressure's on, at least if Parker Lessman hasn't put it on. 7 straight in a row for the Parker Pheasants. Again, Vermillion does lead at halftime, 32-22. We're going to step aside. We're back with the first half statistics and more. That's on the way next here on Parker Pheasants Live and Vermillion Tanagers Live.
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Agraria Insurance Company, protecting what's important in life. Contact your local Agraria Insurance Company agent.
Everyone at Total Stop are big sports fans. And they want to wish the very best to the participating teams and their loyal fans. Don't forget to stop at your local Total Stop for your gas and grocery needs. Plus, get Total Stop rewards by downloading the app. To get more information, go to TotalStopFoodStore.com.
We're your neighbors and friends. Banking is about relationships. It's about connecting with the people and the businesses that make a community. When you bank with Rivers Edge Bank, you reinvest in the community we share. Explore personal banking and services that meet your needs. Straightforward checking, interest-earning savings accounts, and loan products designed to keep your finances on track. Learn more at riversedge.bank. Member FDIC.
32-22 here at halftime between the Parker Pheasants and the Vermillion Tanagers. Ryan Weeman stepped aside. We'll get back on with him here coming up to start the second half as he had to go check on a few things. Again, Cole Large, our producer, and also helping us out here on the broadcast this evening. I'm Heath Nimke filling in for Shane Merrill, who will be joining us coming up on Tuesday, coming up with the Vermillion Tanagers stream when we're back there for the region tournament. So that'll be very exciting. Maybe we might even be able to get Ryan to come with us. Now, again, work sometimes has conflictions, but we'll see if we can't get him to come in. Cole Large, I don't think you're going to be with us, will you?
I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe. We'll see.
I forgot to text somebody back. You had a thought.
Yes, Shane Merrill was watching our live stream. He commented a little while ago thanking us for filling in, so just thought I'd pass that information on to you.
I should probably pull up the stream on my laptop. Of course, Shane, no problem. You know what, Cole? Going off that, Shane first reached out to me about this game during the Sacred Hoops tournament when I was in the middle of a broadcast. I think it was late Saturday, late Thursday evening doing a game. I was like, Shane, I don't got time for you right now. I'm in the middle of a broadcast at the moment. And then I failed to ever text him back about a month and a half later. He said, hey, Heath, just following up once again. And I was like, oh, yes, we are good. We have you covered. Tonight's broadcast here on Parker Pheasants Live is brought to you by Kristen & Company. Treat Kristen's Closet like your own. Enjoy refreshments while shopping and relaxing with your gal pals. Book your private shopping event or find out more by visiting them on Facebook. You'll receive host rewards for inviting your friends as well. Tonight's broadcast here on Parker Pheasants Live is also brought to you by BDC Financial. Whether you're looking to provide for your loved ones, plan your retirement, or build your wealth, or financial professionals can help, you can talk to Brad Carlson in Parker to get started today. Well, it has been kind of an interesting first quarter. Parker hung in right with the Vermillion Tanagers, 15-9 after quarter number 1. Now, Vermillion was able to jump out quickly, including seeing 7 points from Brooke Jensen. But what kept the Parker Pheasants in it was Taryn Fuller had 6 points, all from downtown, and she's at that mark as we head into halftime. Otherwise, as we went into the second quarter, Vermillion finally able to open things up, and it seemed like maybe even put it away until Parker Lessman entered in, and she dominated in the last 90 seconds, giving the Parker Pheasants a 7-0 run, having 9 points in the ball game and drawing it back down to just a 10-point lead for the Vermillion Tanagers. As I mentioned, going to the scoring, Vermillion Tanagers are led by Brooke Jensen with 9 points, 6 points apiece for Janaea Cleveland, Brooklyn Voss, and Leah Herbster. 3 points for Claire Doty and 2 points for Chandler Cleveland. For the Parker Pheasants, as I mentioned, Parker Lessman with 9 points, Tyron Fuller with 6 points, Katie Bielis with 4 points, 2 points as well for Jenna Van Vliesen, and also a free throw for Janae Olsen for the Parker Pheasants. And again, trail by 10 right now at half, 32-22. This is going to be a rematch coming up on Tuesday of the first round of the region playoffs. Of course, no doubt about it, we will have full coverage for you coming up on Tuesday of this game. And also, we're paying attention to one other score which could affect us in the second round of the region playoffs. Elk Point Jefferson and T-Area play tonight. They will play no matter what as well on Tuesday. The only question is who is going to host that first round game, and then of course on Tuesday who's going to play Vermillion. No offense to the Parker fans out there. Cole, do you have a score update for us?
Yes, I do. The game just reached the game just reached halftime. As we reached halftime, T-Area leads Elk Point Jefferson 31-18. End of the first half there.
Any other interesting scores when it comes to the DAC 12 or Region 4A?
Well, West Central is currently leading Chamberlain 34-10 just before halftime there. Wagner, the number 3 team in the state, currently leads Platte Geddes 47-9. And other than that, well, I just messed up my app here. Let's see. Nothing else in the DAC 12 or Region 4. Like I said, only 2 Region 4 games being played right now. Both Vermillion and Parker in Region 4 and T and Elk Point Jefferson in Region 4. But other than that, not a whole lot of action right now in the girls' side because all the games have to be played tonight.
Yes.
But most of the teams finished up their seasons either on Tuesday or Thursday.
That is correct. Thank you, Cole, for bringing that up as well. We look at Canton and Lennox. Both those teams have already finished up their season. Looks like Lennox is going to finish in that number 2 spot of the region seedings. But yes, you have to be done tonight, and then we'll get the unofficial, or I should say the official brackets. The unofficial brackets, we do know some of these scenarios. We've actually known for, the past couple of weeks now that the way the Parker Pheasants season had gone, the way Vermillion season had gone, that these two teams were going to meet up in the first round of the region playoffs. But still, season has to officially finish going out tonight. Again, tonight's broadcast here on Vermillion Tanagers Live is brought to you by the Vermillion Boosters, supporting Vermillion and the student athletes. I hope you got your clothing orders in because the spring clothing stores shut down this past Wednesday on February 15th, and they also want to spotlight one of their sponsors of the game, which is Freeburg Hague, which is located on the Missouri River Valley of southeast South Dakota, owned and operated by Gary and Amy Freeburg for over 30 years. It is a family-run farm specializing in alfalfa and mixed grass hays, and they are a proud supporter of the Vermillion Boosters. 32-22 as we are set and ready to go for the third quarter. Vermillion will come back out with their starting 5 of Casey Hansen, Leah Herbster, Brooklyn Voss, Janaea Cleveland, and Brooke Jensen. The Parker Pheasants will come back out in their starting 5 of Janae Olsen, Hope Larson, Katie Bielis, Taryn Fuller, and Parker Lessman. We'll see if Parker can't keep her hot streak going again. finished for the Parker Pheasants on a 7-0 run by herself and dropped it back down to this 10-point lead for the Vermillion Tanagers. Now, certainly can say we haven't maybe seen everything from Vermillion. They have yet to bring their four-court press. They've, in fact, played in man this entire game. They certainly are saving things for that first regional playoff game coming up on Tuesday, which head coach John Brooks didn't necessarily say that he was going to do that. He just said more wrinkles certainly were going to be coming during the postseason, but don't necessarily need to show Parker everything when you can build yourself a comfortable lead at the moment. And to begin, the Parker Pheasants will start, goes out of bounds, and they say a quick whistle as well that will go against the Parker Pheasants, a foul called that will be called on Parker Lessman, picking up her second personal and the first team foul. And so will be turned over, resulting in a foul. And Vermillion will have the basketball as we'll catch back up with Ryan Weeman here in just a moment. As I saw, he brought up some waters, but he's bouncing around, so we'll get to him here in just a moment. Again, big thank you to Ryan helping out on this broadcast. Look forward to joining with Shane coming up on Tuesday. Straightaway three from Casey Hansen off the mark. Offensive rebound, Voss. Back out to Hansen. Hansen the jumper, this one off the front of the iron. Vermillion's going to get in there. Offensive rebound. Janaea Cleveland kicks back out. Voss pump fakes one way. Works to the right. The floater with the right hand is good. And Brooklyn Voss, again, was questionable coming into this game with what appeared to be an ankle injury during practice on Tuesday. Certainly is able to go and giving some big minutes and some big points. 8 points for the Tanagers. Jensen reaches in, pokes it out of bounds. It will stay with the Parker Pheasants as Janae Olsen had it poked away from her. Again, senior night for the Parker Pheasants. We'll celebrate the boys coming up. We'll also see if we can't catch up with head coach Gary Culver to find out the final results of the Region 2A wrestling squad to see how the boys did. Again, we had some promising news. It looks like 4 different wrestlers are moving on to state. The second block of the night from Brooke Jensen as she deflects it out of bounds. And she just came up strong. Earlier, she stuffed a pheasant. This time, knocks it out of bounds with her strong right arm. 34-22, 6:58 the inbound. Takes the flex on its way through. A quick whistle is called, and it will go against Leah Herbster as they're calling the foul, picking up her first of the ball game on the holding call. A first team foul as well. Herbster with 6 points here in the ball game. 6:57. Third quarter. As we mentioned, congratulations to Leah as well. Moving on to the next level, going to play Simpson College in the state of Iowa. Back in, I don't want to say my neck of the woods, at least back in my home state though. Getting it down underneath and just breaking free from Jensen. Up for two is Katie Belas. And Katie now has 6 points in the ball game. 34-24, 6:33 third quarter. It's Janaea Cleveland, works it over to Casey Hansen. Hansen puts down the dribble, works it back to the top with Janaea Cleveland. Bounce pass inside to Brooke Jensen. She goes up tough through contact, doesn't get anything called, and it's rebounded by Fuller. Fuller quickly in the front court up to Olsen. Olsen tried to let one defender jump by, and a reach-in foul by Brooke Jensen, picking up her first personal, the second team foul. And Olsen will head to the free throw line for the second time this evening. She is 1 of 2 so far tonight for just her only point of the ball game. 34-24, 6:14 third quarter. The free throw is up, and this one strong, but rattles through. She has 2 points in the ball game. Again, the Parker Pheasants came into tonight 2-16 overall, 0-4 though in the region. They don't necessarily play all region opponents, including someone they didn't see, Dakota Valley. Again, this is just the second year that Parker has been in Region 4. Cole Larsh can attest to this. They used to be in what one, Cole?
Region 5.
Bonholm eventually made the jump up to Class A. It made sense to keep them in Region 5, or at least them in that region with 9 teams. They had to kick Parker out. Parker had to go somewhere. There happened to be an open space, and they were able to slot right inside to the region. Now, you may remember, Parker Pheasants fans, back in 2017 when both the boys and the girls made that run to state, both in Class B at the time before they made that jump up to Class A. Jensen impedes the progress. Now picking up her second personal, third team foul. She's going to come out of the ball game as it almost looks like he's wearing sweatpants. Head coach John Brooks, dress pants just have that funky look to them. from where I'm sitting. And now a reach in, tying up the ball is Cleveland, and the possession arrow favors the way of the Vermillion Tanagers. 34-25. Parker Pheasants within 9. Again, Cole, you can certainly say have not seen everything from Vermillion so far tonight.
No, and it's something we're going to see probably on Tuesday is when they bring out most of the stops going in the region game. But ideally right now, this game, you don't have to bring out everything because this game probably shouldn't be close. I mean, it should probably be a 20, 25-point ball game at this point. But maybe because Vermillion's not bringing everything, or maybe they're just not playing their best right now, it's a 9-point ball game.
By the way, we have no idea what happened to Ryan. Is he behind me?
No.
Oh, so we just lost Ryan Weeman. He brought us waters and then just disappeared. The three-pointer by Casey Hansen is off the mark.
I think he had enough faith in us that we could handle it.
Oh, well, I appreciate him having the faith in us. Certainly got some comments about Ryan joining us during the broadcast and enjoying the insight. Man, that guy's just full of knowledge. But that's what happens. I mean,
yeah, that's the best part is you get to know somebody that knows somebody that is connected to this person, and before you know it, like he said, you can connect all of South Dakota just to one person, basically.
And, of course, Ryan, a business owner here in the Parker-Marion area, as Ryan alluded to earlier during the broadcast, Marion boy himself, so has been in this area his entire life. 34-25, 5 minutes remaining in this third quarter, as it's the Pheasants who try to chip away at this single-digit lead. Oh, there he is. He grabs some popcorn for himself, grabs some water to drive. This one good off the glass. Go ahead and take your time with that as well. You don't need to slap on the headset immediately. 4 points. Oh, here you go. We got to unmute your mic there.
I just had to go check on what all the silent bids were going on down there and all those banners.
We'll get to that here in just a moment. Janaea Cleveland straight away 3. This one's off the mark and it's rebounded. What's going on here in Parker tonight?
Well, we got Parents' Night, so we have a lot of that going on, and then we actually got new banners.
Lessman hits a huge 3.
I'm going to step away, and then this can keep going for the Pheasants.
34-30, Vermillion.
I said we were going to come out hot. We've had a little tendency here lately.
Casey Hansen will now shoot the 3. This one is off the mark.
Again.
Continue on with your thought, though.
But no, that we were just down there, and we got all these new banners in the right here in the gym, and they're actually selling all the old cloth banners that we had. And we've had a couple pretty good years. We were kind of a powerhouse in B volleyball for a lot of years. Then those banners are bringing good money down there. I think a couple of them were in the $300, $350 range. So raising a little bit of money here for Parker Athletics tonight.
He lost a foul called on her. It was a shooting foul. Leah Herbster made this shot, and she will head back to the free throw line where she has 8 points in the ball game.
Down on the clock or on the scoreboard, running the scoreboard here tonight is Coach Jill Christensen. She was a longtime volleyball coach here at Parker. Most winningest coach in South Dakota history, I believe, for volleyball. So pretty storied volleyball program here in Parker for a lot of years.
I had that on the I category of my bingo card. 36-30, a jumper is off the mark. I'll have to show you some comments that we've received through my text messages of fans. They really enjoying you as well, Ryan, providing all this history.
Worthless information, but keep listening. I got a bunch to spill.
Doty Casey Hansen. Back over to Claire Doty. Back to Casey Hansen. 3:08. And this is what Live Ticket TV is all about, bringing us broadcasters together and having a broadcast that helps benefit both schools. And we get to meet people along the way. Herbster hits another shot. All of a sudden, she's on a 5-0 run herself. But it's great to be working with you, Ryan.
Well, thanks for having me. We both have a lot of fun styles here, and I think this Live Ticket deal has just been a big thing. I'm glad you brought that to Parker and able to get that going. I don't know how other schools are doing, but we feel like we've had instant success with this. A lot of people following. There's nights that we have over 300-400 people checking in. So that's a pretty good deal when considering we're talking about South Dakota A basketball.
Certainly, and just Parker, as you mentioned, a small town, but everyone has bought into it. And then you have the businesses that buy in as well. I want to give you, of course, a special shout-out. You buying into it as well and always supporting the schools back there, too. So we appreciate all your love that you've given.
You bet. No problem at all. It's just a great thing. We just found that a lot of the supporters that we have, and you probably know that too, we ask them to shout out where they're coming from tonight. We get a lot of people that are down south, Arizona, Texas, that area there, grandparents that are able to finally get to watch these games when they're gone, trying to be somewhere warm.
All right, go get out of here. It's now.
Yes, I need to lead now.
You're out of here.
Vermillion's able to pull it back to a 10-point lead now again. I liked it when it was 4.
As soon as you put on the headset, you looked up and it was 34-30. You're like,
yeah,
this is good. And all of a sudden, you put on a headset. Vermillion has just all of a sudden opened things up. Now a 6-0 run, 40-30. And a quick timeout is called. And speaking of advertisers, want to give a little bit of love out there to Blaine's Body Shop in Vermillion. They have expanded now. Blaine's is in need of some more help to join their family. Blaine's is looking for an auto body specialist. If you or you know someone who is interested, stop by Blaine's and contact them today. And remember, if you're in need of auto body work, take it to a Tanager alumni at Blaine's Body Shop. Tonight's broadcast is also brought to you by American Bank and Trust. To be a strong, well-managed, growing, innovative community bank with high integrity and an excellent reputation, that is what they're building at American Bank and Trust, and our proud sponsor of Parker Pheasants Athletics. 40-30 has back up to a 10-point lead, getting done by Aaliyah Herbster, who has had 4 points in this third quarter. Otherwise, 2 points apiece for Brooklyn Voss and Casey Hansen. Jensen has been pesky defensively. She has yet to put up any points. She's still stuck at single digits for the moment at 9 points here in the ball game. But the Parker Pheasants aren't going away by any means. And now a quick inbound turnover as it was Chandler Cleveland who jumped the pass. Ruvers got bumped as she kicks it back out to Doty, over to Brooke Jensen. Jensen trying to work it underneath, and it's given right back to the Parker Pheasants along the baseline. It's still in the backcourt. Vermillion, do they save it? No, they say it went out of bounds. They say last touching it was the Parker Pheasants. But I feel like Parker Lessman just got yelled at by the official the way he came screaming down the sideline pointing there.
Huh?
I'm going to say it's last touch. No, not by
the Tanagers.
Yeah, okay. Going to correct it. Inbound, though, takes deflection. So it's in there, just quick turnover. Right back and forth. It's nothing but turnovers here at the moment. Casey Hansen, Doty, Cleveland, Chandler, that is. Casey Hansen straightaway 3. This one is off the mark, and it's going to be rebounded by Fuller. Fuller lets the defense run out in front of her. Now squares up, shoots the 3. This one rattles out. Had a good look at it. Just couldn't quite hit the bucket. Casey Hansen the opposite way. The drive in, kick back out. Give you an update on wrestling for both Parker and for Vermillion coming up later on here in the broadcast, as well as Parker did not compete today in their region tournament. They compete tomorrow. As Casey Hansen drive, and a foul is called that will go against Olsen. They kind of stagger those wrestling tournaments, if you will. Not all of them happen in one day.
But they're making it a little easier now with them doing the A's and the B's at the same spot out in Rapid City this year.
Yes.
You know, years ago we used to always travel up to Aberdeen for the B's, and then the A's would kind of float back and forth between Rapid City and Sioux Falls. So for a kid that grew up in a B school and a school that was pretty good at wrestling, we used to travel a lot up to Aberdeen, and let me tell you, that isn't your most favorite trip in late February to Aberdeen in South Dakota.
I will keep my comments to myself when it comes to Class B girls basketball, if you will, and the travels I've had to make and the, you mentioned kind of unfun times that it has resulted in at points. Another turnover as it's Jensen on the steal, the drive, the shot is good, and she's fouled, and with that, Brooke Jensen hits double figures for this evening. She has 11 points in the ball game. She's the first for either team, or excuse me, the first for the Tanagers to hit double figures. The other one, double figures for the Parker Pheasants, is Parker Lessman. She has 12 points in the ball game. So Brooke Jensen trying to tie that mark. By the way, the foul was called on Parker. She has 3 personal. She has to come out of the ball game. It's a 6-team foul as well against the Parker Pheasants. Free throw is good. So Brooke Jensen hits double figures.
They kept Lessman in.
Oh, did they keep her in?
Yep.
You really need her if you want to make a comeback.
At this point in time, I don't think we have much to lose.
It's the end of the season, right?
That's right.
After tonight, you're guaranteed one game for sure.
We want to wish you guys the best here as you go into the playoff run, but we would not be ashamed of trying to beat you before you got there.
Pass inside, just a turnover.
For a club that's won 2 games this year, we want to win anything we can get our hands on.
That's right. Voss gets it inside to Jensen, and a lot of bodies around her as she gets knocked over. Coach Sander at one point was saying just slow things down as well. As soon as you put on the headset, this just went absolutely awful for the Parker Pheasants. You have anything else you need to go do?
No, I think that we're going to have to tell Shane he needs somebody new next year. That's how it's going to just get better.
So Jensen will shoot 2 free throws. The first one is up and good. She has 13 points the ball game. The foul, by the way, came against Belos, picking up her 3rd personal, and the 7th team foul, so bonus the rest of the way for the Vermillion Tanagers. Score 44-30. Again, ever since we saw Ryan Weeman put back on the headset, Vermillion has gone on a 10-0 run to lead it back by 14.
So to change the subject on that, when we were playing last week, when we the boys were able to get a win here against Garrettson, we were talking about our upcoming schedule and that Vermillion Tanagers were coming to town, and we derived from that conversation that of all the schools in the state of South Dakota, Vermillion has a mascot that's less intimidating than us up here in Parker. The Redbird or the Tanager has to be less intimidating than a pheasant, isn't it? We play all these lions and bears and bearcats and, Trojans and, I tell you what, I think, but I tell you what, it ain't the mascot that wins the game, but I wonder who was the person that picked the little red tanager bird back in the day.
We'll have to do some history research on that for you. Do you know who picked it for the Pheasants?
Don't have a clue.
45-30.
But if you look at our wall over here, we got a pretty mean-looking pheasant coming through the wall, so I don't know.
Both gyms are also called the Bird Cage. We might need to get a little bit more of a nickname to the gyms as well.
Yeah. This gym was built in 1973, and it's no stranger to a basketball. We had a long time. He was one of the most winningest coaches in South Dakota history, too, and Gail Hoover. And he had basketball program after basketball program coming through here. We were kind of a perennial powerhouse for all the years that he was here.
Rover's putting up the last second heave. It's too hard off the backboard. 45-30. Vermillion now leads it by 15 as we head to the 4th quarter. We're back in just a moment here on Live Ticket TV.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 57,000 participants here in South Dakota who take part in high school sports or activities.
Are you looking for a professional house painter in the surrounding area? Big or small, new or old? Albers Painting specializes in restoring the true beauty of your home or business. Albers Painting is your professional commercial painter in Lenox in southeastern South Dakota. They are locally owned and operated, focusing on providing quality painting and top-notch customer service. For your next project, contact Albers Painting for a free estimate for your home or business. As we begin the 4th quarter, what will be a showdown coming up next Tuesday. For the region playoffs in the first round, Vermillion leads it by 15, trying to finish off their season at 19-1. Now, unofficially, after tonight, if Vermillion can finish things off, of course, against the Parker Pheasants, this will be the best finish in program history for the Vermillion girls, which is saying something, of course. Vermillion has won titles along the way. They've made the state tournament back in 2017-18, and they're looking to do that once again. Certainly not going to be any easy task, though, for the Vermillion girls when they have to go through this region. I would say even maybe the Sodak 16 opponent might be even easier than the region opponents they're going to have to face. It's inside. Olsen tries to spin her way through. Last second pass to Belas, outside to Lessman. She puts it off the heel of the iron, rebounded by the Vermillion Tanagers. As quickly it's Casey Hansen over to Brooke Jensen. Vermillion does keep out their stars. We'll probably see them out here for a little bit longer with this 15-point lead. Try to put this one to bed if they can. Inside to Jensen. She goes up through contact. She's fouled and will head to the free throw line.
You said a lot, though, earlier. This club's had a lot of good mentors, coaches, and parents, grandparents around them being able to get this going. You have a lot in Casey Hansen, just in a sophomore, but her dad, one heck of a player, also coached there, and no slouch with Grandpa as well, longtime coach there.
Yep.
I believe Mount Marnie and other places there. So if there's anybody that can decipher basketball, I think the Hansens kind of got that figured out.
Free throw, second one is off the mark as Brooke Jensen made the first. She has 15 here in the ballgame. Yeah. And you just look at Doug as well, and you don't really necessarily, he's a good old farm boy. You just don't necessarily see him as a grinder of a basketball player, but my goodness, his name still is in the rafters, if you will, in Vermillion. I was looking at the records. They post those on the wall inside the birdcage in Vermillion, and his name is in a few different spots on those banners.
And I believe he actually played his senior year over in Yankton as well, so he was definitely a good basketball player. Who'd they call him? Just out of bounds on that one?
Travel on Leah Herbster.
Yep. But like I say, too, even you've had in the past, you've had a little bit of help also from Brooks' mom, I think, in the coaching side there. And I tell you what, those Flynn's are no strangers to basketball. If you've ever met the Flynn's, anything they played, I don't think if it was basketball, cards, they wanted to win everything that they were playing.
And, of course, it might have been a little bit of surprise when Jake graduated last year and made his announcement not to go play basketball, but instead to go play baseball at Mount Marty University, a very talented left-handed pitcher that we got to see last year, of course, win a Legion state title just this past summer.
Well, you can't coach that kind of competitiveness. That's got to be kind of bred in, and it's got to be something that you just want.
Quick three-pointer.
In and out.
As this rim, it seems like, has been unfriendly for all teams so far tonight. We even saw that in JV, kind of some hefty threes just not fall. Yeah, we even talk, of course, you look at Taylor Roovers, what her mom's able to do, and, of course, assistant coach, dad. The list just goes on and on. Even Brooklyn Voss, I mean, her mom just taught or coached all these girls back, 7th, 8th grade, or even a little bit younger back in 5th and 6th grade basketball. So, yeah, it's just been...
Yeah, and you're not even giving head coach John Brooks any credit either.
So. Yeah, we haven't even got to him yet. We haven't even got to head coach John Brooks yet.
So when those people are always saying, what does it take? It takes a village in order to get something going. And if you have a good team around you, it just takes, you don't know all the underlying things that are happening in order for that to come together.
And then you can even look at this. This is crazy for the Vermillion Tanagers. Kelly Knutson, assistant coach, just added to the staff this year. He's got 30-plus years of basketball knowledge. I mean, it's just, if it wasn't good enough, let's go out and add a little bit more experience in just what they're able to build. By the way, we did see Belas foul out of the basketball game, picking up her 5th, so she'll finish with 6 points this evening as Leah Herbster is able to hit the free throw.
And we're no stranger here. We have new coaches this year for the girls in Parker with head coach Jay Sanner here, who is a Parker alum and good basketball player in his own right. But then we also have assistant coach Dave Fuller, who's been here for almost 30 years. He's coached several different stints, mainly on the boys basketball side of it, taking a couple teams to state. So definitely a lot of basketball knowledge there. But as they just coming in this year to write a program and get it back on its right track, you just don't do that in the course of a half a year or a year. It takes several years and a lot of underlying things to make sure you're going in the right direction.
Yep. Yeah, and you mentioned just Jay, a straight-up standout guy. Like I said, came here, first thing I did, went down, sat with him, and we just talked. We just talked and talked for 25 minutes at least, just talking basketball and even talking life. A great guy to catch up with.
His daughter, a very good basketball player here, too.
Of course, had to talk about his daughter a little bit as well. And, of course, a talented volleyball player. He talked about volleyball earlier. Very, very talented volleyball. Voss hits that 3. She has 11 for the ball game. She comes in averaging just over 7 points. And 51 50-30. Vermillion really has opened this up. I won't make any more reference to what happened.
What, the 4-point game when I just put my headset on here a little bit after half? I mean, we haven't scored a point since that, boys. This is what happens. We get going. We had the game 30-34, and it's been all Vermillion since then. It's one of those deals. It's sometimes we talk about other things up here because it's really hard to talk about the fact that we weren't scoring any points.
51-30, huh?
That's why there's a lot of useless knowledge that gets sent around the world sometimes.
We'll see you on Tuesday, all right?
All right, that sounds good.
Now,
I'm gonna send Shane.
Now you're at least coming down, right?
Well, we'll have to see. I think I can make the trip.
Okay.
You got an extra microphone?
We do have an extra microphone if you want to join us.
Yeah, but I don't want to steal his.
He's not even going to be with me, actually.
Oh, my goodness.
I won't even be there.
He'll be off in his own adventure helping out in the region playoffs in Class B, actually. He just happened to tag along. He said, got an extra spot in the car? And I said, sure, why not? So we brought him with.
Yeah.
Voss has it top of the key, works over to Janae Cleveland.
I think this crowd will be ready for me to be done, and you get a little more dose of Shane here next week, Tuesday.
Leah Herbster goes up with a shot. She is fouled, and she'll be heading to the free throw line. She's got 12 in the ball game. So Vermillion has gotten it done with several different girls back in double figures once again this evening. That, of course, has been their bread and butter. Is if they get 3-4 different girls in double figures, of course, they're guaranteed to win. I mean, only one loss this season.
Before we're done, though, I want to give a shout-out to our cameraman. He's our main man. When Luke Dravenchek ain't going, we got Colin Robertson. So we want to thank him for running the camera today.
So we've just had a crowd of Parker Pheasants youth up here so far this evening.
Then we got Nolan Mitzner here. He's always ready to go if we need it. And then we got Levi Rand here ready to go, too, when we're going. He's kind of growing his hair out. Normally he's got it shaved all the way down. I told him he kind of looks like a chia pet right now with that growing out.
At the top of the key, controlled by Olsen as it works over to the near side with the right for the Parker Pheasants. Vermillion does still have their starting five out there. I'll just let you guys goof around back there. 52-30, 5 seconds on the shot clock. Lessman tried to force up the shot, knowing that she was running out of time. Quickly the opposite way, Casey Hansen underneath to Brooklyn Voss. Pump fake, drive, misses, goes up through some contact, and more free throws upcoming.
You may not be smarter in basketball after you listen to us, but you're certainly going to enjoy it.
I certainly have enjoyed it here tonight. I said, I walk into your office one day, got to meet you a couple months ago, and
here we are. We're calling a game before we're going here to the regionals.
Never would have expected that one. Never would have expected that one. And Vermillion's going to start to pull out a little bit more of their second team here as the starters come out. Leah Herbster hits another free throw. She's got 14 in the ball game. Second free throw is off the mark. Offensive rebound. Jensen, she goes right back up with it.
Kind of the game you were expecting now, 30-55. But let me tell you, for Parker fans, it was pretty exciting. We're a couple minutes here into the third period. We got this thing within 4, and we have not scored a point since the middle of the third period.
Yep. Cleveland three-pointer. This one is off the mark. 55-30, and we're almost 8 minutes. We're over 8 minutes now since Parker last scored.
And I just want to say, though, that, that's just a testament. Them girls were giving everything they had that they could to keep it to that point, because you don't have to be here in the gym. You can watch it right here from the live stream and see that this Tanagers team is a really good team, and they're going to go places here. They got some bright hopes here for a tournament run here in State A girls basketball, but that first 3 periods of basketball was about as good as Parker could play. To have you guys within 4 points right there. So kudos to them. That's what we want. That's what we want to build on for next year, is that we have a chance to play with anybody at least for 3 quarters.
Yep. Now you just got to put a full 32 minutes together.
Yep. When Shane and I are talking, we've always said it. We have to play 4 quarters of basketball. And sometimes we forget to play in the first, or second or third or fourth. This one here, it's pretty much the fourth. We ran out of gas. But when you can finally put 4 quarters of basketball together, you're going to have what Vermillion has here and a chance to go there and see once if you can't get yourself to the top of the podium.
55-33, 30 remaining here in the ball game. Quick three-pointer, good! Parker Lessman.
Yes. She's got to have about 15.
She does have 15 points here this evening. She has just been dynamite for the Parker Pheasants tonight.
And if you know her personality, she's one of those tenacious players that doesn't quit. She just wants to keep going.
And, of course, a junior. So she's a part of that program that just continues to build as well. And the corner try to work it down to Jensen. And now, and I believe, an inadvertent whistle.
Yep, they were going to call a foul there on Jensen, but then she backed off.
Barta is going to come in, and Jensen will finish up her evening. She'll finish with 17 points this evening. So, again, Vermillion has removed a majority of their starters. Jensen finished with 17. Brooklyn Voss finished with 11 this evening. Leah Herbster finishes with 14. So 3 different girls that are able to hit double figures for tonight for the Vermillion Tanagers. And it was really done by those big 3. Otherwise, just a little bit of spread out scoring the rest of the way, as Barta will have it in the front court. Bounce pass as they get it over to Roovers. Regneris inside to Chandler Cleveland, back outside to Barta. And it's Claire Doty baseline inside to Chandler Cleveland. This one hard off the iron, but it's an offensive rebound. Kick it back out. They have it along the near wing. Swing it over to the now far side with Barta back to the top with Roovers. Again, Vermillion got the fresh shot clock after the missed shot and offensive rebound. Regneris kicks it out to Roovers. Roovers, the right-handed dribble inside. Now kick once again to the corner. Three-pointer. This one falls short, and it's going to be rebounded and a whistle called. That'll be a foul against the Vermillion Tanagers, and we'll see bonus. That is something we have certainly seen a lot of in this second half, is a lot of foul calls.
Senior Danae Olson going to the line. She seems to shoot well from the line. I would expect that she could shoot. Well, we're going to get a 1-on-1 here, so we'll see.
Now, she is 2 of 4 tonight, so we'll see if she can't make the first and get that second opportunity. She does have 4 points in the ball game. 55-33, first free throw. This one is good, so she'll get that second opportunity. Might as well. 5 points for her in the ball game. 55-34, second free throw. This one is good as well, so she has 6 points. And she will come out of the basketball game as both teams have put a few of their second team in, at least for the Parker Pheasants. The Vermillion Tanagers right now is running, not with what we call a JV squad, but just more of their second team, if you will. Again, a couple of these girls started off this season, and you'd say even a couple more could start for the Parker Pheasants or a lot of other teams, as that bucket is good. As Roovers has her first 2 points of the evening. Talking about Claire Doty, Roovers, as I mentioned, Chandler Cleveland, Livy Regneris. Those 4 girls right there could all go start for a lot of teams in Class A. And, of course, they don't, with what Vermillion has talent-wise. Ball gets knocked out of bounds. A couple more substitutions for the Parker Pheasants. Final 91 seconds upcoming. Vermillion is up by 22 as Vermillion will officially, everyone who dresses for varsity tonight will get their chance to play.
Not to take away from any of these girls' abilities individually, but you can be a great basketball player, but it really comes down to chemistry and making sure that you can get that ball moved around, and you can tell teams that understand how they play and what they do, and you can make an average player turn into a star just by able to run a system and keep those, keeping that ball moving and getting those nice open looks that you're always doing. Because if your rest of the team's not moving that ball, you're not getting those beautiful open looks and all those wonderful easy shots that they look so glorious when you're doing it.
I show you this photo. Lori Larson shared us with this because we talk about this is the chemistry. This is back in 2017 when Vermillion made it into the state tournament. And you can see on the edges, a lot of these younger kids are the girls currently playing on the court. So that's what Vermillion has built. And that's what they're trying to do. They won to finish first in this region. Goal was accomplished a couple of weeks ago, but now they want to make it a state as a jumper is good for Mackenzie Richardson, 59-35. And again, Parker, this isn't like a program starting from fresh. They know how to get there. They were there just 5 years ago on the Class B side, so just have to rebuild it back up and get back to it.
But I will tell you this much, it's a different game playing B basketball and A basketball. If you really take it, though, if you go into Class A basketball, and if I could carve out the top 8 teams and move them up to a class higher, it's a totally different class.
Yes.
Because those top 8 that are getting there are heads and heels better than most of the rest of the 64 that are in A. So I'll get on my soapbox for a little bit, but we don't need another class of basketball. But there's a lot of distance between the best and the worst in Class A.
Yes.
And it makes it really tough because a lot of these programs, and this is my soapbox again, we're playing the likes of T, we're playing the likes of Madison, we're playing the likes of Sioux Falls Christian. Sioux Falls Christian's boys ADM is like 230. ADM for Parker's 80. So, you start talking about that kind of things, and then on top of that, private schools that are at that kind of size, and they don't have a lot of the kids that just don't do anything, that come in because you're paying tuition to go there, so you're not getting kids that are going and not showing up to school and doing those types of things. So there's definitely, if I could get on my soapbox for a little bit, there's definitely hard to keep up with those teams, those towns that are 2 and 3 times bigger in enrollment than we are.
I won't get my soapbox, but coming from the state of Iowa, I hear what you are saying loud and clear because we certainly see that a lot differently in Iowa.
In Iowa, the worst is 1A basketball, and you go there and you got a team it's a once in 50 years team, and you think you're going to go there and you meet XYC Christian out of Des Moines or somebody there that beats you by 20, and you think that you should be playing, and I think it's a bunch of BS, and I can say that on radio, but it just isn't fair for some of those clubs that finally get their day in the sun, and usually they hit the buzzsaw, and I bet that's what you were going to tell me.
61-35 is your final, as the Vermillion girls will finish with their best regular season record ever. Your final here tonight, 61-35. Again, Vermillion girls finish 19-1 overall, 7-0 in Region 4. DAC 12 champions at 10-0 overall as well. As Ryan, before we get into our pregame show, we want to make sure we have everything taken care of. Are we going to do the seniors presentation later?
I don't know exactly what their game plan is here. If they're going to do it now, we might as well stay with, but if you want, we could cut away, and if they come, we can get right back into it.
Well, it looks like they're going to warm up here. So we're going to take a quick moment aside. When we come back, we'll get into our boys pregame show. We're back in just a moment here on Live Ticket TV. Central Farmers Cooperative, Fremar LLC, is an agriculture-based company that provides products, services, and market access in the areas of agronomy, feed, grain, and petroleum. Whether it is their agronomy team helping with production, the grain team assisting in developing a marketing plan, or many other services the Central Farmers Co-op and Fremar offer, they look forward to servicing and personalizing their patrons' farming operations. With locations across southeast South Dakota, for your farming purposes, make it Central Farmers Co-op and Fremar. Advertising can be a struggle. Where to spend your money? Are you reaching the right audience? If you are looking for an effective method that reaches a large fan base at once, then here is your spot with Live Ticket TV. With over 65 schools in the state of South Dakota, we can help you find the right market. Plus, you can work with me, Heath, and a portion of all sales made go right back to the school. Get a hold of me today, and let's get started in helping build your brand with Live Ticket TV.
In time,
Vermillion girls finished the season off 19-1, getting the victory 61-35 over the Parker Pheasants. Those two teams are going to meet up once again on Tuesday in the region tournament. We'll have more on that. Also, results from wrestling, as it has gone Final Four are moving on to state. We'll have more details coming up here in just a little bit. But right now, let's get into our boys pregame show as we caught up with head coach Jay Drake to get us set for tonight's matchup between the Parker Pheasants boys and the Vermillion Tanager boys. Here is our pregame conversation with head coach Jay Drake of Vermillion. Well, Coach, as we get ready for the Parker Pheasants, a big matchup for your team, and we know that this means so much heading down towards the end of the season, of course, playing tonight and then playing on Monday as well. You look at the way you guys have played over the past week, struggled against Irene Wakanda, but came out dominating against Wagner. Were really able to hit the three once again, just kind of like we saw against Dakota Valley. Who is this team as we head into the final two games, or are you still trying to figure that yourself out as a coach?
We're still searching, obviously, and for as crazy as it sounds, as we wind down with the regular season and just having 2 games left, we really feel as a coaching staff there's still room to search and find that consistency that is going to be needed down the stretch here. But we are playing better basketball here the last couple of weeks. I thought it started kind of with that Redfield game, the makeup game in Madison for the DAC-12 Flash, and then led into the DB game. Obviously, last Friday night had a tough one at Irene Wakanda, pulled it out at the end, but bounced back pretty well against Wagner earlier this week. And now we have a region opponent, a Parker team that just joined our region last year and is now in it for the second year, and an opportunity we've never played in their gym, but a chance to go over there and try to keep some of this momentum going as we kind of wind down the season.
Well, Carter Skogsberg mentioned it in a post-game interview that this was just a team, these seniors were really helping build this younger generation. And then Carter Hansen mentioned it in our post-game interview on Tuesday against Wagner. We kind of brought up his brother, and he said that trust between all the guys out there on the court just seems to be believing more, trusting that anyone can go out there and make a shot. We can all just get it done, something that maybe we didn't have all together at the beginning of this season. You see these guys more than anyone during practice. Does that same feeling come out with this team? Is that whole entire process now finally bought into with this younger group of just believing that anyone can go do it on any given night and that they can trust each other?
Yeah, I think so. We've shown signs of improving there. The one nice thing about our group this year is, we've kind of gone back to these last few games probably just playing 6 guys, maybe Spot and Ethan Turner or Connor Rohrig in there a little bit, but of the 6 guys that have been playing the majority of the minutes the last couple of weeks, you look at 5 of them, not that we're shooting it great, but 5 of the 6 are all capable of knocking down a three-pointer. Big Skogs, Carter Skogsberg would be the one, but he gives us such an inside presence, not just banging on the boards, but defensively, kind of the anchor to our defense, our team defense on that end. But anytime you can put guys on the floor that can space the floor a little bit, now we'd like to shoot it a little bit better at times from the perimeter, as we really struggled from the outside against Irene Wakanda last week. But the other night against Wagner, we hit 11 threes. Obviously, had a huge stretch, and I think hit 5 or 6 threes just in the third quarter alone against Dakota Valley, the game a week ago. And to have that capability and to know that at any given moment or within a game that we can get going from the perimeter gives you some belief and confidence that you can play with some of these better teams and give yourselves a chance each night.
How much do I have to pay to see Carter Skogsberg shoot a 3?
What's crazy, and that's funny because when I say that 5 of our 6, I tell you what, when we're in practice, Coach Budmeyer's kind of got on him the last few weeks, but we'll do some shooting drills and stuff, and obviously we'll let our big step out there sometimes and shoot the perimeter 3, and he actually shoots it quite well. He's never hasn't taken one in a game this year. I don't think he did last year, but he's got a nice rotation, and I kind of jokingly said the other night that we probably should have, no one in the gym would have expected him to take that last 3 against DB, and the way he shot it in practice the last few weeks, maybe we should give him a green light out there.
Now, Leah Herbster, of course, the big for the Vermillion girls, has also really improved her three-point shooting contest. Who would win in a three-point shooting contest between Carter and Leah?
He'd give her a run. She's shot him in the games and knocked him down. He hasn't shot any in the game, but he's knocked him down in practice. I will say it's a little different, though, when the bright lights come on in games. So that's probably a good reason why I haven't had them shooting it.
All right, let's get focused back here on the Parker Pheasants, a team that just 5 years ago, I mean, we can look up at the banners. They were making a run at it in Class B. As you mentioned, they made that jump up to Class A. Some would still say it's a little bit too soon for them. They also compete in the Big East, and they're a very tough conference that we see Beersford participate in. And, of course, we can't overlook number 2 Sioux Valley also competing in that conference. What can you tell us about a Parker team that's only found 3 wins so far this season and have really struggled once again this year of just kind of finding their offense?
Yeah, they, last year was the first year we've had them on our schedule, specifically because they got into our region. Before that, I think they had spent like maybe 3 or 4 years up in Class A, but they were over in Region 5. I remember probably 4 years ago they made the Sodak 16 out of Region 5. They played one of our DAC 12 teams, Del Rapids, in Sioux Falls at Roosevelt's gym to go to the state tournament. They lost 4 starters. They had an all-stater, a third-team all-stater, the Robertson kid, I think was his name last year. But the Travnicek kid is their one returning starter. We'll have to. He's kind of who they're leaning on offensively. The Van Fleet kid can shoot the 3 and shoot it from deep. And he came off the bench for him last year. And then they've got a big 6'6" younger kid, Meyer, inside. But you're right. They've had 3-16, I believe. They did get a big win earlier this week against the Garrettson team. That would be another Big East opponent. But a Garrettson team we saw a week ago, but it was eye-opening for me because I think the final was something like 62-34. And, I thought Parker could get them and stuff. I didn't expect it to be by 30. So, obviously, they're going to build some confidence off that going into postseason. They know they're going to be the 8th seed, but like anything, it's going to be their final regular season game. I don't know if they have a parents' night or a senior night or anything, but it's the final boy-girl doubleheader for them, and I'm sure they're going to be excited, especially coming off the win earlier this week. So we learned a lot from our group last week. Last Friday night, we've got to learn from that. I don't think we were focused the way we need to be or mentally locked in, and that's got to improve on this Friday. And it's always a concern. Our last 2 games here, both tonight and then Monday, our kids aren't in school Friday and Monday due to conferences and President's Day. So that always adds a little wrinkle to it. Just something different, kind of out of your normal game day rhythm stuff, and being in school and being focused. So we got to get locked in and be ready to go tonight.
Well, you talk about being locked in, and that can even go. Cole Larsh mentioned it so well the other day during the game against Wagner. We got to be treating each and every single one of these games like it is postseason play, because we know that spot for Region 6 is still up for grabs. Even though you have less than a 1-point lead over Canton, you have started to separate a little bit from them, but we know everything is so up in the air. And then just offensively, I mean, you look at this season, you're averaging just over 52 points a ball game. I don't necessarily think that's a great mark if you're a Class A team at the high school level. I know you certainly would like to see that higher. How important is it to keep things going offensively and to shut down Parker? I'm not saying run up the score tonight by any means of the Pheasants, but make sure we don't have a last Friday night game coming into tonight.
Yeah, and you're right, and that's the concern for us is, we're only averaging 51, 52 points, and, in the recent years, we feel like we always lean on our defense as a program, but in recent years we've been averaging more in the 60s, and you can rely on some offense each night, and this year has put a lot of pressure on us. And when you can only get or have been averaging high 40s, low 50s, you got to be able to defend teams then. And even last week, Irene Wakanda, we're struggling shooting the basketball. And when that happens, all of a sudden you're in the mid-40s. And it doesn't take a lot in a high school game. One good quarter from an opponent, and before you know it, they're going to be in the 40s as well, and you're in a dogfight. So it was nice for our group the other night to get 64 points against Wagner. Hopefully knocking down a few shots. But like I've said, we've played decently at times against some of the better teams at home this year. We're still searching on the road, and that's one of the things we talked about with our group is, we've got to do a better job playing on the road. And one thing we do know for sure is no matter what, we're going to be going on the road in the first round of the region tournament. So this is our last kind of true road game. And we need to try to play well and shoot the ball well and hopefully gain some confidence offensively that would maybe can carry into the region.
Well, he's talking about continuing to carry on into that final game of the season after a great performance from the Vermillion boys against Wagner on Tuesday. Can they continue their hot shooting coming into tonight? Now, again, we look back to last Friday when they got a 1-point victory over Irene Wakanda, 45-44. It was the same type of night what we've seen where games have just been not maybe lackadaisical, but Vermillion has taken care of business, whether it's both JV games or even on the girls' side. Can the boys continue to bring that mojo and energy throughout and take care of business? Again, Vermillion trying to finish off at 500 or 10-10 on this season and have a chance at playing the 6th seed and a good chance of playing Elk Point Jefferson at that number 3. On the opposite side, it's the Parker Pheasants, 3-16 overall, 0-3 just in Region 4, 1-6 in the Big East. Ryan Weeman, who's joined us all night long. We're going to get to senior night here in just a moment, but Ryan, what the Parker Pheasants need to come out and do and finish off their regular season off strong before they actually have an extended break before region playoffs don't come up next Tuesday, but the following Tuesday.
Well, the recipe for the Pheasants is come out here and play strong. If they get a slow start, they kind of fall in that slump a little bit, and they just have a hard time. You're always playing from behind. And this team does not get enough looks at the basket in order to come from a 10 or 15-point deficit. They got to come out there, play strong. Every game that we've won, we come out there, we played aggressively. We were out the other night. Probably a team I didn't see all year, and we finally were aggressive. We were playing Garrettson. We come out, and we started the game out 21-0. Garrettson couldn't get a shot going, and we just kept coming down and just popping it. And the only time I seen that happen was when we went up to Del Rapids. Del Rapids is a good team, but not as good as some of these teams that we were playing. They didn't miss a shot in the first 30 points. They just come out there, their confidence was there. So what this Barker team's got to do is they got to look at Vermillion, and no offense to that, but not as a big foe. They got to come out here as equals and just start popping it, because we got Seth Van Vliet, a senior, that can hit the 3. We got Ray Travnicek that'll just drive you to the hole. He's not big. He's 5'9", but he'll pull up and shoot the 3, or he'll take you right to the basket. And then we got Miles Meyer at 6'6". You got to work the big man. Feed him. Just let him go. And if we do that, we could be a mess for this Vermillion Tanagers team. And I wouldn't be surprised at the end of the night that we could be right with you.
Before we get into tip-off tonight, we get to our senior presentation as the Parker Pheasants honor senior night tonight with our doubleheader. We got to the girls earlier. It's time to get on to the boys' side as they introduce some of these seniors.
First one up here is going to be Seth Van Vliet. His parents are the late Michael Van Vliet, Jamie Ernster, and Brian Ernster. He's going to be an outside shooter there. His dad, Michael Van Vliet, passed away here about a year ago. I used to coach baseball with him. Good guy here in the community, and he's sorely missed. Next one up here, Lane Gortmaker coming up here, and John and Hannah Gortmaker is his parents. The other one coming up here next is Caden Avila, and Lionel and Shannon Avila are his parents. Next up here, Ethan Caston. Mark and Kathy Caston are the parents. He's going to attend SDSU here this fall. Gabe Gillespie, a senior. Wyatt Gillespie and Jenna Page is his parents. He's got plans of being a lineman.
And you're talking a little bit of the lineman on the electrical side.
That's exactly. He did play a little bit of little bit of football, but he was not a lineman. He was more of a D-back.
I would say Gabe might be looking like me if he's playing lineman. You may not believe this.
I'm working off of a sheet of paper here, and sometimes I have a little more to work with than on the other one, so I want to apologize there. But 5 seniors is good. We're going to sorely miss them guys next year, but we're excited about what we have to come. We saw it in our JV game, and we got some power coming up here.
Yeah.
And these kids want to play. And we got 27 kids out for basketball, and they're going to have to earn their spot. That's what you want when you want to a competitive basketball club. You want to make everybody earn their spot.
Well, let's see if we can't find ourselves a competitive game. Let's meet our starting five for both the Vermillion Tanagers and for the Parker Pheasants. We'll begin with the away team, the Vermillion Tanagers. Tonight's starting five is the same starting five we've seen a majority of the season. They'll include number 23, Zone Robinson, the 6'1 junior guard. Number 24, Carter Hansen, the 6'2 sophomore guard. Number 32, Wyatt Gestring, the 6'2 senior guard. Number 33, Trey Hansen, the 6'1 freshman guard. And finally, number 52, Carl Skogsberg, the 6'4 senior forward. The Tanagers coached by head coach Jay Drake, along with John Roovers, Lewis Budmeyer, and Papa James Drake. Again, Vermillion comes in 8-10 overall, 0-5 in Region 4, and 1-8 in the DAC 12. For the Parker Pheasants, their starting five will be number 1, Ethan Caston, the 5'10 senior guard. Number 2, Gabe Kolepski, the 6-foot senior guard. Number 4, Seth Van Vliet, the 5'11 senior guard. Number 5, Ray Tramvacek, the 5'9 junior guard. And finally, number 32, Miles Mayer, the 6'6 sophomore center. Again, the Parker Pheasants, 3-16 overall, 0-3 in Region 4, 1-6 in the Big East. Just like we see in the girls' side, Parker's fate is already decided for the postseason. No matter what, they cannot get away from the team that everyone is trying to avoid. Dakota Valley awaits in the wings, not this upcoming Tuesday, but the following Tuesday to open up the region playoffs. And as we've seen so far, if Dakota Valley isn't the team to beat and their record continues on of being undefeated, looking for back-to-back state titles, but they might have gotten just a little bit of a boost when Randy Rosenquist Sr. had a stroke this past weekend, and they're now playing for Senior out there, and they have a huge game tonight coming up against Madison. Everyone's eyes paying attention to that one. Here we go as Meyer and Skogsberg meet in the center. Ball is being tipped around a couple different times. It's finally controlled with the boys in red as the Vermillion Tanagers move from left to right as you see it on the video screen this evening. Either watch on your laptop, your phone, or even at home on the beautiful large screen TV. We appreciate it all. Robinson shoots the three.
Meyer with the rebound.
Off the mark, as you mentioned, Meyer with the rebound. 6'6", you really want to use him quickly in this game.
Just a sophomore, too, so he's going to grow for us here. Something to build around. He needs to get in the offseason and continue working on his footwork and shots, but he's really improved this year, seeing a lot, starting every game and seeing a lot of time.
Jump ball is called as Caston is able to get in there and tie it up with Carl Skogsberg. And this is something that Parker also wants to attack with Carter, as Vermillion really doesn't have a second big on their lineup. Only really have one they can use as they try to go in right away that time. But Meyer is denied away by Carter Skogsberg, the senior, who's committed to go on to play at DWU on the football side of things. Trey Hansen gets it over to Robinson. Robinson, the juke, the drive out to Wyatt Gestring. The sniper back to the top with Carter Hansen.
You'll kind of see here that Parker likes to set up in that 2-3 zone a little bit there. And you guys will probably be able to work them on the outside, and then they'll have to switch and tell you if you're going to beat them like that.
3-0 as it was Hansen who hit the three-pointer to open up the score, and we see Vermillion recently really good at shooting it from downtown. A quick turnover. Trey Hansen, the freshman, attacks, leaves it too strong off the heel of the iron, and rebounded by Seth Van Vliet.
Ray Travnicek here to do the push. He's going to be the one position today. Everything goes through him. He's going to be probably our leading scorer, if not second one. You'll see a lot of action typically out of Van Vliet. He likes to shoot the three, but everything goes through Travnicek.
They had a mismatch down underneath. They tried to attack it with Meyer. They wanted to go after Wyatt Gestring, but Meyer could never bring it completely in. And have fun as well with Tish Wingert against Dakota Valley. My goodness, he's another. If you think Meyer is a great sophomore, you're going to see a junior that Tish is. Kind of looks a lot like what Meyer did last year. And a rebounding foul that will go against Wyatt Gestring.
That's what we want, though, Miles Meyer to do. Just he went straight up vertical there, and you guys got into him there a little bit. And who was that had the foul on that one?
Gestring.
Okay, That's just what we need. He shouldn't lose those battles at 6'6" when you guys don't have anybody over 6'4" there.
Of course, Mom and Dad, right down to the left of us, the president of the University of South Dakota. Dribble in between the legs. Sorry, that wasn't a jab at you, Ryan. I didn't mean it that way.
That's okay.
Ray drives in, and the charge taken by a Wyatt Gestring.
We got to have a place for those kids to go when they can't make it up at SDSU.
Wasn't me who said that. You got to remember you're talking to an alumni of USD and one that currently goes to USD as well. So
I'm married into a USD family. I've heard them all, so I think I'm going to defend my SDSU.
Hanson on the drive. Kick out to his brother Carter. Inside now to Karskogsberg. Pump fakes once, goes up the second time, and Karskogsberg has 2 points in the ball game. Vermillion now leads 5-0, 5-18. First quarter, the drive, they want to kick it over, and it goes out of bounds. And right now, Parker just can't get on the same page.
That's exactly. They got to get it settled down and just start getting some points here. Don't even have anything on the board. But a little bit more seriously, what a great matchup between USD and SDSU every year. To have that kind of rivalry, it's fun to be able to banter back and forth. It's there's been a lot of success in both of those schools in the last 10 years, and I tell you what, it'd be kind of boring without it.
And in the end, you do love to see the other one succeed, like SDSU winning the football title. That is great to see. That stays here in South Dakota. A lot of South Dakota names also part of that team that win it. It is good to see that.
That is. Definitely you want to cheer for your team when they're playing, but when they're playing other people and they're making it to that next level, it's just so exciting for South Dakota to have that kind of quality of athletics and stuff going on right now. I know it's tough down at the U right now. They're doing a little bit of rebuilding on both the clubs and programs down there, and I wish them the best because we need them to be strong in order to keep our culture here in South Dakota where it be.
And it certainly will continue to get better. Yeah, you mentioned two first-year head coaches right now for USD and for both men and women's basketball programs. And of course, injuries have happened along the way, but both teams have really taken a lot of stock in getting South Dakota players to stay in South Dakota, which we love to see. Quick three-pointer from Robinson. Good. Ooh. And Vermillion has just opened this one wide open.
So we try to play 3 quarters of basketball for our boys, too, and we don't know which quarter we're not going to show up. It looks like it's the first one here in this one.
Interesting side note, if you go back, I believe it was the 4:48 mark of the third quarter, and you now bring it into that rest of the third quarter, fourth quarter, and now into this game, ever since you put the headset back on, Parker Pheasants have only scored 5 points during that entire time.
I think I'm going to have to take an extended vacation.
I'm not saying I don't want you to leave by any means.
But you're pointing out a very good point here.
I'm just saying that maybe you putting on the headset to call a game hasn't necessarily helped out.
No, I think that's been the case.
10-0, 3:56 here in the first quarter as the Parker Pheasants just looking for it. And you mentioned it, though, in the pregame show. If they can get momentum early, they're a dangerous team. But when they don't, they fall apart quickly. And if they don't get scoring going in this first quarter, it could be a long night for Parker and an easy night for Vermillion.
They just got to get their confidence. These kids can play. They just got to be able to get one down and get that ball working. And when it doesn't, it's like winning's contagious and losing is contagious.
It's controlled with Gabe on the drive. Kick over. Shot is off the mark. Rebound goes to Carter Hansen after it was tipped by Bryson Skogsberg. Carter Hansen off the glass and good for 2. Vermillion now leads it 12-0, 3:15 first quarter. And they're playing press defense here right now. Pheasants haven't gotten across the timeline yet. Van Vliet finally does, but gets himself right into a double team.
Looked like a foul there when he got into his head, but that...
Quick transition off the glass. Carter Hansen, 7 points. And pass, and now I'll go against Robinson. Foul against him. Yeah, you mentioned it was kind of a tangle up behind the head there. It looked like maybe some head contact.
Sometimes you got to get those caught there clean when you get that body like that. I mean, it's not that you have to call it every time, but you're trying to get them out clean like that.
Robinson picks up the foul.
With a loose ball, when you get them in the head like that, you can disorientate that player, get that ball.
2 team fouls now on the Vermillion Tanagers as Parker still looking for their first points. Instead of Ethan taking maybe a good chance of a high percentage shot there, decides to kick back out.
Landon Beck and Landon Weeman in here for the Pheasants.
Trying to bring out some of their
Hey,
JV
look at that
teams.
Gillespie in the lane.
Finally gets the first points for the Parker Pheasants. 14-2.
He's the one that's going to be the lineman, so maybe he's playing like a football lineman there. He's going to drive on in.
Skoggsburg drives and travels. He has had some trouble with that so far this season of making sure he doesn't take that third step.
Yep. I tell these kids, and I could be wrong, but I said, not go out and foul, but play aggressively. When you're when you're kind of the guy that's the underdog, go out there and show them what you got.
Quick turnover as Trey Hansen steals it away. It's his brother who brings it across the timeline over to young Skoggsburg. Back out to Carter Hansen. Down to old Skoggsburg. As he tries to back his way in, and a foul called before the shot that will go against the Parker Pheasants. The Pheasants will now pick up their second team foul. And the foul will be called
Landon Weeman. He's got 5 of them. He can use them.
Just want to make sure Dad was okay with that. His first personal ball game. Shot is off the mark. 14-2. 150. First quarter. Oh, slid there. Good no travel called. Some officials would. Gabe Gillespie right there with his right hand. He's got all 4 points for the Pheasants. You said he has to get it going, and he's certainly doing that now.
It's what you want. You want the senior to put it on your shoulder and say, we're not going to take this anymore. We're going to go out there and we're going to try to just get something going.
And young Skoggsburg travels again, his second turnover of the ball game.
Play aggressive. Just be in there, continue to contest the ball, contest every pass. You get turnovers like that. You get those mistakes that don't always happen. Yeah, when you're a team like Parker, you have nothing to lose. Why not just give it all you got?
14-4. Final 80 seconds remaining in this first quarter. We'll get you a wrestling update at the end of the first quarter. We still want to catch up with the Coach Gary Culver here on the broadcast as well to give us more of an update. But I can tell you this much. Vermillion is taking 4 wrestlers on to state. We saw that in the girls. That was looking like it was going to go that way. We'll have more of an update at the end of this quarter break on Vermillion's wrestlers. Spin, jumper, knocked away by Robinson, but a foul is called. They can't believe it. Robinson picks up his second personal and the third team foul. And it will be Gabe heading to the free throw line. No, correction. That's Ray who will head to the free throw line to shoot 2. Looking for his first points of the evening. First free throw is off the heel of the iron. Again, Vermillion started on a 14-0 run. It's been since 4 points by the Parker Pheasants, but still a double-digit lead. Ethan Kerner is going to come into the ball game, and Zone Robinson is going to have to check out with his 2 personal fouls. 14-4, 56 seconds remaining in the first quarter. Ray will finally get his attempt at the second free throw. It's up, and this one is good. So first Parker Pheasant player to score that wasn't Gabe Gillespie. 15-5, 50 seconds remaining in this first quarter. Hansen looked one way, goes over to Wyatt Gestring. Back to Trey Hansen. Hansen holds it above his head. Back over to the sniper who will shoot the 3. This one is off the mark. Ball loose. It's going to be picked up by Carter Skoggsburg on the offensive rebound. Back out Trey Hansen. And he is going to dribble all the way back out. Kind of joking around with head coach Jay Drake during the pregame show. Is Carter Skoggsburg ever going to shoot the 3? They say he can shoot it. He just hasn't done it. Carter Hansen has it. 15 seconds on the shot clock. Now Vermillion is holding for the last second shot as it's 1.2 that separates the shot clock from the game clock. Trey Hansen using the right-handed dribble. Picks it up now. Will take the NBA 3. This one misses and will go out of bounds. And with 1.7, Parker will basically inbound it and see if they can't put up a 3/4 heave. As they get it in, and here comes the heave. Nowhere close, and that is the end of the first quarter. Vermillion leads it by 9, 14-5. As before we head to break here, let's get you a wrestling update. Michael Robe finishes second at 138. Patrick Fulton got fourth at 145. Caleb Emerson got fourth at 152. And Raleigh French got fourth at 182. So 4 Vermillion Tanagers are on to the state tournament. Congratulations to those 4 Tanagers, and best of luck in the state tournament in wrestling. Congratulations as well to the coach Gary Culver, a team that was very young this year, but exciting to see 4 different wrestlers make it on to the state tournament.
I just want to say a quick shout out. We got our regions tomorrow there, and we got a whole slate coming in. We got some exciting news last week. They actually know that our dual team is set as the 6th seed in the dual tournament on Saturday, so we're excited about that. We've had a really good year. Once we get it done here and get the ball in, or we get the next break, I'll give a shout out here to all of our wrestlers that are heading into regions. We got some exciting opportunities here for these wrestlers tomorrow. We're hoping to get a handful, maybe 6 of them, to the state tournament.
And again, that is coming up tomorrow. Yes, make sure we get that in. Next dead ball here as we're back underway to begin this second quarter. It's Hansen who is going to go up with a shot. He missed, but a whistle is called. And it looked like 2 different officials there are kind of indicating several different things, but we're going to say a shooting foul, and Carter Hansen will head to the free throw line to shoot 2. Hansen, of course, has been great. It was also great joining with him on our post-game show the other night. The first free throw is off the mark. Teased him a little bit on his Valentine's Day plans. Did you do anything exciting for Valentine's Day?
Not really, no.
You had basketball, right?
Yeah, we had basketball. Yeah, we were playing basketball here. We won a game.
There we go. That's all that matters.
So that worked out pretty good.
14-5 as Hansen missed both free throws. Parker trying to chip away. In fact, Parker is still on that 5-0 run that dates back to the first quarter. It's been a slow run, but it still counts as a pull-up jumper at the elbow is off the mark. Rebound by Carter Skillingsburg. Vermillion started off hot, but they have since gone cold. It's Trey Hansen. Picks up his dribble. Now just take the turnaround jumper, gets it to go. Trey gets his first points of the ball game.
Nice mid-range turnaround jumper there.
Freshman as well. He's going to be very, very exciting to watch the next few years. This is a Vermillion team, as we mentioned, not a whole lot of seniors, and just continue to build. Carter Skillingsburg and Wyatt Gestrin, and certainly they're going to be missed on the senior side for Vermillion. Carter Hansen picks up his dribble. Bounce pass down to Robinson. He dribbles it off his foot, goes out of bounds, and it'll be Parker basketball. (16-5). Taking a moment here to get everything sorted out. Finally ready to get back underway. In the backcourt, Vermillion is applying the press, trying to shut it down. As this one knocked away, as Van Vliet, try to get by Trey Hansen and goes out of bounds.
Is that right, Trey Hansen, just a freshman?
Yep, and the thing is, he ain't even good. Or I shouldn't say, his sport isn't even basketball. You should watch his golf game.
Oh, man.
His golf game is pretty darn good, along with his brother Carter.
Yeah, looks pretty good on the court, too.
And I say, and you have both those brothers that just, it's going to be dangerous having both of them out there. Of course, Carter, a sophomore, and then Trey, a freshman. Another parent as well that certainly helps out there. And his mom, also good baseball players. And that whole entire family just completely, as we talked about earlier in the girls' side, just athletics and just doing any sport they possibly can. Robinson back out to Wyatt Gestrin. Now it's with Carter. And they both have grown quite a bit in this past year. That was something we've really noticed with both these two, is the size they've added to this team. Hansen, the drive. And he'll go up off the block with his right hand. Shot is off the mark. And, of course, we always do post-game interviews with usually players. Tonight's going to be with an assistant coach. Very well-spoken as well, both Trey and Carter. This one a kick over to the corner, three-pointer. This one is good.
Van Vliet from the corner.
Van Vliet gets his first points.
Get the senior going, and it really changes our look, too, of our offense as well.
And the Parker Pheasants on an 8-2 run, dating back to the first quarter, as they're still within this. Skillingsburg, the mid-range, gets it. Carter Skogsberg has 6 points here in the ball game. 18-8, 5:24. Quickly the other way, and a charge is taken. Make it now 26. Again, he set the single season record for man makers last Friday against Irene Wakanda. Talked about Doug Hansen. John Brooks gets to add his name to that. Last misses Carter Hansen the putback, and this one is good. Carter Hansen now has 9 points in the ball game and a quick contact, a foul that will go against Ray Tranvik. And picking up now Ray's second, and Carter Hansen is still down as he took a shot in the eye. 24-10. And their officials are getting together as this one, again, Carter Hansen took a shot to the eye here. And they're going to call the foul now, as we mentioned, against Ray. 24-10. It's the 8th team foul.
We're on.
And an inbound, and it's going to be stolen away by the Parker Pheasants. 24-10. Last 30 seconds here of the ball game, as it's almost knocked away by Trey Hansen once again. Again, this one has gotten super chippy down the stretch. Beck drives at the block, kicks back out, three-pointer in this one. There's whistles. Did the three-pointer count?
I think they're going to talk about it. I believe the Tech was first.
I thought I heard whistles for Tech against Austin Hurley as he did cross over the half-court line to get into the official's ear. There is a lot going on here late in this first half of chippiness and back and forth, as Vermillion is saying just stay out of all the drama, and this comes against no player at the moment.
So they're giving him a... They called a tech on him because he's running down trying to call a timeout. They're not calling it. So they called him for a technical for crossing over the half court and then gave him the timeout.
I'm not going to lie, I missed all of it, so I have no idea what's going on.
So he's calling the timeout the whole time that you're there.
No, he was upset about a foul that wasn't called. He was voicing his frustration because Jay Drake is the one who just called the timeout here.
Okay.
And he wanted an explanation from the official.
The official pointed to Parker's side when he called the timeout.
That's exactly what they did.
Okay.
That's what I thought.
I guess we'll have to go back and review this here. I don't know exactly what it is, but...
And in the end...
Coach Hurley intense.
In the end, the three-pointer that was also made has been wiped off the board. It does not count. Parker came away with a big three-pointer over there in the corner. Now, if I'm correct as well, we have said a technical this entire time, but I don't think a technical has ever been officially assessed. I think it's just a bench warning.
No, it was. It was a tech. That referee said tech, coach, and then pointed to Parker.
Okay. Well, so we should have some free throws, and it hasn't gone up on the scoreboard is why I looked up, Cole. Yep. We're still at 8 here. There we go. Okay, now we get 9.
So what happens is when you see kind of this here, you can get kids can get kind of chippy when they start playing like this, and I always get a little nervous for kids because they play a little out of character, and it can get a little rough when you try to go to the hole and this stuff happens. We'll see once if their coaches are able to keep this temperament down, but I would bet that you're going to see a pretty aggressive second half if we're going into the halftime with this.
Carter Hansen is only able to hit one that time on the tech, and again, because of the technical, the three-pointer wiped off the board for the Parker Pheasants. Vermillion goes 1 of 2 at the free throw line, but they also get the basketball back and will hold on for the last-second shot, and this one has really seemed like Parker in it at one point, has gotten blown open once again as Vermillion's on an 8-0 run. Bryson Skogsberg has it, wants to get it back over to the sniper Wyatt Gestreen. Straightaway three, off the mark, no good. But Vermillion now leads it 25-10 as we head to the third quarter. And what, as we mentioned, has been a very chippy second quarter. And Ryan just seemed to get away as well from the Parker Pheasants late in that second quarter.
Yeah, they had their chances. We had them stop there. We kind of stopped in transition on that one play. We're able to make the foul against your big guy. And And then when we were down there, we just could not get the points when we were trying to transition back. So it was kind of tough there. I think Parker had their chances, but a 10-25 score right now is certainly bigger than what it could be. I think Parker could have definitely closed that gap just a little bit. But kudos to the Tanagers. They were out there playing and just doing what they do. But like you said earlier, sometimes these clubs here are having a hard time scoring with only 25 points for the Tanagers.
Yep.
That could leave them, unless they can match that, they could be in the 40s coming out of here. So I'm going to turn it over here and let you guys do some talking.
Well, no, it's okay. We got Casey Hansen. You take the headset off. Go get something. You're good. Okay. You're good. Casey, if you want to sit on down, as we do here on our Vermillion Tanager stream for the Parker Pheasants out there that do not realize, we catch up with coaches, we catch up with players, and tonight we get to catch up with Casey Hansen here during halftime to revisit about the girls' game. Casey, how was vacation? Did you guys do anything exciting? Now, I heard you guys did a longest drive contest on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
Are you a golfer at all?
No. I actually did very bad at that competition. I got second to last, I think. So, struggled a little bit.
So you're saying golfing is not your sport?
No, it's not my strong suit.
Well, a great performance from your group tonight, but we referenced that week off that you guys had over this past week to just get ready for the Parker Pheasants and to kind of resettle back in. How was that week for the girls and just to kind of re-mentally focus and get ready for the postseason?
Yeah, I mean, it was good. We got to really focus on ourselves and our offense and what we needed to do during the postseason. So we're excited for region time and all that stuff coming up.
You knew that you guys are going to play the Parker Pheasants in back-to-back games. Did you guys hold some things back offensively and defensively tonight that you might be showing coming up on Tuesday?
I mean, we do have a lot of options offensively and defensively, so we'll probably mix that up a little bit. I haven't really heard the game plan yet, though, so I don't know.
You look back against Irene Wakanda. You guys get over 60 points in that competition. Also 61 here again tonight. How nice is it to get back to what we saw to open up the season of scoring just above 60 points and finally get that offense moving again?
I mean, it's really good to be scoring that much and having everybody having like 10 or 7 or all in that range. It's been really good.
You talk about the region playoffs. Did you enjoy seeing Parker and having this opportunity to play them so quickly once again?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's nice, and I think it'll be fun on Tuesday at home to play them again.
Yeah, going back home. We had this whole entire special celebration. We knew it was going to be back home, but what's it like when it comes to postseason basketball inside the birdcage from a player's perspective?
Yeah, I mean, it's just so much fun. It's going to be packed, and our crowd is great. We have a lot of parents and students that are going to come, so I'm really excited about it.
Now, if you get the pick, which one would you rather see, Elk Point, Jefferson, or T-Area?
I mean, Elk Point is always a little bit of a struggle for us, but I mean, I think we can play anybody, and I'm really excited about it.
You ready to keep making a run, see if we can't make it to the state tournament, win state title?
Yeah, we can hope.
Hey, fingers crossed. Best of luck on Tuesday, all right?
Yeah, thank you.
There she is, Casey Hansen here at halftime as the Vermillion girls got a win earlier this evening against the Parker Pheasants, and we saw 3 different girls hit double figures for this evening. And again, right now at halftime, 25-10, the Vermillion boys lead it over the Parker Pheasants. Still to come, head coach John Brooks will also catch up with the coach Gary Culver a little bit later on. But we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll see if we can't catch up with John Brooks. That is on the way next here on Live Ticket TV.
Times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Agraria Insurance Company, protecting what's important in life. Contact your local Agraria Insurance Company agent.
This is what matters. This is beyond X's and O's. This is the difference mutual respect makes. This is what character looks like. This is what defines us in South Dakota. This is sportsmanship. School sports, it's not the outcome that matters most, but the way the games are played. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Whether it's dusk or dawn, the Farm Mutual Group of South Dakota has you covered. They are your local insurance company that has been around for 140 years. Since 1883, they have been putting their neighbors first and will continue to do so. They carry farm, crop, business, home, and auto insurance. Give Andrew or Ryan a call today at 605-583-4211 to see how they can help you with your insurance need and go the extra mile to save you money.
Hey farmers, don't have the time or the means to haul your corn to market? Contact Derek or Phil at New Gent Energy. They are receiving corn 6 days a week, and every Saturday from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. is Farmers Only Haul Day. Located in Marion, South Dakota, New Gent Energy also sells distillers and corn oil. Call 605-648-2100 for all your corn needs, and check out their website at newgenmarion.com. That's N-U-G-E-N Marion.com.
25-10 right now here at halftime between the Vermillion Tanagers and the Parker Pheasants. As at halftime, Vermillion is up by 15. We'll take a look back at this first half and also join with Ryan Weeman coming up here in just a little bit. But right now it's time to get to our coaches conversation with head coach John Brooks. Coach Brooks won to take care of business here tonight against the Parker Pheasants. Did you get maybe a little bit more of a battle than what you necessarily wanted tonight against the Parker Pheasants?
Yeah, we got off to a decent start there, and then give Parker credit in the second quarter. They made some tough shots from the outside and made a little run there at the end of the second quarter, but happy with we made a few changes to our press there at halftime, and I thought our girls did a good job of executing that in the third quarter. We were able to finally get Parker to turn the ball over. We got some stuff going in transition. Did a better job of getting the ball inside against our zone in the second half, and we're able to come away with a nice victory.
Yeah, we talked about that during the game tonight as well, that we maybe didn't see everything that we have seen defensively from the Vermillion Tanagers. Do you like where you're heading at to face Parker again coming up on Tuesday with what you're capable of, still the wrinkles that you're going to add, if you will?
Yeah, it's one of those things where we just started playing them last year, so we don't know them that well, and obviously they don't know us that well either. So we'll be able to throw some different things, some different looks at them defensively when we see them on Tuesday, and we know that they're in a pack of 2-3 zone in, and you got to be able to still stay disciplined to it, get the ball to the right spots, and then if you get the ball inside, outside, especially on our home hoops, we hope to shoot it well.
Yeah, coming up on Tuesday, back inside the birdcage. How nice is it going to be back inside to open up not just region playoffs, but be home for the next couple of games?
It's the benefit of having a good regular season is to get yourself in your home gym during region times. We were able to accomplish that, and now it's go time now. Once we get a couple practices in, and it's that second season that we've all been waiting for here, kind of the last 3 weeks, and it's finally here.
If I said 19-1 to end the regular season, how much would you have paid for it?
Oh man, we just kind of told the girls that. We said, hey, it's not that we don't have confidence in the team that we have, but if you'd have told us before the regular season, seeing the teams that we were going to play and the schedule and the teams that we drew in classics, that we're going to go 19-1. Wow, I just don't know if I would have believed it. And that's, like I said, that's nothing against our kids. It's just that's tough for anybody to do. So we said that we'll be able to enjoy this one sometime later this year, and in 5, 10, 15 years, as these girls get older, they'll be able to look back and realize how special a regular season they just put together.
Well, we continue to think about the region playoffs as well. I know a lot of people have already written you on into the second round, and you see the results of Elk Point, Jefferson, and T area. How much does that worry you for game number 2 coming up?
It's like you said, you still got to take care of game number 1, but we just told our girls that Elk Point and T are on our side of the bracket, and that's our 4-team bracket, us, Parker, T, and Elk Point, and we'll see what happens on Tuesday night, and whoever we draw between T and Elk Point, we know both of them are very, very talented and good, so it all starts with Parker on Tuesday night, though.
Coach, let's go have some fun in the region playoffs, and let's go make a run at it, all right?
All right, thanks a lot, Heath.
There is head coach John Brooks joining us here at halftime as it's 25-10. We're ready to get going immediately with the second half as we're able to catch up with Casey Hansen and also head coach John Brooks here at halftime for our player and coaches conversation, all a part of the Vermillion Tanagers live stream. We've always been doing this. Unfortunate for Parker fans that we weren't able to catch up with anyone for pregame interviews. Reached out to, of course, both head coaches. Neither coach was able to get back to us and provide us information or interviews as well. So that was a little bit of a disappointment, but nonetheless, we carry on as we do have the famous Ryan Weeman sitting up here in the broadcast booth with us.
Well, after I watched the Super Bowl last week, I kind of liked Andy Reid's philosophy. You just don't get a halftime interview when we're losing.
There you go.
So we'll start doing it when we're winning.
There you go. 25-10. As a quick foul is called, it's going to be against Robinson, which now picks up his 4th personal, and he immediately has to come out of the ball game as young Skogsburg will check in. So Zone Robinson hasn't really gotten going tonight. Again, 4 personal fouls, only 3 points here in the ball game. We won't talk anymore about what happened Sunday either.
Oh, man, I was just going to dig into it, but...
Wow. A 3 that sat on the front of the iron for Ethan Caston, but couldn't fall through. It is an offensive rebound for the Parker Pheasants. They drive, kick, jumper, good for Ray. He now has 5 points in the ball game. 25-12. All right, you get this one moment. What do you want to say about it?
All I was going to say was at halftime, I didn't think the Chiefs were going to win that game. I thought it was all Eagles. They pretty much had the whole first half, and then, man alive, I don't know if that's just good old-fashioned coaching or just been there before, but they put a schooling on in the second half.
If you haven't picked up on it yet, Ryan, I'm a diehard Eagles fan.
Oh.
So. Yeah, a little tough to swallow yet. Now, by the way, I said this the other night, and I'll say it again. It was not, whether it was a holding call or not.
Yeah.
You got to make a defensive stop in the second half if you want to win a Super Bowl.
Right. You know what? We all have to be, as fans and as parents and even as players, we have to understand one play isn't the game. At that time, it could have maybe changed the outcome or took it to overtime, but the momentum was with the Chiefs in the second half. And actually, I just didn't think the Chiefs were going to be able to make the adjustments that they did. Otherwise, it looked like they could have gotten, other than a couple of them defensive touchdown in the first half and a few of those things there, that really changed the outlook.
And while you were saying that, 2 fouls against Gabe Gillespie here. And not only does one count, but also another one a technical. So the Parker Pheasants have now picked up their 2nd technical of the ball game. And Hansen misses the first free throw, but Parker has now had 2 technicals against them. And it looked like Gabe was just saying something. The official looked over and teed him immediately. Hansen makes his 2nd free throw. He has 11 here in the ball game.
I don't mean to say this out loud, but
careful.
That stuff happens like that, and when you're a senior and you're on a club like this, I hope these kids don't do something they will regret when they go down there, because they're going to play hard and hopefully not foul or do something dumb.
26-12, as I mentioned, the 2nd technical called against the Parker Pheasants here this evening. And this one, it just kind of came from the officials' warning earlier in the ball game, and then all of a sudden it was just that one moment, and it's the quick tee call. Young Skogsburg tries to make his move in the lane, kick over the corner, trying to get it back to his brother. They say it takes a deflection off of Ethan Caston last and will stay with the Vermillion Tanagers. 6:22, third quarter, 26-12. 14-point lead for the Vermillion Tanagers. It has not been an explosion offensively of points, kind of what we saw from Vermillion last Friday. Skogsburg, 3-pointer. This one is off the mark. The only difference was Irene Wakanda was kind of just trading buckets with Vermillion, whereas Parker has not been able to get their offense going much here in the ball game.
Well, we got to do better than Landon Beck's in there. We got to do better than 12 points when we're in the third period here. We're not going to play with anybody with that. We got to find a way to uncap that bucket and just start getting some points, because
kick back out, 3-pointer. This one is off the heel of the iron. Shooting a lot of threes and just have not been able to hit the shots. Trey Hansen across the timeline for Vermillion. Kicks it over to young Skogsburg. Back over to Hansen. Now to Wyatt Gestring, to Carter Hansen. Carter picks up his dribble, kicks back out. Corner for Wyatt Gestring. 3-pointers off the mark. Loose basketball picked back up by Wyatt and couldn't quite make the pass in time. He travels, and it will give it back to the Parker Pheasants. Yeah, and you talk about missed opportunities for Vermillion. You got to answer that back. If you're Parker, you got to start scoring and getting back into this. We'll see if they can't do a little bit more of that as it's brought into the front court by Beck, and now a whistle called. And this will be called against Trey Hansen. Hansen now picking up his 2nd personal and the second team foul. That's along the baseline, kick it in. Across the timeline, the Parker Pheasants bring it.
Yeah, it's time here for the foul. Ooh, oh!
Ray went for the pass. Carter Skogsberg got in there as well. A little bit of a tie-up, and the foul will go against Ray. Yeah, it continues to get chippy throughout this stretch here.
Yep. Ray's aggressive, though. He's going to go after those balls and get that done, and he's not afraid to go up against the big guy either, just being 5'9" like that. He'll climb in the lion's mouth sometimes.
2 points scored for Parker, just a free throw for Vermillion so far in this third quarter. Total of 3 points. Hansen puts up an ugly shot. Ball is going to go out of bounds. Last touch by Wyatt Gestring. These games just seem to drag on more and more when you can't be hitting the shots either. Again, that goes for both teams. We've seen a combined 3 points so far in this third quarter. It's at the wing, pick up, dribble, looking for someone wide open. It's Ethan underneath.
Ethan Caston there. That was a nice little, thought he was kind of trapped, and we turned it to 2.
On senior night, Ethan gets his first points of the evening.
Neither club here just lighting it on fire.
No. Young Skogsberg, and it's for Vermillion. It seems like one night they will and the next night they won't. Just depends on who they come out with and what they're able to get done. Another missed shot, another foul, and Carter Skogsberg will head to the free throw line to shoot 2 here. And you'd say with Vermillion 26 points, 4:08 in the third quarter, you're not going to win many games, and this just happens to be that one game out of 100 maybe that you're going to win.
Yeah. We're going to call that one on Landon Beck right there. That's his first, team 5th for Parker.
The first free throw is off the mark as Vermillion's free throw shooting percentage continues to dwindle down, which is not saying that's good by any means when you can't hit some free throws.
They're giving Parker every chance to get back in this game. Parker's just not taking advantage of it.
26-14, second free throw out is off the mark as well. So again, Vermillion has hit just a free throw here in this third quarter. And we're halfway through. Do things turn around? Does Parker start to get back into it? The drive too high off the glass, rebounded by Hansen, and they say he's going to travel as they call his hand down there. So letting it count as a collect there.
This is why I need a GoPro up in the booth. For the amount of faces and motions that I make throughout a game. But yet you keep forgetting it. I forgive you.
Foul call, or excuse me, a timeout for head coach Jay Drake, as tonight's broadcast is brought to you by the Vermillion Boosters, and they want to spotlight the Heine Seed Company. Heine Seed Farms is a farming family seed corn company with over 30 years in the seed corn industry. Corn producers are always looking for alternatives and maximizing their return on investment. If you need help, make sure you contact the Heine Seed Company for all your seed results.
They just told Vermillion to go into the bench area for their timeout.
They were out there, kind of out there. We've been called on that too. We always used to do our fulls out in the middle circle there. They just tee them up.
I think they got Papa James Drake on the tee this time.
But Vermillion's done that every game I've ever watched. For every timeout, no matter if it's a full or a 30, they go out there by the free throw line.
Maybe getting a little bit of back and forth here.
So now 3 technicals have been called here in the ball game. And we'll see Ray shoot free throws for the Parker Pheasants. Head coach Jay Drake has won an explanation. First free throw is good. And
Ray's about a 90% free throw shooter, so I would think that he can be able to sink both of these. This could be a little bit of a turning point in this game.
It could be. 6 points now for Ray here in the ball game. Second free throw is good. And we can hit free throws too.
You know, we had that three-pointer taken off there when we got the technical, and that just had Coach Hurley livid. Then you turn around, and this game's only 7 points if that was scored.
Right now, a 10-point lead yet for the Vermillion Tanagers, 26-16, 3:54 third quarter. Get Parker, hit the 2 technical free throws, and then just continue to build on it from here as it's over in the corner. They're going to get it over the top. Let's try to find some space to drive. Shot is deflected up in the air and picked up by Hansen. Quickly up to young Skogsberg, and a charge taken. As Seth Van Vliet is able to pick up the man maker and a foul against Bryson Skogsberg. Bryson Skogsberg will get his second personal, and now the fourth team foul as well. And Bryson will come out of the ball game, and Ethan Kerner will check in for the Vermillion Tanagers.
It kind of felt like a lot of things were going Vermillion's way on them kind of ticky-tacky calls in the first half, and now it's going all Parker. So if you're a Vermillion Tanager fan and you're pissed off, I understand it because it kind of felt that way in the first half for us. I don't know if it's kind of even in the score or what it is, but this game hasn't been a state championship game by any means, so please don't take it to heart. It's just the way it's been sloppy all game for both clubs, and it's hard to officiate games like this.
Yep. And it's at that point, too, that you could even say maybe the officials have let it get a little bit out of hand, and now they're just trying to do anything they can to get it back underneath control. Ray steals it away from Hansen. Pull-up jumper for him is too strong. Fight for the rebound. It's going to be pulled down by Trey Hansen. Quickly goes the opposite way, and he's fouled from behind. And it'll be 2 free throws upcoming. But again, Vermillion has struggled from the free throw line. Ray picks up his third personal in the 6th team foul. Yeah, usually if we're going to bonus before the fourth quarter, either you're just really bad and making a lot of dumb fouls or things have gotten out of hand.
But I kind of talked about it earlier. It was going to get ticky-tacky. It was going to get, kids start playing a little bit rough. They're not playing their normal course of basketball. Though 20 years from now, these kids will talk about remember that dang time we had to go down to Parker and that game?
You saw 3 technicals.
3 technicals, and hey, we're not done yet. We might see one more,
Second free throw, this one is good as Hansen is able to hit them both. He now has 7 points. Vermillion has gotten all 3 of their points in this third quarter from the charity stripe, 28-18, and they still hold on to a 10-point lead. Weeman almost had it knocked away. Tanager fans wanted a travel call, not getting it. Straightaway 3, this one is good. Seth Van Vliet hits a big three-pointer. He has 6 for the ball game. 28-19, 9-point lead. It's Ethan Kerner as Van Vliet hit the deck there. Back to Trey Hansen. Hansen in the lane, puts up the floater, gets it to go. Trey Hansen quickly 4 points for the Vermillion Tanagers. That's the first field goal of this third quarter as well for Vermillion. It's cast in the opposite way for the Parker Pheasants. Now with Beck at the volleyball line, makes his move, driving in, and a man maker, the second of the evening for Carter Skogsberg. And Beck will pick up his second personal, and it gives bonus to Vermillion the rest of the ball game. We'll see how much that plays a factor as we head to the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
30-19, 143. Trey Hansen on the drive. Contact as he put up the shot. Count the bucket.
I thought he hooked him before he got to the basket, but that's just me, and he's my kid. But
Hansen count the bucket. He's got now 6 in this quarter, 11 for the ball game. And the old-fashioned three-point play. Free throw is good. 12 for now, Trey Hansen. 33-19. We talked about the turning point that Vermillion picked up the technical, and Parker never took advantage of it.
No, they didn't. They've had time and time again tonight chances to come back on Vermillion and just haven't been able to just put that dagger in and do what they need to get this game back into control. And I talked about it early on. They got far. They're not built to come behind. They got down by 8 or 10 points, and it's just been a struggle. They've kept it kind of at that kind of range. They just haven't been able to close the gap.
Hansen last second feed to Carter Skogsberg. Carter Skogsberg inside. And he's getting closer and closer to his double-double of the evening. He already has 9 points and over 10 rebounds this evening. Three-pointer. This one is good. Seth Van Vliet answers back. He has 9 points, all from downtown, 35-22, and that was a huge three for the Parker Pheasants to stay within reaching distance.
Boy, he wanted it there for a second. No Hansen, but he pulled up. Oh,
White Gestrin will shoot the three and answers. The sniper gets his first points of the evening, 38-22. 31 seconds remaining in this quarter. The drive, the bucket counts, and the reach and foul against Ethan Kerner, and it will send Ray to the free throw line.
That's 5 team fouls now for the Tanagers, so we're getting closer to the bonus there for them as well.
And Ray will head to the free throw line. He's had himself a good ball game so far, already 9 points.
He got that one to go for 10 too.
So double figures. First Parker Pheasant to reach that mark as well. 38-25, 13-point lead for the Vermillion Tanagers with the shot clock that is off, and they're going to melt as much of this clock down as they possibly can. It's Hansen, right-handed dribble, switches it over to his left in between the legs, being guarded closely by Kasten. It's still Trey Hansen. Hansen in the lane, puts up the floater, and he's fouled as he went up for the shot. And there'll be free throws upcoming. With 6.4, probably took a little bit sooner than you wanted to. The foul called against Davis, picking up his first personal. The 9th team foul, so we could see maybe double bonus before we get to the fourth quarter. Free throw is good for Hansen. Hansen, 8 points in this third quarter, 13 for the ball game. 39-25 after we couldn't find any offense. We have seen a lot here in the last 2.5 minutes. Second free throw, this one is good for Hansen as well. 14 points. Ray will shoot the half-court shot. It's off the mark. Ethan Kasten could never quite collect it in. And that is the end of the third quarter. Make your comment there. What do you want to say?
No, I think that's kind of fitting for what we got going on tonight.
40-25 as we head to the fourth quarter. We're back in just a moment here on Live Ticket TV.
What if we said a bank isn't a place to lock up money? It's a place to set it free. What if the point of banking wasn't to bank at all, but to put your ideas to work? What if your bank asked, what if, a little more? Well, what if we told you we do? We're American Bank and Trust, where what if meets why not? If you're ready to change what you get out of banking, start a relationship with us. What if you made the move today?
(40-25) as we head to the fourth quarter. Parker Pheasants, both for the boys and girls, wrapping up their seasons this evening, at least for the regular season, before the region playoffs upcoming for the Parker Pheasant girls back playing against the Vermillion Tanagers. That comes up on Tuesday evening inside the other bird cage, if you will, in Vermillion High School. Of course, we'll have all the coverage for you right here on Parker Pheasants Live and Vermillion Tanagers Live coming up on Tuesday evening. We'll do the simulcast for both for all the Parker Pheasants fans who can't make it over to Vermillion. Would love to have you inside the other birdcage, though. Hansen, the three-pointer. This one off the mark, and then the Parker Pheasant boys, they will play against Dakota Valley the following Tuesday. Of course, Dakota Valley still undefeated, looking to go back-to-back champs. White Gestrin reaches in. Foul is called. White Gestrin will pick up now his second personal, the 6th team foul. So we're going to see a lot of, the whistles continue, a lot of free throws upcoming in this fourth quarter, as it's already double bonus for the Vermillion Tanagers. With 9 fouls, the next one will give that 10 mark. The drive by Ray, kick over to the corner. This one is off the mark, rebounded by Hansen. 40-25, 7:22. Pump fake, the pass to his brother. They go over to Skogsberg, who hits the jumper. Can't get the fall, though. White Gestrin, the offensive rebound. Fight for it, goes out of bounds. By the way, Zone Robinson is back out there for the Vermillion Tanagers. He has picked up 4 personal fouls, but is back out there. They get it in deep to cover Skogsberg. Out to Zone Robinson. Vermillion will try to work some of this clock as well. Robinson will shoot the three. This one is off the mark. Hansen back up, and he is fouled as he went up for the shot, and 2 free throws upcoming for him. Again, 14 points by Trey Hansen here in this ball game. He's the leading scorer for the Vermillion Teenagers as well. A foul, as it's now officially the 10th team foul on the Parker Pheasants. And is also the third personal on Meyer there.
Yeah, we're in the double bonus now for the Tanagers all the way through.
Yep.
But don't look like we have. I guess the only one that's really in foul trouble right now that's on the floor is Stravnicek. He has 4.
I'll see if he can avoid that 5th. The drive jumper from Caston is off the mark and rebounded by Wyatt Gestrine underneath the hoop. So again, Vermillion can continue to work some of this clock. 41-25, 6:43 fourth quarter. Bounce pass to Robinson, jumper for him. Can't leave him that wide open. Robinson scores his first bucket since he opened up the game with a 3-pointer. Again, he has been in foul trouble throughout. And for Parker, probably a good thing that Robinson hasn't been out there. He would have probably provided more of a spark offensively for the Vermillion Tanagers. 43-25. The drive, the floater, and another charge taken. Carter Skogsberg sets the record once again, or I should say ties the record with 3 man makers. It's been done several different times. 4 would be the single game record. So he needs to take 1 more. And by the way, Ray fouls out of the ball game. And he's going to finish with 10 points this evening for the Parker Pheasants. Well, you mentioned him. Needs to stay out of foul trouble and finds himself in it.
Yep.
43-25, and don't look now, Ryan, but this is all of a sudden really ballooned up if you're the Parker Pheasants. 3-pointer off the mark there for Trey Hansen. Into the front court. The Pheasants will bring it. Pick up dribble, kick back out now. Gabe drives in, his shot blocked away by Carter Hansen. Quickly the opposite way, Trey Hansen leaves it short. Rebounded by the Pheasants there with Beck. Beck still has it, splits by the double team, drives all the way in, and lays off the glass and good for 2. Beck, his first points of the evening.
He needs to do more of that. He can do that all night long. He's just a sophomore, and once he gets his confidence, you saw he kind of just zigged and zagged, and
yep.
He'll cut you up like a knife if you let him, and he's just got to go after that and do that a little more.
Gestrine out to Trey Hansen, into Robinson, turnaround jumper for him. Robinson already making the difference, getting a little bit more playing time. He now quickly has 7 points in the ball game. And now a timeout is going to be called by Coach Austin Hurley. We'll step aside. We're back here in just a moment on Live Ticket TV. No need to worry about the danger zone when you step into Topgum Dental. Dr. Hunstad and his staff have you safe in the landing zone. From young children to adults, Topgum Dental can help you with your major dentistry needs, routine cleanings, orthodontics, implants, and more. Find out how Topgum is helping keep that mouth in perfect condition at topgumdental.com. With now 3 locations in Parker, T, and Sioux Falls, when it comes to flying safe with the dentist, make it Topgum Dental.
Calling all high school seniors. Not sure what your next step is? Consider Dakota Wesleyan University's Learn and Earn program located in Pierre. Current students in the Learn and Earn program are thriving. That's because the Learn and Earn program is different. Take classes on a flexible schedule at the Capital City campus and intern with a Pierre area business for a paid work experience. Scholarships are available. Visit dwu.edu/Learn and Earn today.
45-27, 5:03, fourth quarter. Well, Ryan, it's not over with yet, but you might need some offense right here.
Well, we got one right there. I do have a couple shout-outs tonight. They love your segue music on in there.
Oh, well.
Jason's been texting me all night. He says, how do we get that into our live stream?
We got to set you up with a board like mine.
That's what I said. We need equipment.
Well, we can.
Kind of like the House of the Rising Sun coming on in here.
Say, you're getting after it there a little bit, and of course, I love it. Foul there. That win against Seth Van Vliet. As they would say, the advertisers got to get more advertisers.
Yeah.
There we go. Everything starts to run and pay for more.
Somebody told me where there's a will, there's a way, but I found out where there's a checkbook, there's a way.
That's very true. We also have blood timeout right now for Trey Hansen as he's holding on to his nose. I think he's just saying, can I please get something to stop the bleeding? They can't just hand him a towel to stop the bleeding. It doesn't fix anything. They want to stuff cotton up his nose and to see if that can't help out a little bit more. And this is a big old cotton ball that just will tear down into pieces. And it looks like they're going to stuff it up his nose.
They call a full timeout here, and they're just going to try to get him straightened out.
All right, we'll take another break. When we come back, we'll come back with some more music. That's on the way next here on Live Ticket TV. Weeman Land and Auction, just outside of Marion, is your home for buying and selling almost anything. Whether it is buying or selling your land, home, farm, business, farm equipment, or other personal property, they are here to make that process a little bit easier. There's no job too big or too small. Ready to purchase or ready to sell? Find it all at WeemanAuction.com. And be sure to check out regular auctions happening every week with Weeman Auction.
Whether it's dusk or dawn, the Farm Mutual Group of South Dakota has you covered. They are your local insurance company that has been around for 140 years. Since 1883, they have been putting their neighbors first and will continue to do so. They carry farm, crop, business, home, and auto insurance. Give Andrew or Ryan a call today at 605-583-4211 to see how they can help you with your insurance needs and go the extra mile to save you money.
$45-30, 4:47, fourth quarter, and after the blood timeout from Trey Hansen, they are able to get the blood fixed and everything taken care of. We see the free throws, and the first one is up and good for Trey Hansen. As Hansen continues his dominance, he now has 16 points here in the ball game, 46-30. Second free throw, this one is up and good as well for Hansen, the freshman leading the Tanagers with a great evening tonight, 17 points here in the ball game. 47-30, 4:37, fourth quarter. I don't want to say it's over, Ryan, but I don't know if I'm going to see 20 points from the Parker Pheasants anymore in this game.
Well, when we've only had 30 in the first 3.5 quarters, I don't know if...
It's not over to the fat lady, but she's definitely warming up the vocal cords.
Yeah.
Jumper left short of the iron, rebounded by Vermillion. Carter Hansen will bring it in. Of course, Vermillion needed this win, continue their truck, trying to get to 500 on the season as Wyatt Gestring has it. Over to Robinson. Trey Hansen back over to Wyatt, who will shoot another three. Good! Wyatt Gestring, his second three of the evening. He has 6 points. 50-30, 3:47, fourth quarter. And now a simple turnover as two guys not on the same page. Did you get all your auctions in as well? For or the bids in, I should say, down the banners that you wanted?
I did, but I don't think I got any. I think they were all outbidding me. Had a couple order buys, too, to try to bid on, but I got knocked out on those. So I guess I'm going to have to just sit back and be in second place.
There you go. Sometimes you fall short.
Yep.
Jumper for Carter Hansen is good.
It's good for some of them that bought them. People that were wanting them there wanted to kind of hang them up as souvenirs in the basement of the garage. And
Beck on the drive. Can't quite get it. Offensive rebound. Weeman can't put it back. 52-30, 3:08, fourth quarter. Vermillion's going to improve to 9-10 on the season, and Parker is going to drop and finish their season at 3-17 overall. For Parker, their second year in Region 4, certainly get to see how this region is, see the DAC 12 opponents as well, and how tough this conference can be. As Beck gets by two defenders, goes up with a shot off the glass and good for two. He's going to be exciting.
Yeah, we like it when Beck does that. I mean, he just downhill, and he can control that ball. We're going to see good things. Just a sophomore coming back next year, being able to work probably that two position along the side of Travnicek. We're going to be able to see a lot more dynamic offense coming there when you can have two guys that can cut to the hole like that.
Hansen has 18 points here in the ball game. 2:15 remaining. 54-32.
We're going to have to find some shooters, though. We've had some shooters here. Gillespie early on was making some shots there. Van Vliet can be really dangerous.
Robinson went up for it, blocked away there by Van Vliet.
He didn't just do body, he got to the ball, too.
Got to the ball and stopped Robinson at the highest point.
Yep. When we got Van Vliet out there, though, a lot of nights when he gets on in the three-point range, he can be deadly. He can knock down 6-7 of them pretty easy.
They do, though, call a foul on Van Vliet, so Robinson will shoot 2 as the first free throw is up, and this one is good for Robinson. Again, he now has 8 points in the ball game after he spent a majority of the game on the bench, and now we're going to see the JV squad come out and finish this one off for the Vermillion boys, 55-32. I think we've seen a majority of the second team out there right now for the Parker Pheasants, more of to foul trouble, but they're going to finish it off as well as they pull anyone who's remaining a starter. And again, round of applause goes to these seniors as well, Ryan.
Yeah, it's always tough being your, last regular season game. Put a lot of time in, People don't realize all them early morning practices and, all the time that you do during the season. It doesn't feel near as long when you're winning.
No. And an amazing career for a lot of these boys will come not to an end yet, but it is certainly the final time they'll play here inside the birdcage at Parker High School in a competitive game. Trillian Sorrell, quickly the opposite way. Jumper for him off the glass and good for 2.
Sorrell can move. He kind of closed the gap there pretty fast.
You better watch out. He's very, very talented on the football field. Now, Sorrell kind of picked up basketball over the past year or so, and Jay Drake kind of convinced him to go out for basketball even. But, football is his main sport. That guy was getting interceptions with a club hand.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Well, he has closing speed. I could see that just when he brought that ball down. Definitely covered some area pretty fast.
58-32. Weeman back to the top. The Pheasants go at the block. Jumper is going to be off the mark. Cerny the opposite way as he put up double digits in a JV game earlier off to Sean Doan. Shot, though, blocked away.
Kilborn able to pull it in there as it bounced around. Weeman over to Erickson. To Ross. Ross over to Beck. Beck's looking here. He might. Carter Ross, he'll turn it over.
I say should have shot the 3 when he had a chance. He had an open look at it, but decided not to take it.
Kilborn, a junior there, and he hasn't played. I think this is his first year going out for basketball, but he's really aggressive. He can really sky a little bit, and I like his kind of just go get it personality. I think he's going to be a real contributor next year, just giving us some minutes.
So a great performance for the Vermillion Tanagers as we see a foul called. Double bonus means 2 free throws from Roehrig. But again, great performance tonight for the Vermillion Tanagers as we see another 2 in double figures here this evening. And also Karskogsberg fell 1 point short of a double-double. So
9 points, 13 rebounds for the big man underneath.
Great performance from him, but again, just falls 1 short of a double-double. Roehrig, the free throw, is able to get it. Vermillion, crazy look back. 40 points. It was 40-25 in that end of the third quarter. They put up 20 here in this fourth and hold Parker just 7. And now a timeout called from Coach Austin Hurley. We'll keep it right here.
He's going to get one of his last kids in here.
We'll give everyone a chance to play, right?
Yep.
Give everyone a chance to play. For Ryan, you guys don't do any really post-game show, do you?
Not very much, no.
Well,
that's about to change.
All right.
I won't make you stick around. You can certainly head out if you want to.
No, I'll be glad to listen in. It's always fun.
Okay.
I don't want to say this badly, but, with our lack of wins this year, when we recap, it's not so much fun to talk about the other team. So I don't want to sit here and talk good things about the Tanagers. So You guys can do that.
I know. Well, like we said, performance for the Vermillion boys and girls as they come into tonight and actually get all 4 wins on the evening. On the JV side as well.
If I know my wife like I do, though, we're going to be talking about how we're going to make sure we come back and give you guys a run next year if we're on the schedule with all these games.
Oh, you guys will certainly be on the schedule next year, of course, in this region. And now that you guys have had more time to experience Region 4 and these DAC 12 opponents can continue to scout and know how to get better. Three-pointer is off the mark. Ball's being knocked around, still loose, chasing after it. Rohrig will save it. And they say he traveled. And it will give it right back to the Parker Pheasants with 27 seconds remaining.
Yeah. That's a tough one there, but
usually just let them say play it out. You know what I mean? No need to
put him back in the wrestleback. Now, you still have to win that first wrestleback in order to qualify for that third and fourth place match. And they did that pretty handily there, both Padraig Fulton at 145 and Caleb Emerson at 152. And then went on to wrestle pretty tough guys there in that third, fourth place match. And then both end up getting pinned, but they do get fourth place. They both advanced to state. And, those were kind of the two guys that we, a little worried there, especially that first match. But good job by those guys. And then at 182, Raleigh French, and I just, that matchup all day long or last night was kind of bothering me with the chunky, Elijah Chunky. He's a freshman. Now his brother's the heavyweight that's undefeated for 3 straight years. And the older brother's wrestling at Arizona State. And in fact, that whole coaching staff was there tonight at the region watching it. So he's a freshman and kind of worried me, the matchup there a little bit. It was a 1-4 matchup, Raleigh being the number 1 seed and Chunky being the 4. Chunky got a takedown right at the end of the first period, and that kind of put, Raleigh in an uphill battle. He was kind of chasing him during the whole match, and, it ended up being, I think, 2. He might have got some back points right at the end. I can't recall. But a tough loss for him, and the worry always is coming back in those constellations after you're, upset in that regard. But Raleigh, I did a good job mentally and came back. Good, tough match there in the constellation. And then the number 2 seed, the Harrisburg kid, Simunik, was also upset. So the 1 and 2 seeds were actually wrestling for third place at the 182. Raleigh, again, got caught. The kid got some back points, and so Raleigh's again chasing, much like he had to do against Chunky in the semifinal, but ends up in 4th place, and he'll be going to state again here. And we hope all those guys can place here now as we travel out west, and as we're looking at things, Mother Nature may not cooperate real well, and we may have to get out of here a day early. We just have to look at the weather forecast and all the transportation and motel reservations and those kind of things. But that's kind of the quick story. At 113, Carson Wonder got 5th place. That's a heck of a deal for him. And then at 132, Devin Steckelberg, our other freshman, first-year wrestler, also got 6th place there in that. So they both placed in the region, but of course only top 4 go to the state tournament. So that's kind of the quick summary that I'm giving you here, Heath. But we're always happy to give the Tanager fans updates on our wrestlers. And, a great tournament. Went by pretty quickly. We're home here now in Vermillion already by 9 o'clock. So it went very smoothly. Very well run by Brandon Valley. They do a great job, great facility. So we're pleased with that, considering our young team this year. And those are the 4 guys, actually, that we're kind of pointing at. 2 juniors, Jackson Heine at 160 and Connor Matson at 220. Certainly would have loved to see those guys go, but we knew that they had a tough road there, not being seeded wrestlers, and they just didn't have that body of work here through the entire season. And that was kind of the telltale sign there for them. It made it a rough road, and unfortunately, they were not able to qualify, but, hopefully they've got another year here and hopefully can get to that state tournament next year.
Well, Coach, we wish you the best of luck at that state tournament. We'll certainly be catching up with you again during that state tournament to find out the full results and going over everything there, too, to make sure the guys do well. And we wish them the best of luck as well, all right?
Yeah, sounds great, Heath, and we just appreciate all the coverage you guys give us, and the airtime, so to speak. And again, I hope I didn't take up too much airtime, but I always like to highlight our guys and the effort that they've done here this evening.
No, we appreciate it as always. Coach, have yourself a wonderful night, all right?
All right, sounds good. Have a great weekend, Heath.
There he is, the Coach Gary Culver here on our post-game show, if you will, talking about the 4 wrestlers that make it on to the state tournament as we continue on here with the post-game show with our assistant coach conversation as Coach Roovers joins us. First, Coach, before we get into this boys matchup here this evening, what's it been like watching your daughter play at the varsity level for the Vermillion girls? How exciting has that been? And how much has it conflicted with you trying to pay attention as an assistant coach and also still trying to pay attention to your daughter?
Well, I'm just trying to, I guess, soak in the moment and watch it from a parent's perspective. It's kind of been weird because usually I get the girls' game off to relax after coaching, helping out with the C team and then coaching the JV team. And usually I get to relax during the varsity girls' game. But switching into dad mode and just trying to be, the dad and the cheerleader from the sideline. But it's been fun to watch. She works really hard at her game, and it's just been fun to be a dad and be proud and watch what she's doing. And the whole girls all together. The season they're putting together, it's a special ride so far, and hopefully that can continue here into the postseason for them.
Well, we talk about also the special ride that this Vermillion boys team has been on. We knew it was going to be youthful, and that also comes with the JV squad as well. You get the younger guys that moved up into the varsity role. So now you have to figure out the JV season, how that's all going to look. How has the season progressed to the final game tonight? What was your final takeaway of what the JV was able to do?
The JV season's gone well, and we're trying to, at the JV level, develop the kids through the season, grow, get better individually and as a team. And then we're trying to just then get them ready basically for next year. We're really not trying to really focus too much on this year, but the goal is to have them playing well at the end of the year. If Coach Drake makes the call for them, they should be ready to go. But getting them ready for next year is kind of the focus on the season. But this year, it's worked out a little bit different. We've had to make a few calls from the JV squad and up, and they've been doing a good job stepping into roles that we needed filled. So, but real pleased with the JV team and their growth throughout the year, and just happy with their development.
Well, you talk about development, and I think one of those players, even 2 of those players, you can look at Trey Hansen, Bryson Skogsberg, especially Trey Hansen tonight. Even the past few games, we watched him those first varsity games that he got his chance to start. It looked like he could be something, but he was still maybe a little timid, a little shy out there, didn't know when to shoot. But, I mean, tonight he was just all around shooting. How great is that to see his kind of performance?
Yeah, those 2 we've had our eye on for a while, with open gyms in the summertime and kind of seeing what they can do. They're very skilled individuals. And with Trey, I think Trey probably played his best game of the year tonight. He was aggressive offensively, which at times he can be shy away from that and defer. But he was aggressive, getting his shots, getting into that little mid-range game, which we like to see, which he hasn't used quite yet. His length is a problem on the defensive end. So, Trey's been playing well, and Bryson, for that matter, too, has been playing well. Bryson needs to see a couple shots fall to get his confidence back a little bit. But, I mean, he's a super confident kid, and so is Trey, and we're really happy with what those 2 are doing for us.
What were you talking to about the guys? I know everyone was trying to say, stay calm, stay in your own head, don't let the conversations continue on. This game got chippy at the moment. We saw 3 different technicals called. How'd you make sure the guys just stayed in check with what was happening tonight?
Well, we just remind them during timeouts to stay focused and don't buy into some of the little stuff that's going on there, little games that might be being played out there with the physical, the pushing, maybe even the talking. And we get caught up into it too as coaches at times, because we're competitors. We're seeing what's going on out there. We want what's best for our kids. We at times are defending them to a fault. like tonight with the situation with the technical. But, they're battling. We try to keep them focused on the game and not getting caught up in the ancillary things. And, sometimes the opponent is trying to do that, trying to get in your head and trying to get you out of your game. So just reminding them to stay focused on the task at hand, stay disciplined, play Tanger basketball, and don't buy into some of the stuff that's going on there that's extracurricular.
We can say so much in the media about if you can finish 5-1, we can get to 500. We can put ourselves in a really good spot for the postseason. That's all talk, but you have to go out there and perform it. Sometimes it hasn't looked good. Even tonight, it was in question, but you still had yourself a great fourth quarter, and you now at that point of 4-1, and you're one game closer to that 6th seed and getting to 500. How nice does this feel?
Yeah, it's very nice. It's been kind of our goal to get to that 500 mark. We had a really good fourth quarter. I think we had scored about 20 in the fourth. They had 35 in the second half. We ugly it up at times. It is the truth of that, but that's kind of the grit and grind that we have right now with our team. They're ready to scrap and battle and do whatever it takes. But to get to 500 is a huge goal, and to go in obviously into the postseason with a positive note, playing well, playing the best that we can. But yeah, getting to that 500 mark is a huge goal for us.
What do we know about the Canton Seahawks? What should we expect a little bit from them?
Well, it'll be a battle. It'll be tough. But like I said, if we can bring that grit and grind like we did tonight, and just battle on the defensive end, if we can just be lunch pail type of guys and just go after them and focus on the defensive end, everything else will take care of itself.
Coach, let's go to work. Let's go get Canton, all right?
Good, thanks.
There he is. Coach Ruvers here on the postgame show as Vermillion gets the win 60-32 over the Parker Pheasants as we continue on wasting absolutely no time with the postgame show. Sitting back in the easy chair, relaxing and enjoying himself a little bit. A big old smile on his face. Can we just not play on Friday anymore?
Yeah, no kidding. How'd Coach Ruvers do?
Why is he so scared to talk?
Well, did he say he didn't want any part of this and stuff? I told
you've always said it to me.
Yeah, and I told him and Coach Budmeyer, earlier today. I said you guys can play rock paper scissors, whatever you want to do. But one of you is getting tonight, and one of you is getting on Monday against Canton. Coach Budmeyer said, "I'll take them all." Coach Ruvers said, "Go ahead, you can have them." And then I can just write it on his evaluation that he didn't want to do it and stuff. But then he knew he was in trouble on the technical.
Was it okay? I thought it was called on. Was it called on Papa? Because it looked like he was.
I know. And what's crazy about that is like old Coach Drake. That's what Papa Drake, old Coach Drake. We call him veteran Coach Drake or whatever. You're in the heat of the moment, and first of all, it goes both ways. And I usually wouldn't say anything. I didn't think it was a very well officiated game. And, I probably shouldn't say that, but it goes both ways. But, like anything, we don't sit down during timeouts.
Yes.
And, I think there had been some questions a few times. And, I told them on one, I said, hey, we've gone here for 19 games, and there hasn't been an official that said a thing all year. And now all of a sudden you guys are trying, just know that 19 other games we've had a lot of officials, and we've never seen this group ever before.
I thought the same thing.
So I think I think Coach Rivers was just asking some questions, and they really didn't have a response, and he kept asking, where do you want us to be? And for whatever reason, they nailed us with one. So, but they kind of pointed, and that older Coach Drake. That's what was so funny is you're in the heat of the moment.
He got bright red.
Yes, he goes, well, don't point at me. Why is he pointing at me? And I kind of laughed for a second because we knew it was Coach Ruber. And so, long story short, then in the locker room afterwards, we gave our guys didn't know that, and basically we all voted that Coach Ruber should have to come up tonight after that.
Okay.
So he did well though, right?
Yeah, I thought he did phenomenal.
Yeah.
I don't know why he's always been afraid to speak. He was very, very well spoken. Very well spoken. How many has old Drake picked up in his?
Well, that's funny too because he always, as a not just a coach but as a dad. Over the years, he's had a few talks with me, and he says, I've got to lay off on the officials and stuff. And I always come back with, I've said, I've got two. I think I've coached in my 15 years here at Vermillion now. we're over 300 plus games, probably around 325 games I've coached, and I've got 2. And one of them was a few years back at Lamar's. I got it like in the first minute of the game at Lamar's. It was on a charge call. I let the officials affect me. I watched the girls' game. I didn't think it was a well-officiated game in the girls' game, and they missed a block charge. Well, one guy called it a charge that should have, and then the other guy came across the court, called it a block, and I mean, we're 60 seconds into it, and they nailed me. But I don't even count that one because that's in Iowa. So, like, literally, I've got one in like 325 games, and I have to remind my dad that he basically, I told him this, and it's 31 years in winter, because the first 12, I was a first grader through my senior year of high school, and I watched basically every game, but I rattled off just off the top of my head like 10 that he had. Now the crazy thing about it back then though is, and it is crazy, is back then you could get 3 in a game before as head coaches. So like I know 2 games he got 2. He got 1, and nowadays you really do have to be careful, because in the 80s, early 90s, you could get 3, and even if you got 3 and got kicked out of the game, you still could go coach the next game.
Yeah.
Nowadays, with the Activities Association's new rule, which this has probably been the last 15, 20 years, you only get 2, and if you do get kicked out, you have to sit out the next game. So, you never know. And there's probably a time and place. I always like to say I know, I probably have deserved more, but I like to think I, toe the line and know when enough is enough. And but yeah, I was excited. Coach Rivers, that's 2 this year. Hey, that's 2 years, and then you got one at Sioux Falls Christian a few years back. So like I'm on cloud 9 right now, and I know I shouldn't even be saying that and stuff, and he's upset and everything. But no, what's crazy about that, you just never know, and it's hard for assistants sometimes because they're sticking up for our guys.
Yep.
And doing their part, but sometimes some officials, they don't want to hear a peep from an assistant. And, I know the one he got against Pine Ridge a few weeks ago wasn't deserved in my mind. And obviously tonight it wasn't even close. But I'll tell you this much, and I'm just being dead honest, their coach didn't deserve the one in the first half either. Like, he literally had called timeout. I was on the baseline. He called timeout like 15 times, and I heard it. I don't know how nobody heard it. They heard it late, and I think they only gave it to him because he was walking down the thing.
Yep.
And then I felt bad for him because they hit the 3 too, just as he called it. Yep. So now all of a sudden you lost the 3, you get a technical, you lose possession. We're shooting free throws. Now we didn't do much with it because we didn't make many free throws in the first half, but it kind of goes both ways. And I mean, it is what it is. But not much about the game and stuff. But it's a crazy night, weird night. And that's you're back. You're right. Back-to-back Fridays here. It just kind of felt a little weird.
It has definitely felt weird. But nonetheless, you're able to grind it out, get a victory. Sometimes you win them when it feels dirty, but this is certainly one that you would want for your guys to continue to build on now heading into Monday.
And the other thing, I did think it was getting a little chippy out there too.
Yes.
And for our guys, I thought, we talked about it at halftime, I thought they kept their poise and composure for the most part. And, sometimes there's games like that. You just got to play through it and stuff. And for the most part, and we had to fight through some different things. Bryson's kind of fighting with himself tonight, struggling a little bit. Zoen had a couple tough fouls. He had a couple he could control, though, too. And then now all of a sudden he's out of rhythm. And we just got to find ways. Obviously, we got off to a quick 14-0 start, but I think our guys kind of let up at that point. We forgot the energy and effort it took to get up 14-0. And then all of a sudden you think, it's just going to be an easy night here. And then you take a step backwards, and before you know it, they're right back in the basketball game and stuff. But and I thought in the second half, a couple stretches when we kind of got a couple runs, Trey really did some things with his penetration and scoring and setting some people up.
Yeah, great performance from Trey Hansen, and just continues to, like I said, we talked in the pregame show, Carter mentioned it on Tuesday, just what he has built, has developed as a freshman. It has been absolutely amazing. As you continue on now into this last game of the season, we look back at the end of this fourth quarter. We see, I guess, you play good on any other night except for Friday. What's the main key factor that you need to build on as you get ready to play against the Canton Seahawks?
Well, the nice thing for us is, it's not always pretty, but we have a tough time scoring the basketball at times. We didn't help ourselves tonight with free throws, and then, again, missed some easy ones around the basket, especially in the first half. But with that, we scored 64 on Tuesday night versus Wagner, and to get to 60 here, back-to-back games, just showing a little bit of offense. And when we were 3-6 at Garrettson, we kind of mentioned to our team that 500 would be a good goal for this group. I don't know if many people would have given us a chance at 500 this year. And now we're in a position where we have that opportunity. It's a conference game. Canton's scary and very dangerous, and they can really score points at times. They're very athletic. They're led by 3 guys with the Thiessen kid, Anderson, and Vanderweed that have all started here the last few years and can score baskets in a hurry, different ways. But I know this much. If we can go get that one, and it won't be easy, but if we can, we're trying to be 1-0 on Monday, and if we do that, we're going to be a 10-10, and that means we'll be have won 5 of our last 6 going into the postseason, and hopefully, like anything, we're playing our best basketball at the end of the year, and you just kind of go from there. And the one thing we do know is we didn't get the win, but and it was at home, and we know we're going to have to be on the road in the postseason, but we've got to continue to just kind of take in and remember that we proved in one game against DV, and that's what the postseason is, right? It's one and done every night out, one game. Well, we proved against the DV team that we can be right there with anybody, and that's what we've just got to kind of move forward and keep reminding ourselves that it's probably going to take whoever we do play that kind of same performance, but we've had it in us once and got to go try to do it again.
Have you seen the scores yet?
Haven't seen it, but I was going to say real quickly, I don't know, and I know it's late, but obviously next year you guys really got to look into, like, this chair is so comfy right now. I don't know why we don't have this. Do you want a comfy chair? We can get a comfy chair. I don't know why we don't have this set up in Vermillion. Cole's got a nice chair here. I don't know. You got a tough one over there, but you guys, this setup's pretty good right here. We've got it in the you guys, the bird cage or whatever. We just need one of these chairs afterwards. It's so relaxing.
All right, you want to play a game?
Quick game of scores, I guess.
A quick game of scores here. The 4 games by look at that would be interesting. Lennox Del Rapids, Sioux Falls Christian, Sioux Valley.
Are these games done or we're
Yep,
still?
all done. All done. Dakota Valley Madison and T area Elk Point Jefferson. The closest one was a victory of 8 points. Which team got that victory?
Okay, the games again were DV and Madison, Lennox, Del Rapids, EPJ and T, and then Sioux Valley Christian. Is that which the ones? And what the closest game was an 8-point game.
Yep.
It was in T tonight. 8-point game in T.
T beat Elk Point Jefferson 63-53.
10-point game there.
Dakota Valley beat Madison 86-66. Maybe a little bit of surprise, but we said I think Rosenquist Sr. is going to give that extra boost. Lennox beat Del Rapids 59-40. Del Rapids.
Was that at Lennox?
That was at Lennox. So
59-40.
Yeah.
Holy smokes.
71-63. Sioux Falls Christian beat Sioux Valley.
At Christian or at Sioux Valley?
It was at Sioux Valley.
It's a good win for Christian. They had a couple games here lately with Yankton and Western Christian, which are 2 really good teams. But the finals surprised me. They got beat by double digits and stuff, and so that's a good bounce back for them. And all those games, those are some really good teams, obviously.
We'll steal the chair. We'll bring it with. We'll see you on Monday, all right?
All right, thanks a lot.
There he is, head coach Jay Drake here on the post-game show as Vermillion gets 2 wins here tonight in a nice fashion. 60-32 is your final on the boys' side. In the girls, the best school record finish in history as they get the win tonight over Parker, 61-35 to finish off 19-1. Of course, as we knew, they were already Region 4 champs going in tonight. They were already DAC 12 champs going in tonight, but finishing off the regular season 19-1. Head coach John Brooks even said never in a million years would they have guessed it would have finished that way with the teams that they have played. One final shout out goes out to our Parker Pheasants Live with Live Ticket TV. It's been great to be with you here on this evening. Also, big shout to Ryan Weeman, who is still within the building here. He's just hanging out with Parker fans right now. Cole Larsh, our producer. We are back with you once again coming up on Tuesday evening as the Vermillion girls will be taking on Parker. That game is set to tip off at 7 o'clock. Of course, we'll have full pregame coverage right here on Live Ticket TV with Vermillion Tanagers live with that game. And, of course, we're back, though, on Monday inside the Birdcage for the Vermillion boys taking on the Canton Seahawks. For Cole Larsh, for Ryan Weeman, I'm Heath Nimke. Until Monday, have yourself a wonderful rest of your weekend.